I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Woo! Christian Flair says, good morning. Hedonic Treadmill says, drop the beat. Christian Flair says, 3-day weekend. Yeah, apparently it's a teacher workday on Monday. What's the holiday? What am I missing? The 13th. Why is it a 3-day weekend? I'm a bad American. Tessie says, good morning. Good morning to you. Sultan Al Fahim, good to see you. Chris Smith says, good morning. Good morning to you. I took a holiday. Columbus Day. Oh, you Native American hating pieces of shit. Celebrating the genocide of our Native American brothers and sisters. What's wrong with you? AKA Indigenous Peoples Day. No, I'm fucking around. I don't give a shit. Like, if you're Giga Italian, then maybe, maybe you should care. Maybe you should care that people are trying to rename it to Columbus Day. If you're an indigenous person, maybe you should be insulted that we have a holiday where we celebrate your conquest. I don't care. Subri Keller says, hey, can I get rid of the wrench? No offense. I just don't want accountability when I'm listening to stuff, just doing boring homework, and it's because it's Columbus Day on Monday. Yeah, sure. That way, I think 70% of my chat is going to be wrenches when it's all said and done. But if you're, I don't want you to feel compelled to have any kind of responsibility. You don't have any. You literally just get a wrench just because I recognize your name. You've been in the chat enough that I was like, oh, this is a regular. But yeah, if you want to have a less high profile role in the chat, I'm not gonna begrudge you anything. Hold on, let me go ahead and pull that up. Valor Media Network. Let me pull this in. But anyways, there's nothing really going on. Nothing too crazy. Hold on. And then conservatism says, Christian Blair says, which I do and don't. Conservative liberalism says, first like reporting in 07, y'all slacking, click it. True. Make a bunch of top tier WAPs and natives fight for the right. True. That would be good. Like, we should actually have. All right. Well, Sabri Keller, I took you off. Yeah, we should have a bunch of Italians and a bunch of Native Americans fist fight on Columbus/Indigenous Peoples Day. And depending on who wins the fight, I think that's what we declare it. Kind of like Groundhog's Day, where the groundhog comes out and that determines how much longer winter is going to last. The fist fight between Native Americans and Italians should determine what the day is called that year. Patriarch says, hi. Good to see you, Patriarch. Fabian Padilla says, buenos dias, compa Conor. And I say, buenos dias too. Christian Blair says, how our holiday should be determined? Damn, I want to live in that fucking country. Wouldn't that be sick? Like Juneteenth, like the conservatives were trying to declare Juneteenth like a different holiday. So there should be like a 5v5 MMA scrap where, depending on like if the conservatives win, the holiday is declared this holiday. And if the black folk win, then the holiday is declared Juneteenth. And then boom, like we can all get together, we can eat popcorn, we can watch the fight, we can cheer on our respective teams. We can, whoever wins, they can make fun of the people who lose. And then next year when the other team wins, they can do it vice versa. We can make it a team sport. Import more IDF gigachads. I mean, I guess. What, for Jewish holidays? like Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur or whatever the Jewish, why can it, Hanukkah, you know, like I think people are still going to celebrate Christmas, obviously, but like we could have a day that we fight where the Jews fist fight for whether or not the rest of the country is compelled to celebrate Hanukkah. That would be hilarious. It needs to be a triangle match since the Spaniards, get the Spaniards in on it since the Spanish crown financed Columbus. True. Then let the Nordics laugh because they got the New World hundreds of years earlier. Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, absolutely. I think this would be hilarious. Team sports, race wars based. Right. And like, it doesn't have all of the blood and violence of an actual ethno-religious racial conflict. It just has like the limited amount of brain damage and the limited amount of blood that's normal in an MMA fight. I think that would be based. Subry Keller says, I do love the explanation of every Jewish holiday is we survive, let's eat some weird stuff. Yeah. That's what I love about Hanukkah, right? Like, isn't Hanukkah during a siege and they had to make the candles last for so long? And it was like miraculous that the candles lasted as long as they did. Isn't that the secret sauce to Hanukkah? And then obviously Passover is, you know, the Exodus from Egypt, you know, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, because that's a estimated archaeologically, Passover is a 3,200-year-old tradition. That's bananas. Let's just say Ben Shapiro ain't scrapping, and if he would, it wouldn't go over well. No. You would just weight class it. So let's say Ben Shapiro is like 5'2" or 5'4" and like 90 pounds or like 110 pounds. Then we would just make him fight Nick Fuentes. I think that would be great. Bob Smith says, wait, if you were to do a team sport based race wars, what about mixed race people? Well, you could have your own like mixed race team. So let's say that there was a fight. I don't know. Let's say that it was like Biggie Smalls' death or Tupac Shakur's death, and there was like a celebration of it, and you know, the prize was whether or not mixed race people could say the N-word on that day. Then what we would do is we would have like 5 mixed race people against 5 like African Americans and or Africans, like hardcore Africans, and then it would be a fight, and then whoever, you know, wins that day, you know, they get bragging rights over who gets to celebrate the death of a favorite hip hop artist and whether or not they get to say the N-word. Goblin Studio says debate boxing. I mean, I would do it. Justin says good morning, and Paul is a G. Interesting. Patriarch says fudge. I misclicked. Happens. Clapped. True. Damn. What you got against debate boxing? I don't have anything against debate boxing. Patriarch says, sorry, shit. What, did you guys accidentally ban somebody? What did you do? Did you ban Goblin Studios? Subry Keller says, I would watch a fight between Ben Shapiro and Nicholas Fuentes. I would watch on pay-per-view. I would save up money. Yeah, dude, it would be fire. Gen X says, how did I miss the notification? It doesn't matter. Just, you know, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, either on Valor Media Network or on Counterpoints Politics. I will be live unless I am sick or dead or a family member is super sick. So sick, dead, family member super sick, or I have to do funeral, or if I have to do travel. But I'll tell you about funerals and travel before I have to do it. Or at least I'll announce it in Discord. Grisham Valera says, watching a new Netflix show called Boots. You might get a kick out of it. It's about United States Marine Corps boot camp. I will. I'll probably react to that. Gen X says, Connor, you assume I pay attention to time. Yes, that is a problem. Being a mortal being forced to pay attention to time is difficult. I sympathize with you there. Now, I figured if I was a responsible streamer who wanted to break away from DGG and create my own independent community, then the responsible thing would just be watching Hassan Piker versus Ross Douthat. Because I like Ross Douthat a lot, and I hate Hassan Piker a lot. And so that would probably be decent React content. But I already know that if I did do that, I would probably have like a 10 or 30% reduced audience. And then also, not only that, I don't feel like hating today. Like, I don't feel like hating too much. Like, of course, I'm me. So I'm going to be cantankerous and onerous and grumpy and critical. But I don't feel like having like hate burrowed deep in my soul. And so rather than allowing the hate to be buried deep in my soul, I would rather kind of be lazy and just still have, whatever DGGers want to watch Destiny stomp on some conservatives, have them have a good time, and just kind of chill today. So realistically, that's kind of why I'm doing the Pangburn event, is I kind of want like a more chill day. So Christian Blair says gay recruit based on a true story Marine. Interesting. Connor, you assume I pay attention to the time. That's the last one I read. Premise sounds soy, but it's pretty good. No, I'll watch it. We had gay recruits. Well, we didn't have gay recruits. We had recruits who I thought were gay. Gen X says, every single day when I discover it's 4:30 p.m. and I can leave, I am shocked based. Fabian Padilla says, you're talking to PF Young today? I am. So I DM'd PF Young. I think there was like a few things that we disagreed with during his conversation with Pisco about like fascism and the definition, and whether or not, Charlie Kirk was a fascist, whether or not Trump was a fascist, whether or not MAGA was fascist. And I feel like, Pisco is just, we're not on the same page in reference to definitions and descriptions. So while I might agree with the conclusions, I don't agree with the descriptions at all. So Gen X says, I always think it's one or two. Okay. Bob Smith says, you got to remember K911, guys. Yep. October 7th, 2025. The new 9/11 for dogs. Patriarch says, let the hate flow through you. Not today, brother. I don't want to have a stroke. Sacred Snow says, you act like DGG doesn't want to watch you shit on Hassan. I'm sure that portions of them do, but I mean, maybe I'm being rude. I just don't find Hassan. Okay. When Hassan's on his own stream, I'm just going to say he's boring, dude. And I say that as a boring guy. Like, he'll have a decent geopolitical rant that I feel is like 60% correct, but then I'll be correcting him on 30 to 40% because I feel like he's telling the geopolitical historical narrative from a Muslim favorable perspective, from an Arab favorable perspective. But that's just like correcting that's just trying to like balance his perspective out. That's not really calling him a piece of shit. And then when he's a piece of shit, I soy out and I get super angry and call him a piece of shit. But then when he's like, he goes into normal spaces, like when he did the NPR interview, or when I'm assuming what he did on Russ Douthat and what he did on Tom Bilyeu, is he acts way more chill than he actually is. So I'm kind of, then it kind of gets hard where you can shit on him for whatever like cringe socialist dog whistle he does, but he never says the quiet part out loud, which feels like hiding the ball. So that's kind of annoying. But I am talking to PF Young today. As long as he keeps his schedule, we should have a conversation around noon. I think he said around 11:30 or noon or something. We'll be talking, so we'll be breaking that down. Vorpal says, what's a passion you want to show your audience to guide us in some direction? Well, number one, I love miniatures. I love tabletop miniatures. As a matter of fact, this is an excellent question, Vorpal. Let me go ahead and show you. So I'm going to show you guys two things, actually. So I love firearms. I think you guys know that I love firearms. Not just that. I love tabletop miniatures. I love science fiction. So there's this science fiction game that I love, and I haven't bought it yet, but I want to get it because the models are all effectively like Titanfall infantry. And I love Titanfall. Titanfall's probably my favorite science fiction. It's my favorite science fiction intellectual property is Titanfall. And so what these guys did is they created a skirmish game called Blackout, Blkout. I don't know if you can see it or if it's big enough on your screen, but if you look in the models, these are like androids dressed up tactical, but you can tell that they're androids because they have like robot heads. These are UN troops, which kind of have Titanfall pilot helmets. These are Rangers, I want to say, some kind of like American style infantry. And they have modern style plates and NVGs, but then they kind of have like science fiction style M4s and Chris Vectors, which are pretty dope. I actually like the UN troop aesthetic as well. Obviously, I don't like UN troops because I think they're wussies in real life. But the aesthetic on this is so awesome. So I think the near hard sci-fi aesthetic is peak, like mil-spec sci-fi. That's cool. Guerrilla Miniature Games reviews. I'm trying to think of what else, but Blackout is sick. And so what I wanted to do, because you guys know I'm like a huge 40K guy, what I wanted to do was I wanted to make a Tau army, but I wanted to use field units. I wanted to use these guys' models for the infantry. And let me see if I can find some cool ones. Frequently asked questions, handler team. They have like Titanfall style. They call them dusters, which are okay. I think I would just get the original Titanfall models in 75 millimeter, and then I would just like resin 3D print them. Where's the factions? Store, field units, force expansions, core forces. I think core forces is probably where I'm at. So anyways, yeah, UN Raid Team Alpha. Take a look at this. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to get you some better pictures. So look at this. So these are basically Titanfall helmets. These are modified sci-fi M4s, which look pretty sick. Sniper rifle, robot infantry. Here's the robot infantry that's a little bit better, but they're still carrying small arms, which is sweet. Here's the infantry with the sniper rifle. Here's the infantry with like a modified M4. These guys look pretty sick. So I would just paint them a different color. We got the Manticore, which looks like CCP or Russian forces. And they kind of have the not Halo. They have the Infinite Warfare aesthetic where they kind of have those triangular space helmets. So I think these guys look sick. So these guys kind of have AKs. So they look a little bit more Chinese, a little bit more Russian. Harlow First Reaction Force. I think these guys are technically... I don't think they're technically U.S. soldiers, but there's some Earth-based force. I don't know what they are. But anyways, I don't know the lore. But if you look at it, they got like a smart gun exo, if you look at your screen right now, hooked up to a machine gun. This is a Chris Vector. This looks like some kind of random bullpup. This looks like an M4. They went through the detail of painting a tiger shark face on their robots. So anyways, so you asked me what my passion is that I want my audience to, excuse me, participate in. I just think like any creative endeavor like tabletop wargaming, if you have something equivalent, I encourage you to do it. And then I'm also going to show you this since I can't show you the original. So this is my Halo pistol design. This is 3D design software. This is the original one that I printed and is actually functional. I actually designed these 3D print parts and I use heat inserts so they lock together. And then these lock onto a Glock 21 pistol. I haven't been able to figure out how to make the back work, but I do have an idea on how to do it. This is the updated one. So for those of you who are familiar with the Halo Magnum pistol, this one looks a lot more accurate. And then I think on the Halo 2 part. So this is the one that I ended up doing because I think it's the best balance between size and aesthetic. But I also did do one that I pretty accurately mirrored on the aesthetics of the original Halo Magnum pistol. Based off of the original designs of the Halo Magnum pistol, though, this should be longer. But I have to deal with the dimensions of the Glock 21 because that's the thing that I dealt with. And I'll show you guys this pistol before we start stream. Let me go to Twitter real quick. For those of you who don't know that I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and that I made my own Halo Magnum. I promise we'll get into content, but again, today's kind of like a chiller day. I'm just I'm a little bit more in the chill mood. What? Why didn't it search my profile? Search my profile for Halo Magnum. How do I search exclusively my profile? These are all the memes that I posted. And it's funny because recently, like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens and a bunch of other people have been like dick sucking the Trump admin. So I've been posting the I Show Speed meme where he's mimicking sucking a penis. I was not expecting to pull that up. So, and then since I can't show actual firearms being fired, this is not quite the finished model. This is the second closest finished model, but this is my Glock Halo Magnum. So the dimensions on this one are a little bit better. The size is a little bit bigger, and this part is a little bit bigger, but and then also I designed this part to stick out, which is more aesthetically in line with the original one. And then this line right here is gone. So anyways, so if you have a creative endeavor, even if it involves some degree of like violence, as long as it's fun violence that doesn't actually hurt or kill people necessarily, then I strongly recommend you pursue that. So thank you for the question. Sorry that it took me 10 minutes to just yap about my personal passions, but you asked, so you got it. Thank you for asking, though. Oh, thanks for the super chat, by the way. Anonymous Chatter, $20 says, what's the best grilled food? I'm going ribs or steak, depending on my mood. Yeah, steak's got to be up there. Steak's got to be top 3. And then I got to say, like, ribs. If somebody barbecues ribs to the point that you touch the meat and it basically falls off of the bone, that hits something ancient in the human brain for cooked meat, where, you know, a rib that falls off the bone is amazing. Conservatism says, save hate for Mondays. The weekend is upon us. True. We must enjoy ourselves. We cannot be solely motivated by hate. Sacred Snow says we must split away from DGG by shitting on DGG. Most wanted, number 1. I guess one of PF's laziest discussions, and they're always very lazy. Well, I'll be pressing him a little bit more. Conservatism says Hassan really is low energy and boring. I try to give him a fair shake because I enjoy different perspectives, but ADD kicks in hard. Yeah, bro. Like I think he's lucky. He's very lucky he ended up in the position that he is, because I think that he actually lacks a certain amount of skills that I expect out of good streamers. Fabian Padilla says, I still don't know how PF Young's definition of fascism after the Pisco combo. Lol, maybe I'm dumb. I'll press him on it. You're not dumb. I don't think he had one. Nor says, have you read the Foundation series? I haven't, but you guys keep recommending books. And if I'm going to read a book, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read all the codexes and art books for Warhammer 40K. I'm going to scan them into, like, I'm going to scan the art and I'm going to upload it to a computer. And then I'm going to do like a codex summary on another Warhammer 40K channel. I was thinking about doing like counter lore 40K. And then what I would do is I would just go through all the codexes, starting with like first edition. I unironically would pull all of the cool stuff from first edition through 8th edition, all the way through 10th. And I would just like take all of the coolest stuff that wasn't contradictory. I would create a single master codex of like lore. And then I would break down the art from each codex and then narrativize it so it's like cool and it's easy listening. And then once I was done with the codex project, I would probably move into the Horus Heresy, and I would try to take like, because those audiobooks are long as shit. They're like 10 hours. I would try to make 20-minute cool summaries of Horus Heresy books along with art. Like I would do like AI generated art. I know AI is controversial in some communities, but it wouldn't be for me. And I wouldn't want to spend like $200 per piece of art. So I would probably just do AI generated art in order to narrativize the entire Horus Heresy. And then I would move through the entire Black Library if I was to read, but I don't have time. Not at this point in my life. Randy says, dog stuff gets a weird amount of traction. Normies in my life are asking, who's this Hassan guy? Do you watch him? Why does he hate dogs? True and based. I'm happy he finally got in trouble. I was hoping the terrorism would do it, but apparently dog cruelty is better. Christian Blair says, on Apple, probably the best sci-fi to come out since The Expanse. Oh, if you mean the TV show, if you mean the Foundation. I don't know if you're talking about Foundation, because North was talking about Foundation. But I do know that Foundation does have a sci-fi series, and I do want to watch it eventually, but it'll be probably part of my breakdown on Counterpoint Sci-Fi. Tofu says, did you see on Watober on Humble Bundle? It's a bunch of Warhammer games for cheap-ish. You probably already have most of them. I probably don't, truth be told, but that's because I don't have enough money money or time, but that's okay. Fabian says, I'm going to tell my kids Titanfall was Gundam Wing. True. It's just Americanized Gundam. That's all it is. And I forget who it is. It's either AF Racing or it's Anonymous Chatter or somebody, but somebody donated $100 like the first like 2 months of the channel, and they said, please review all the Gundam series as a part of the Counterpoint Sci-Fi channel. And I have not forgotten that. I will, when I reach the timeline where I'm hitting Titanfall, I think that's going to timeline wise be approximately where Gundam would be as well. So whatever Battletech, whatever Gundam, and whatever Titanfall media exists, I will be breaking down those series when I get to them at approximately that time in the chronology. Tofu says, also my fiance is getting into painting minis for D&D. I'm trying to exploit that to get a 3D resin printer. I want some Warhammer Old World dwarves for the shelf only because I play Total War base. Anonymous Chatter, I caught up with your super chat. Thank you for your super chatting, friend. Quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you and thank you for being here. S says, good morning, Connor. Have a great day. Thank you, King. I appreciate you dropping by to say hello. Fabian Padilla says, lol, touche, Bob Smith, based. Subri Keller says, you could do a Mitt Romney and just have hot dogs, you know, his favorite type of meat. Yeah, but that's like hot dogs are simultaneously like working class and not gay because they're some of the worst meat possible, but they also taste pretty good. And then, but it's also a little gay because it's wiener shaped. So, you know, you kind of gotta, yeah, see, Fabian Padilla says Romney eats his hot dog sideways the straight Mormon way. Yeah, exactly. North says, Connor, how does a Halo pistol work with the ATF regulations on pistol grips? Nobody's complained. Nobody's complained. It's because it's not really a grip. I would show you. I actually have it in front of me. This is like it's unloaded. You know, hey, son, I keep it unloaded. It's unloaded, but I keep it with me as a fidget toy sometimes during streams. But this isn't a vertical grip. It's a hand guard. So does my hand naturally rest on it when I'm firing the pistol? Yes, it does. But am I gripping it the same way that somebody grips a vertical grip? Absolutely not. And it's not intended to be a vertical grip. It's intended to be a hand guard just in case an elite or a grunt tries to snatch your pistol off of you. So since it's a hand guard, I think we're fine. We'll be fine. Dominic Galletta says grilled squid is awesome. Based beef, although squid are supposed to be pretty smart. That's why I don't eat squid or octopus. Beef Supreme says I'm getting back to whip and flogger making. When younger and more in the lifestyle, I used to make real leather whips for the bedroom. Ooh, interesting. Sabri Keller says I hear 40K is very litigious. Be careful. No, I will not. I will not be careful. Nor says you don't need to pay for art or use AI. Many artists, if you ask permission and give credit, will let you use their art. I'm sure that includes a 4K art. Yeah, but North, I already do that and nobody's complained. But with the art, so for instance, in the opening of the Horus Heresy, they attack a false emperor of mankind who believes that he is the leader of the Imperium, but he's not. It's just a accident of history that he believes that he's the true emperor of mankind. And Fashion 40 says, hey, I keep forgetting to reach out to you like you told me. It was me who donated for the Gundam. Oh, it was Fashion 40. It was Fashion 40. Base. Thank you, Fashion 40. Sorry, we were talking about the Emperor of Mankind. But the Emperor of Mankind, the false Emperor of Mankind, he has custodies with active camouflage who are smaller than Space Marines, but still kill Space Marines. And it's kind of like a cool thing where is it Garaveel Loken? I think it's Garaveel Loken. Garaveel Loken, one of the captains of the Luna Wolves, is raiding the false emperor's palace. He gets into a side room, and then in a side room, he notices a bunch of dead Luna Wolves, and then he's attacked by a cloaked Custodes that is smaller than a Space Marine. And that's the kind of art where if I could get, oh, thank you, baby. Actually, could you do me a huge favor? My water bottle is somewhere. Thank you. So anyways, he's attacked by a active camouflage cloaked Custodes. And so if I was feeding an AR art program, Art of Custodes, and I fed them active camouflage from Halo, and if I fed them like a Gothic palace, and if I fed them like Luna Wolf Space Marine art, I'm wondering if I could generate a picture of a Luna Wolf charging through a room and being attacked by a cloaked custodes. That's like a very specific moment in the first book of the Horus Heresy, and I don't think any artist has depicted it yet. Christian Laris is not familiar with Gundam, but many Gundam never stopped to nuke ICBM. If not, the Japanese have not truly succeeded. Based. Rob says Ghost in the Shell, second gig for the list. Nice. Yes. No, I've seen plenty of clips of Ghost in the Shell that look amazing. And Cyberpunk 2077 and Cyberpunk in general, like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, I think I need to add that to the list. Beef Supreme says, yes, Connor, it's all about what you label it. I would call it a handguard. It is actually functionally a handguard. Okay, 1 second. I'm trading water for dishes. I think that's all I got. Zena says, what's up? Bob Smith says, Gundam can be really hard to follow. Just pick one series in the franchise and watch it. I will. My editor, he loves Iron-Blooded Orphans. So I'll obviously be watching Iron-Blooded Orphans, but I also want to check out the main one, even though apparently Iron-Blooded Orphans is super grimdark. And then the other one is like more white pill. Zena says, I saw your debate with Admiral Gibbs. Didn't realize Howler Monkeys gave debate prep. Bruh. All my homies hate Erebus, says Malevolent Vet. True. Fenix says, we need to get Grill Hottest clan on Battlefield 6. We actually do need a gaming clan. We really do. Zena says, I'm starting to think MAGA didn't sell their souls to predators. It's a bunch of predators who still have to pretend to care. I mean, I have lost all respect for so many Republican politicians who have just openly cloaked themselves in religion while lying within the past 2 weeks. I hope they burn in hell. Christian Blair says, the Gunnerism will spread throughout COG. Nope. Connor versus white progressives. Indeed. Zena says, seeing Admiral Gibbs say, it's okay if Trump isn't socially conservative, but not Kamala, left me flabbergasted. Genuinely, I let him be. Normally, what happens is when I don't take hydroxyzine, I'm so upset by the stupidity of Admiral Gibbs that I freak out and start screaming at him. And that's what Christian Valeris wants me to do. He wants me to scream ableist and homophobic slurs at Admiral Gibbs. However, that's not good for monetization or maintaining relationships with bookers. And so as a result, I did take hydroxyzine, and I figured I would just let Admiral Gibbs say the stupidest shit you've ever heard in your entire life, so you hate him. That kind of seemed like an okay tactic for me. AF Racing says, congrats to the Earth on avoiding another nightmare timeline branching in which Trump won the Nobel Peace Prize yesterday. Oh, for sure. Not just that, but like Hitler was nominated for Times Man of the Year. So maybe he should be nominated for Times Man of the Year because he's a fucking piece of shit. Subry Keller says, all my homies hate Relina Peacecraft. I'm sure I will when I find out who that is. Nor says, I've been told my screaming doesn't sound good with my current filters and that my mic was peaking throughout the debate. It happens. You were channeling the spirit of unmedicated Connor. So I appreciate you carrying that torch forward. Fashion 40 says, Iron-Blooded Orphans is grimdark, but really poignant to our times. Really dope. Yeah. Actually, Fashion 40, you might love this. I'm going to look it up real quick and see if I can find it. My editor, Taze, he did a Iron-Blooded Orphans. Taze Iron-Blooded Orphans. He did a video essay that took him like unironically 6 months to write, but a one shot. This was his, like, I think he has 2 videos on the channel. I should subscribe to his channel, but I just typed in, oh, he only has 1 video. So Taze, Taez, Iron-Blooded Orphans. I'm sending it, Fashion 40. I'm sending it to you in DMs. He did a 46-minute video essay on Iron-Blooded Orphans, and he got 24,000 views for his first video ever. Now, he works in media, and he is his own editor, so he's cheating a little bit, but I think that shows that if he had the time, he has the talent. He just doesn't have the time. Christian Blair says, I approve of all the slurs, but just continue to call him subhuman and a chimpanzee. I will. Although I think that's insulting to chimpanzee, I think that orangutan is more his vibe, which is insulting to orangutans because orangutans are supposed to be super chill creatures. All I'm trying to communicate is that communicating with Gibbs is like communicating with a different species. Fashion 40 says, I'm on the train heading to work now, so I'll be sometime behind. I'll be down for BF6. Maybe I need to get down for BF6 then. Nor says, did Jubilee ever contact you? They have not. Malevolent Vet, $5 says, rise up, my true Republican brothers, like Titus at the end of Secret Level. We defend the Republic to the end, also for Loyalist Chaos faction. Blood Angels are my favorite loyalists. Luna Wolves are my favorite loyalists before they become corrupted. And then I would say after corruption, it's probably Iron Warriors. I do have a soft spot for Alpha Legion as well, but I think Iron Warriors is probably my favorite. The lore of the Iron Empire is my favorite chaos lore. Trump didn't get his drone strikes authorized in the war with Venezuela as a fake power grab for emergency power. I hate the endless false equivalencies from MAGA. Yeah. Yep. They suck. But my wife brought me avocado toast, and I want to be lazy. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Steven content. I'm probably going to jump ahead just because Pangburn debate events are kind of hit or miss. I'm going to pull up Destiny's, I think it was his Pangburn, where there's this like black conservative in a crazy like MAGA t-shirt. And I think he's dumb as hell. And so I'm
earlier
forward to that guy. And we're going to watch that guy. We already watched and broke down Gibbs earlier in the week. And I hated that. So let's get to the black conservative. Then we'll take it from there. Let me rewind. All right, Gibbs is out. Black conservative is in. Let's get up to 720 feet. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican with real Republican values from about a decade ago. We're going to be watching Destiny, a liberal debating several conservatives, starting with a black gentleman who is dripped out in MAGA. Let's see how it goes.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'm short.
You're good.
Okay.
Microphone right up to your mouth if you can. Yeah.
Do I say a statement or you ask?
Whatever you want to do. I think Trump's wrong about basically everything, so we got a lot to talk about in terms of ground to cover.
The far left is nothing more than a coalition of fragmented groups standing on a platform of pure hypocrisy.
Okay.
That's my belief.
Can I ask, when you say the far left, who are we talking about
These
here?
people right here in this room.
Okay. Okay, so help me sort this one out, okay? Because this is my common rebuttal, okay? So when I ask people, like, who are the far left, okay? I get an answer like this, okay?
Right.
But then when they ask me and I talk about the far right, I would say the same about, like, Congress. So, like, I feel like as much as I love my fans and you guys are powerful, I don't know the capacity for changing the character of the United States or California or even LA. But for Republicans, I feel like they're changing the character of the entire country at an accelerated rate in a way that I really don't like. How can I make these two things equally threatening? Like, make me care about, you know, crazy college kids that are far left.
Well, the youth are the future, right? That's what we've been taught since we were born. The children are the future. So the reason why the far left leaning college kids are an issue is because these are the people who old people like me will hand this country over to. And we're in a time where, you know, it's an unprecedented access to new information, right? So you pretty much can go out and find something that supports what you want to believe within 2 or 3 seconds or minutes. It wasn't like that in the 60s. It wasn't like that in the 70s or the 80s. People had to actually go search for, you know, they had to go do research. You had to go to a library, open a book. And you know, when you're searching to find what you want to believe, like support for what you want to believe, oftentimes you'll find things that go against what you believe, but they make a lot of sense, right? Research is necessary. Now you put on TikTok, you got 100 people, an echo chamber saying exactly what you're thinking, and you really don't have a need to do any type of research. And that's the that's the age we're in.
Sure. So I don't necessarily disagree with some of that. I mean, I would say that every age brings with it like access to information in ways that we didn't have before, right? And, the printing press and, radio and then TV. I think was Vietnam the one that they called the TV war, or whatever, the
Yep. He's right.
first, where you had people that had like video footage of soldiers coming back wounded and stuff, and you had a lot of college kids protesting that. For Iraq, that might have been the first time we had like embedded units where we were getting like reports like on the ground and video footage and everything. And now we're seeing 4K drone high def footage of people blowing each other up in Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, Israel. I do agree the information is increasing.
I can't tell if he's buff or fat. That's like that's like the peak, in my opinion. This is like the peak dad bod, okay? I am not fat enough in order to fight this guy, but I know that maybe that's the wrong way to phrase it. I'm not as fat as this guy. I bet this dude is stupid strong. I bet he's built like a brick shack. I bet you could throw like half a dozen punches into his chin, and his neck and his skull and his clavicle are melted into a single entity. And so as a result, it's super hard to knock this guy out.
The one thing I guess I don't like, or that I'm confused about when it comes to college stuff, when I look at like kids who are 18 to 22, aren't you supposed to be like kind of stupid? Isn't that like the time of your life to be crazy? Because if I talk to some like 20-year-old kid and I was like, tell me about your political outlook, and he's like, well, I'm a strong supporter of institutions and fiscal responsibility. I'm like, God.
Damn, he's talking shit about me for real. Yeah. Listen, man, listen. I was raised by like giga conservatives. And of course, like I did crazy shit as a kid. Between like 15 and 25, I did a bunch of crazy shit. But at the same time, I think it's actually quite easy to, at least when you're a conservative and you love your parents and you know your parents love you, maybe you fight your parents about specific shit. Maybe you fight about whether or not you can drink, whether or not you should be able to hang out with women, whether or not you can, smoke weed or something like that. But I think that when you love your parents and your parents love you and they're giga conservative, it's hard not to have some of the lessons rub off onto you, I guess is the point I'm trying to make.
God damn, this is the most boring fucking household ever, right? Like, aren't I always like crazy? Isn't that normal?
Well, Kamala Harris said the same thing about college kids being stupid.
Thank you, Gen X. I appreciate that. Beef Supreme, or excuse me, Bud123 says Cotter has a dad bod. And I think Bud123 is one of the people who lifts consistently. So somebody who like lifts and in shape, I'm not going to be in shape according to a in shape person. But then Gen X says Hutch has a dad bod. Destiny even. Connor is fit. He has a hot dad bod, maybe. Thank you. What I like to think is I carry around an extra 10 or 20 pounds like I do. And I realistically should like discipline myself dietarily. I should do more cardio in order to cut that weight, but I just don't want to. I like food. And so it's not that big of a deal, but I do like lifting. And so I think the term that they use is skinny fat, where you never lift ever. And therefore you have skinny arms, but you still have like a beer belly pooch. And if I was to encourage anybody, if you're in my audience and you're skinny fat, fixing that is not very difficult at all. You don't need to change your diet. You don't need to change really much of anything. You just need to get weights that are, I'll give you the weight routine. If you're skinny fat, if you do not have muscle mass in your shoulders, pecs, back, arms, forearms, but you have a little bit of a beer belly, literally just DM me. I'll tell you the perfect weightlifting routine. You'll still have the beer belly, but you'll actually have muscle up top.
And look what happened to her. She didn't get elected, right? College kids are not stupid. They're in school for a reason. Stupid people sitting out on drugs, doing crime. They're stupid. College kids are in an age of where they're learning, and they're trying to grow into people who can like facilitate the continued prosperity of this country. Mm-hmm. The problem is we're not giving them a chance to learn through experience what older people like their parents already know.
What do you think is, so I do agree that college kids, for demographic reasons, and like if you're going to college, you're probably a little bit more intelligent. You go there to get more intelligent. Like I agree with that.
North, I mean, you say, I feel called out. Dude, it's not hard. I'll break it down for you super quick, okay? Today I'll do back and biceps. Everything that I do, you can do with dumbbells at your desk, okay? So you do for each body part, you do 3 sets of 10 repetitions. Repetitions are the amount of times that you do the exercise. Sets are the amount of, I guess, exercises you do. Well, hold on. There's the exercises you do. There's repetitions, which is the amount that you do the individual movement. And then there's sets, which are different movements. Okay. So as an example, for back and biceps, I'm going to do bent over rows, which is good for my upper back. I'm going to do mid rows, which is good for my mid back. And I'm going to do basically reverse sit-ups with weight, which is good for your lower back. Then for my biceps, I'm going to do regular curls, hammer curls, and reverse curls. And they're all curls, which means that you're still working out the same muscle group. And so you do 3 sets of 10. And when you hit 10, you go up in weight. So if you can do 3 sets of 10 and you're lifting 15-pound dumbbells, go up to 20. Once you hit, 3 sets of 10 at 20, go up to 25. Once you hit 3 sets of 10 for 25, go up to 30, so on and so forth. And I'm not going to waste the chat's time just by continuing to talk about working out. But the truth is that these workouts take maybe 30 minutes. There's 167 hours in the week. You can find 1 hour to 90 minutes per week to work out. You just can, especially if with its dumbbells and especially if it's sitting at your desk. So anyways, let this be motivation for you. Let's go.
Have you ever played like board games or whatever?
Have I ever played board games?
There's sometimes people are making like role playing games. They've got like intelligence and you got like wisdom.
Right.
Some people might call like street smarts or book smarts or whatever. However people are life experience, common sense versus knowing things. Like college kids can be smart, but oh my god, they must be fucking stupid, right? Like you'll see like a guy who's 22, graduating college, maybe 21 early, like drunk driving or making the dumbest decision ever for the first time, crashes his car, gets his girlfriend pregnant, whatever stuff. Because like man, their kids are dumb, they make dumb mistakes, they do that, it'll happen. There's no way, like part of the learning experience is making those mistakes and being crazy and being cringe, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, Mark Zuckerberg's not stupid. He was that age at one point, and he created $1 billion company.
He also has autism.
The more access you have to information, the less ignorant you are of what's going on. I could see the college kid, like Ferris Bueller's Day Off or something, like back in those days. Yeah, you kind of were expected to be a little bit dumb and gullible, but now people have information. They have answers to things at the touch of a button. I don't think they're as ignorant or as stupid as we would like them to be.
But I mean, like,
I think the Democrats banked on that, and it like blew up in their face. And I think that's one.
Weirdly enough, I agree with this guy. I think that Democrats are incredibly paternalistic towards their voting base, where they're like, "Oh, sweetie, honey, you're a crack addict. You're a heroin addict without a high school degree. We're not going to pass any policies that are actually going to help you, but we're the good guys. So just vote for us. We're the good guys." And to some degree, they're correct. They are the lesser of two evils, especially if you're a drug addict, especially if you're homeless, especially if you're an ethno-religious minority. They are typically the lesser of two evils. But what happens with that paternalism, where they don't actually care about, in my opinion, executing policies that genuinely help the downtrodden, people can kind of smell that bullshit, that you're going to come down to the hood and the working class. You're going to give a speech about how you're going to fight for the working man, but then you go back and you just party and eat caviar and drink white wine. People can smell that shit on you. And I think Democrats do have a reputation, probably an earned reputation, in my opinion. They have an earned reputation for being, you say champagne socialist. What about like a champagne social activist? I swear to God, there's plenty of Democratic champagne social activists.
The hypocritical aspects of the far left is that they expect everyone to be so dumb that they don't actually think, about the issues that they're expected to go vote on, and they just take somebody like Maxine Waters' word for somebody.
Patriarch says, you don't need a diet, you need to do fun cardio, you do and love tennis. The thing that I want to do? I want to do airsoft. So my boy's almost there. He's 8. probably around 10 to 12, I'm going to buy him airsoft guns, and I want to take him to airsoft ranges, and I want to run around with my boy and get into gunfights on an airsoft range. That sounds amazing.
Like Kamala Harris. Like, do you think, I don't think Kamala Harris is smarter than the average 21-year-old college student, honestly.
Bullshit. She's a fucking state attorney from California. I'm pretty sure she's probably top 10, top 20 college or university educated. I dislike Kamala Harris for a ton of reasons. I very much doubt that Kamala Harris is unintelligent.
I think
They can string a sentence together. She can't.
Kamala Harris, if she can't string a sentence together, I have no idea how much you're paying for Trump translations, because there's no way you can understand anything that guy's saying. But
True.
like, okay, but let me just back up one more time to this, and then we can move on to the next thing. Do you have any kids?
Yeah.
You ever
Do
have,
you?
yeah. You ever have somebody who doesn't have kids try to tell you how to be a parent?
Here's the real question.
Yeah.
Do they?
No. Well, most of them probably don't. But I'm just saying that, like, no matter how smart somebody is, every parent's had that experience where somebody who doesn't have kids is there telling them, what they do. And it's not about them being smart or stupid or whatever. It's just they don't have the experience, the lived experience,
why
right?
your premise is.
And I think Steven is fundamentally correct in this. So actually, can I do a drawing? Can I do a drawing, guys? Since we're having more of a chill day, instead of me like freaking out and being like performative and being like, this guy's an idiot, this guy sucks, he's so stupid, blah 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 blah. Can I do a drawing? So what I would say is a lot of people do not like to analogize human beings to computers, but I don't know why. Okay. And the reason why is because I think that I think computers they're thinking machines, right? I think most of us can agree that computers, while they might not be sentient, they do thinking components. And so you guys can correct me on what you think is more appropriate from an analogy standpoint. But my understanding of random access memory would be akin to intelligence. So, or maybe a processor. So processor, correct me if I'm wrong, is the part of the computer that actually like turns and burns information. So if you have a GPU, which I don't know what that stands for, general processing unit, something. But a processor is probably analogized to intelligence, where you are capable of processing incredibly complex information. And not only are you capable of processing it quickly, but you are capable of processing it correctly. And therefore, like, intelligence in my mind is analogistic to a processor, right? Like a high-end processor. Then what I would say is random access memory is probably something similar to processing power, processing speed, because random access memory it's like recall, I guess. Because random access memory is your ability, random access memory is the short-term memory of a computer. So when you're calling up a program, like let's say that I brought up Space Marine right now, let's say that I opened up Fusion, let's say that I opened up Blender or another software program. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think random access memory is what allows you to bring up those programs quickly and open them quickly. So I think a random access memory is similar to recall. Then I think that experience and long-term memory is similar to the hard drive. So experience / long-term memory, I think is similar to the hard drive. And then I'm trying to think of like another component of the computer that I give a shit about it, but I'll check in with chat and see if they have anything to add. But the reason why I'm okay with this analogy, I suppose. Let's say, hold on, I'm okay. I'm going to keep it the way that it is, and I'm going to let you guys suggest another thing if I want to fill in that block. But what this guy is basically saying is that hard drive, we have access to, hold on. This guy is saying, and I would say the internet / search engine, internet / search engine, I would say is like the capacity to learn. And so what this guy is saying is that if you have the internet and if you have a search engine and you have the capacity to, then you have the capacity to learn. So in our modern era, we have more access to better information than at any point in history. And so as a result, the world is smarter than it's ever been. But I think what Stephen is correctly pointing out is that having the internet and having a search engine and having the capacity to learn actually has very little to do with your intelligence, your ability to parse out complex information and be correct. It has very little to do with having experience or long-term memory, which is oftentimes necessary in order to make good decisions. And it's also not the same as having good recall or good random access memory, where when you need a piece of information, you have the capacity to access it within your own brain. And so I think that Stephen is just fundamentally correct. I think that he's already conceded that this is amazing, that the capacity to learn, having the internet, having search engines, having this ability in the modern era has exploded in the past like 30 or 40 years, and that's fucking amazing. But that does not mean that these three other categories have improved. Humans are still humans, and young people are still stupid. I kind of want to see if you guys have any... Not enough champagne campaigners. True. Deus Halcyon says only 29 likes. Come on, people. True. I don't know how many people have liked the stream, but like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. You guys know the drill. Silver says at least they pretend to care about the poors. Republicans just tell people to bootstrap it and I'll double your healthcare costs. I mean, yeah, unironically, Democrats are oftentimes the lesser of two evils. That does not mean that they are the best. I want to see if you guys come up with anything else, though. Let me close this for now. I'll let the guy talk, and then I'll be scanning chat to see if you guys have any analogies or if you disagree with my analogies.
Totally bad faith, because your audience is a bunch of people who don't deal with the everyday struggles that you and I deal with. So you can talk
that you and I deal with. Sorry, Stephen has said multiple times that he is a multimillionaire, largely divorced from the struggles of working class people.
You can talk to them. Listen, do you know how much I care about an illegal criminal alien immigrant when my daughter says, hey, Dad, I need $4,000 for volleyball?
Oh, thank you. Bob Smith corrected me. It's not the GPU, it's the CPU. I'm still going to leave processor because I think GPU and CPU, I think processor unit is still a part of the... processor unit, I'm pretty sure is a part of both acronyms, so I'm going to leave it up. But you're right. It's the CPU, not the GPU. Sorry for misspeaking.
Club volleyball.
Actually, I didn't misspeak. I was incorrect. I'm sorry for being incorrect.
I'm like, I don't care about that. This is my issue that I have to deal with today. And when they have kids and they have to deal with paying for daycare, feeding those kids, providing a place for those kids to live, they're going to care a lot less about some guy in El Salvador getting due process when he's a criminal and he should be deported immediately.
It depends on what your lived experience is, though, right?
No.
Like when I was growing up, okay, there were family members of mine that were criminal illegal immigrants because half of my family comes from Cuba. But now the difference is my mom loves the illegal immigrants from Cuba. She doesn't like the ones from South America or from Mexico.
Cubans traditionally hate illegals.
Well, once they're here, they do.
Of course, that's the way it's supposed to be.
I'm just saying, you can't say, you want to say Cubans hate illegals. They all wanted Elian Gonzalez to stay when he floated over.
He was legal.
No, he wasn't. They caught him they were illegally immigrants. Wait. They were immigrants.
I'm pretty sure we had the wet foot, dry foot policy at the time, which is effectively I don't know if we still have this. I think it was an executive order, but because Cuba is a communist country, if you were a Cuban and you land on American soil, I'm pretty sure your asylum is like instant approved. Now, whether or not we eliminated wet foot, dry foot policy, I don't know.
Getting illegally.
Okay. But did he touch the soil?
So do asylum seekers.
No. You're being disingenuous. There was a law where Cuban immigrants.
Yes, we had a wet foot, dry foot. I understand.
So let what's his name? Elian Gonzalez. Hey, let him stay. I want him to stay because that was the law of the land. So that's the difference.
But we're not talking about just what the no. We're not talking about just what the law is. I'm just saying that people can have different.
We're not talking about the laws.
We're not talking about just what the law is.
Oh, just what the law is.
No.
Well, that's what I live my life based on.
Well, we can change the laws, right?
You can, so go vote. Stop complaining.
We can do both. I have a First Amendment and the right to vote. But I'm just saying it's interesting to give so much credence to Cuban immigrants, but not to people from Mexico or South America.
Don't love them as much.
Why?
Because the Cubans believe what I believe, and they
So do a
understand
lot of
what I
Mexican
understand.
immigrants and everything too.
And I love those Mexican legal citizens.
Sure,
But as far as the illegal immigrants, ship them back.
Sure. Okay, that's a perspective.
This is a very simple thing to understand.
Well, it's not as simple. It's a complicated conversation,
It's
right?
really not.
If it was so simple, then Trump wouldn't have failed miserably for his first 4 years, and we wouldn't go these 4 years without him also failing miserably.
Trump
By the end of
won-
these 4 years, Trump will not have any immigration legislation, number one, and he won't deport more than 1 million or 2 million people, number two. I guarantee you by the end of these 4 years.
That's totally fine. So why are you guys using that as a political talking point? If
Well,
Trump
I'm not.
has-
You wanted to bring it to
what
legal
you're-
immigration, so that's what we're
what
talking
you're
about.
actually afraid of is that what's going to happen is the same thing that happened with Kamala Harris during the campaign. Trump came up with a good
Okay, so looks like I caught up with chat, and it looks like I did have to make a correction based off of what you guys said. So I said GPU, but I was corrected to CPU. So the processor we still kind of agree is intelligence. But then with intelligence, what you guys said was intelligence was a combination of the processor, the RAM, and the hard drive, which like I'll accept, but we're just going for analogy for simplistic. We're trying to make it simplistic, right? So the CPU would be the processor, the computer processor unit or whatever. That I'm going to leave mostly as intelligence. Random access memory is recall. Hard drive experience / long-term memory. Internet search engine is the capacity to learn and new information. And then GPU, one of you guys said it. I think AF Racing said it and a few other people said it. The GPU would be like imagination because it's the ability, the graphics processor unit is the ability to create complex artificial structures within your mind would be imagination. Whereas within a computer, obviously, the graphics processing unit is generating these images in a complex way. So, yeah, I like that. So I'm going to save this as human brain analogized to computer. And then what I would say with this guy, too, you know, I'm guilty of what this guy's guilty of, where I do have preferential treatment of immigrants. My number one preference is you want to be a part of the country. My wife's USB port. Dang, Hoach. Dang, getting a little spicy with it. But what I was going to say is I'm guilty of what this guy's talking about, where I have preference for immigrants. So I think that most Hispanics that I've met are incredibly hardworking, decent people who want to take care of their families and their communities. And so as a result, I do have a preference for Hispanics. And then when it comes to like the criminal cartels or whatever, when it comes to like the tatted up, chopping people up, putting them in barrels, I don't care if those people end up in Saqqat. I really don't. But I think that we could fight a counterinsurgent warfare to separate the Hispanic civilians who are hardworking, decent people who care about their families versus the hardcore, murderous, torturous drug cartels. I think we can do that. Then I think I prefer after that, probably like Asian and Indian. Strap-on is a USB adapter. Oh, you guys are crazy. You're throwing off my train of thought. Then after that, it's Asians and Indians, but that's because we disproportionately get intelligent Asians and Indians, right? Then it's like maybe Africans, because like there's some wildly intelligent African immigrants because they're the richest people from Africa who are immigrating to the United States. And then after that, it would be like Middle Eastern and North African folk, right? And it's not that I haven't met beautiful Middle Eastern and North African folk. It's not that I don't have awesome Muslim friends. I genuinely do. I love Gassim. I love a few other people that I've met. Ali seems like a good dude. But I think that there's this underlying tension of jihadism and Islamism that just puts us at political odds, where even Muslim civilians who might be hostile to jihadists, because of their religion, they're not totally hostile to some level of theocracy or some level of religious influence in public and political life. And I do find that to be a conflict with the secular Western world. So it's not that like I hate people from the Middle East and North Africa. It's that I'm wary and I'm scared of our contradictory political projects. And then Patriarch says, didn't even mention Eastern Europe. I hate to say it. I'm so racist. This is how racist I am. I pretty much instantly accept anybody from Eastern or Western Europe. Like Eastern or Western Europe, I consider a part of, not only do I consider it a part of the Western world, I don't know why we would ever not accept a Eastern European, a Western European, an Australian, a member of the Commonwealth. I don't know why we would never accept a member of these countries unless they were just known criminals. That's how compatible I view Europeans and Commonwealthers. I think they're just completely compatible with the American project. So no more French. Well, we don't really have that many French, to be honest. They're in Louisiana and they're in French Canada. So I know we like to shit on the French, but there's really not that many French people. Anyways, back to it.
Good idea that gained a lot of traction when it came to getting votes, and Kamala Harris jumped on it. No tax on tips. You're afraid that the Democrats will adopt Trump's policies because they are the policies that resonate with voters. So you have to take the college kids, the people with no real responsibility yet. I'm not trying to devalue you guys' experience. I'm just telling you, have you ever looked at a freaking mortgage that was like $5,000? Have you ever? Most people have not at this stage in their life.
Yeah, but people aren't voting all the time on wisdom. I saw Republicans celebrating the fact that they...
All right, real quick. Kay says, kids are just hands down smarter today. I have teens and little kids. My 6-year-old knows far more than I did at 6. It's not even close. But what I would say, update later. Let me exit that. What I would say though, Kay, you are half of the genetic blueprint of your children. So it is not that your kids are necessarily more intelligent than you. You're half of it. So maybe your partner, I don't know, or husband or ex-husband, I don't know who you're dating or married to, but maybe they were wildly intelligent and you're not as intelligent. I don't know. You could break down the intelligence in your family, but I would still say that since you're half of the genetic component for how that person came out, what your kid has is they have access to the internet and the search engines. So their capacity to learn compared to the 80s or 90s, again, I don't know exactly when you grew up, but the internet was just barely a thing when I was like 13 years old, right? It was like dial-up, maybe a little bit younger than that, like 9 or 10. So when I was 9 or 10, the internet was in a very primitive state. So I had the ability to learn, but the search engines were very rudimentary at that time. It was like Ask Jeeves, Ask Jeeves and Yahoo were viable search engines at the time. So researching stuff, the only time that you would really use the internet is you would use the internet for like homework. That's the only time I ever used the internet, was to research for homework. But your capacity for random access memory and recall and your hard drive is much bigger than your 6-year-olds. But when you were 6, your hard drive did not expand as quickly as your 6-year-olds because your 6-year-old has a larger capacity to learn. So their hard drive is being built up with more information more quickly. That doesn't mean that you don't have similar processors. That doesn't mean that you don't have similar RAM. That doesn't mean that you don't have similar GPUs. It just means that their hard drive is getting filled up faster and their capacity to learn is increased through the internet. So I actually don't think that you and your kid are really that different besides those two variables.
We're going to have a tax deduction on the interest rate that you pay on a car loan.
I saw you
None of
guys
these people have
celebrate-
any idea what this even means, but they were celebrating it. So the idea that people have some nuanced understanding of tax brackets.
Republicans celebrate a tax on car loan. I saw you guys celebrate some dude getting shot in the neck and make a joke.
I saw you dudes doing it. Now, if Steven hadn't celebrated all that stuff or made fun of that stuff, he would have a moral leg to stand on. He doesn't, though, because, Charlie Kirk was still in the hospital and Steven was making Wikipedia update jokes. So, Jesus.
And laugh about it.
What?
Which one is worse?
I would say the one that's worse is the president tweeting videos of Venezuelans getting blown up in the ocean. Wait, do you acknowledge that if celebrating the Charlie Kirk thing is bad, the Venezuelan thing is real bad?
The Venezuelan issue, why is that bad for me as an American?
Wait, do you not care when other people are killed?
Do you know that people in other countries don't give a damn about what happens to you in America?
I don't
Have you
care.
been
This
around
is
the world,
our
Destiny?
government. Yes, I have. This is our government blowing up other people. Why am I not allowed to care about that?
But you care about the government and what they do when it's something you don't like. But when when the leadership of the government is duly elected, you go and you tear at the validity of it as if you don't respect the government. So why care about what they're doing?
Yeah, that's like one of the dumbest sentences ever uttered, but that's okay. My bar for this guy is not very high.
If Biden was also
overthrow it.
No,
with the
if Biden,
like
if
James
Biden, yeah,
said.
I know you guys tried that and failed once. If
I know.
Biden was doing this, if
We
Biden
failed.
was doing it, I would criticize Biden as well. I know it's inconceivable to MAGA sometimes. You could hold your own accountable because you guys are incapable of doing it. But when Biden does bad things, I'll criticize Biden for doing bad
Can
things.
you answer one question for me?
Sure.
Who's sitting in the White House?
Right now, probably Stephen Miller.
So
What do you mean?
See, I'm not that clever. I would know that this guy was pointing at Trump and I'd be like, Donald Trump. And then therefore I wouldn't have that like funny zinger or whatever. But Steven's clever enough that he got the zinger in.
going. So clearly we didn't fail. We were pissed off. We went down.
Wait, what is this? The conversation is not about who won the election.
Why
You guys
not?
are the ones that don't believe election results. I do believe the election results.
Your whole existence is about who won the election. This whole event is about
No,
who won the election.
we're having a conversation about policy and leadership right now, right?
We are, because I said the hypocrisy, and you're showing the hypocrisy.
What is the
price of-
hypocrisy?
Look, you have a kid, I have a kid. What's the price of eggs right now?
I don't know. I'm rich.
That's something that Yes. So
Dang, hold on. What was that?
because I said the hypocrisy, and you're showing the hypocrisy.
What is
What's
the
price of-
hypocrisy?
Look, you have a kid, I have a kid. What's the price of eggs right now?
I don't know. I'm rich.
That's something that Yes. So give me some money. If
You know
you're-
what I do know is that the price of groceries as a whole has gone up over the last year, and no conservatives talking about it. Explain that one for
Hey,
me.
you know, I've been tracking that.
Okay.
We're living in inflationary times. If they
Oh,
could
now
take
they're just
it under
inflationary
Biden-
times.
Listen,
It's interesting that from 2020 to 2024, it was Biden's inflation. From 2024 to
Xena says the American hatred for the French is so funny. They literally helped you win the war for independence. Yeah, but that was back when they were like a competent military power. And Zenith, you have to understand the narrative of France in the 20th century, at least from an American perspective, is that they half-assed fought World War I, which is why half of their country was taken, and then their lackadaisicalness sucked in the rest of Europe, and as a result, millions of people died. So the French were, this might be rude to the French, but their inability to defeat the Prussians, their inability to defeat the Germans was, what caused all the horrible death in World War I. And then for World War II, it seemed like they were so sick of war from World War I that the Germans invaded and they just threw their hands up and they were like, yeah, you can have our Jews. Now, that's not fair to French partisans. That's not fair to the French people who actually fought back and took their country back from Nazis aligned with Allied forces. But at the same time, like, if there was a strong French military that had simply repulsed the German military in World War II would have been a lot shorter. So you can have, there's a quote from the famous hip hop artist Outkast, okay, made up of two hot hip hop artists, Big Boy and Andre 3000. I think it's Big Boy. Somebody correct me if it's not Big Boy, but it's from Andre 3000, and it's from a song that I love. I forget which one it is, but it's baby boy, you're only as fancy as your last cut. You focused on the past, you will be a has-but. Now, kind of a silly lyric, but what it's pointing to is that people only care about the last thing you did. And the last thing that France did in like that had massive geopolitical impact was lose World War II. So, sorry, baby boy, you're only as fancy as your last cut.
now, it just is a thing that happens.
It's directly connected to Biden's horrible management of the government, and Trump's going to fix it. Let me say
What was the big thing? Wait, what do you think was the number one thing that contributed to inflation through Biden's presidency?
I believe that, well, one thing was killing a bunch of chickens due to some mysterious.
Kay's a savage. My husband is dumb as shit. Dang, bro. That's crazy. Sorry, quick shill time. We did have a few people donate, but like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chats, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them.
That was
strike
Biden's
one.
reason.
Try
That
something
was
else. Try something else. What did anything else happen?
Is that not?
Did anything else happen?
Wait, before
Yeah.
we go forward, is that not the reason that Biden said the price of eggs went up because they had to kill a bunch of chickens?
At one point in time, it might have been, but that's not what we're talking about. For the majority of his presidency, especially in the beginning, and then 2022 onwards, where were these big inflation hikes coming from? Were there two huge events that happened?
What I believe was.
Do we not know?
No. Let me tell you. This is what my research that I did, because I'll be honest with you, I
Okay.
wasn't deep diving into this because I was working to feed my family.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Tristan Clark for $2 says last $2 I can spare for a mind map request. Scroll. Wait, so you already said it? Tristan Clark? Tristan Clark, can you tell me what mind map you want? Because I'm looking, and we do have like 150 people cross-platform right now. So I'm not seeing Tristan Clark with a specific mind map request. So please type it again in chat. I'll keep my eye out for it.
But I believe the price of energy increased exponentially.
Okay.
And that creates it has a cascade effect. It raises the price of everything. Everything has to be shipped. If you raise the price of energy, then everything that has to be shipped, the price will go up.
Okay. I'm about to do a magic
Here we
trick.
go. Here
Ready?
we go. Create a mind map linking Trump admin actions and rhetoric to modern authoritarian tactics used to criminalize opposition parties, showing how these behaviors risk normalizing arrests or bans. Yeah, sure. Let me start painting that in the background. I'll try to see. I need to write down the Trump admin's rhetoric and actions. I'll try to make it like related to the Constitution of the United States. So give me a second to draw that while we're still listening.
We know you
About to do a magic trick. Ready?
Make that disappear. for
So
all these
I'm
people.
curious. Why was the last year of Trump's presidency so horrible for the economy?
COVID. It was.
Okay. So the whole world economy is shut down.
Mm-hmm.
The government is having to keep things running in every country. Why can we blame COVID for Donald Trump's last year on COVID, but we can't also recognize the worldwide inflation that happened? Did Biden cause inflation in all the other countries too?
Biden caused inflation in America by locking everything down, bringing the American economy basically to a standstill. We should have kept doing. Let me tell you this: during COVID, right? I still could fly from America to Africa. I did it 4 times during COVID. KLM was still flying in, the airports were still moving, everybody's going everywhere. I could still walk into Costco, Ralph's, and Stater Brothers, but I couldn't go into a mom and pop store to buy something because they had to shut down due to COVID. I couldn't go to a restaurant, a small restaurant, while Gavin Newsom's restaurant, the French Laundry, stayed open. The small business is the engine of America. When you shut them down, you shut the economy down. Corporations don't employ more people than small businesses. So I like your question. I think it was asked in bad faith, but that's how Biden
I don't think my question was asked in bad faith. I'll also remark that it was interesting that you mentioned having to work through COVID to pay for your family, and the cost of eggs is important to you.
Oh, yeah.
But you know the name of an international airline, and you flew to Africa 4 times during COVID. I don't know where.
Work hard.
Working hard, yeah, okay. But I'm just saying that everybody around the world was figuring out how to deal with COVID. There were a lot of shutdowns. There was a lot of worldwide there was a lot of inflation everywhere. It's just strange that, when I'm asking, like, well, why for Biden? What happened in the United States? Well, it was like the after effects of COVID was happening, right?
Biden came in immediately, signed a bunch of executive orders that halted our economy. And then
Things were already shutting down under Trump.
No, what? What was shutting down under Trump?
Everything.
No, don't say everything. Tell me what was
Schools, businesses. I lived in California. Did you live here? Did you live in California?
Yes, I do. Schools are not business.
When COVID started, everything was shut down. I drove up and down the 5. I could go 10 miles in 10 minutes for the first time in my life in this
Destiny?
state. Who remembers this? Everything was shut down.
Destiny?
Hold on. I
You're
remember the
doing the
lines
Destiny
outside the
thing.
grocery store. I lived in Culver City. I remember the lines outside the grocery stores where everybody had to line up to get groceries. That was all of that under
Do
Trump.
you know why they had to line up?
Because Biden did it from the future? Was it the T-1000?
Because the small... No. That's because people were going in...
Under Trump.
No, but you know what was happening. People were fighting over
If
groceries.
Trump didn't shut down the economy, then why did COVID hurt his economy at all?
Okay, look, like I said, the whole... you asked me a question. Can I ask you a question?
You haven't answered any of my questions.
I really did.
Can we acknowledge that
I explained the thing about
all the
small
shutdowns
businesses.
and all that stuff happened? That was under Donald Trump.
No, that was not. I don't know.
He was the president in 2020.
What did Trump shut down? Please tell me.
All the
What
states
order?
that shut down.
The states are sovereign. So
Then why does Biden get blamed for
Wait a minute.
anything?
Can I finish?
Sorry, go ahead.
Can I finish?
You can finish.
Okay. The blue states shut down, draconian lockdowns. The red states, most of them did not. So that's the sovereignty of the state. But when Biden came into office, Biden was putting the pressure on the states to shut down. He was putting the pressure on the businesses of the states to lock down. So when the president says something, that gives validity to the illegal things that the states are doing. If Gavin Newsom is doing illegal shutdowns, if the president says, yeah, you should shut down, now it's easier for them to do because people look at
Then why didn't Donald Trump just tell all the states to open up?
He did.
No,
he was
didn't.
telling.
No.
He was encouraging them.
No, he wasn't. The United States declared a global. This was one of Trump's biggest. I know we forget because we like to wipe the past. Donald Trump's biggest accomplishments was him shutting down flights from China and recommending people, take precautionary measures. Everybody blamed Cuomo in New York for murdering all the old people by sending grandma to an old person's home or whatever.
But didn't the Democrats argue that Trump didn't shut down flights in time? That's how COVID got into America.
Sure, because you could argue that you could have made it earlier. Hold on, no, wait. I'm not. You're talking about what the Democrats said. I'm talking about factually what happened.
I'm bringing up what. Listen, I'm
just talking about what happened.
I was in Frankfurt Airport when Donald Trump shut down all flights coming from Europe into the United States. And I watched as airlines flew people into Canada and they went around Trump's rule.
Okay, so if Donald Trump was shutting down flights, wouldn't you say that counts as pressure to shut down the economy?
Because the Democrats were they were on one side. Okay, so on one hand, you want the flight shut down.
We're not talking about what I want. I'm just talking about what happened.
No, I'm talking about the hive mind.
You're talking about anything but what would give Trump accountability for anything.
You guys all think the same, so I'm just addressing you as general.
You said we all think the same. I literally predicted like 2 of your answers so far.
Yeah. Should Trump have shut it down or should Trump have left it open?
I don't know what Trump necessarily should have done.
That's why
Let me finish. Can I finish my? I let you finish.
I don't know.
I don't know what the answer should have been, but I know what the process should have looked like.
What would you have done?
The process should have been him conferring with the National Institute of Health and the CDC, and him conferring with the state governments to put together some kind of comprehensive guidelines for the whole country, instead of hanging out Fauci to dry, watching the CDC and the NIH issue some kind of guidelines, and then whenever anything didn't go perfectly as planned, him lobbing grenades from the side like a loser, blaming everybody else for all of his problems.
We're not going to disrespect the president. We all watched the video. Of Anthony Fauci saying, "Oh, COVID-19 is not a big deal. You get a little flu, you might have a little cough, sneeze, whatever."
That was Trump. Donald Trump.
There is a video. I watched it with my own eyes. Fauci dismissed COVID as a very minor thing. Later on, and Trump went with Fauci's advice. Then when they start saying, then all of a sudden everyone's like, "Oh, he should have shut this down and shut that down." I saw the trick. I saw how they went from saying it wasn't a big thing to worry about, and then all of a sudden it was the worst thing ever. But what I'm telling you is the arguments are in bad faith. Everything in this movement is built on inclusivity, equity, and justice, all this crap, right? But my thing is this: if we want inclusive, like, would you guys agree you want inclusivity and equity and all that? You guys don't want that.
Not anymore.
Do you guys want? I'm asking this question. I'm asking this question sincerely. This isn't good. Do they believe in that? Do you guys believe that? Inclusivity, equity?
The problem is this conversation has pivoted to a DEI question after your president killed like a million plus Americans, by telling them not to get vaccinated because nobody had any idea what was going on in this country, what was going on with our health, what was going on with anything because of all the lies and misinformation and crazy stuff that was being put out.
So you don't know what Trump should have done, but you criticize what he did. And what I do, because this is how my parents raised me, I put myself in that person's shoes.
I told you what the process should have looked like. I don't know what the correct answer was.
I'm asking you, what would you have done?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
You bring your cabinet, your leaders together, you make a conference plan, you get all the governors on board with it, and then you have a unified plan from top to bottom for how you want to approach the country shutdown.
How do you do that when you have a two-party system where one side is vehemently opposed to working with you on anything? And I'm not saying...
Hold on, wait, excuse me. First of all, Donald Trump billed himself as the negotiator.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, you want to talk about a party that was opposed to everything. Seems like Biden had no problem bringing Republicans in to work on his legislation. When McConnell was the leader of the Senate, he said that he was going to make Obama a one-term president and shut down every piece of legislation that came across his desk.
Right.
So who's working with who here?
I think that there's room for bipartisanship. I do not believe that the Democrats were working in good faith with Trump because they were not happy that an outsider actually achieved the office of president like Trump did. They literally blocked Trump on so many different things. They basically were doing the same thing to Trump that you said was being done to Biden.
I don't even want to know what you're implying.
Okay, yeah.
So
this is the thing.
What I'm saying, first of all, Trump is not an outsider also. So Wharton graduate, billionaire guy, real estate investor.
He wasn't a politician.
So, I mean, I don't know, Reagan initially wasn't a politician. What do you mean? Arnold Schwarzenegger was an actor. He made
some of the best. The best were all outsiders.
When I see a guy who's being an asshole, I think people probably don't like him because he's an asshole.
What does being an asshole have to do with anything?
With whether or not people like you?
Are you not going to go to work because your boss is an asshole?
There's a lot of people that quit their job because they hate their boss. Yeah, what do you mean?
Those people are idiots. But what I'm telling you is, This is more like the lane that I argue in. Reality. You're arguing feelings, subjective crap that doesn't mean anything. Objectivity. If I want to argue something, objective. This is about inclusivity, equity, all that stuff.
Okay, if you want to argue,
why did you guys have to pay? If it's all about inclusivity and equity, we could have did this in the park with an iPhone.
if you want to talk about
You
facts,
should donate your
if
money
you
to
wanna
their
talk-
colleges,
If
like
you want to
scholarship.
talk, if you want to talk,
I think you should donate the
if you want to
proceeds
talk,
of this event to
right now
their
I'm donating
education.
my money and my taxes so we can pay for a Venezuelan bailout.
Will
That's
you-
what we're doing right now. Or
listen,
Argentinian bailout.
listen,
I don't even know who we're bailing out
Listen,
right now. Okay.
you would like what?
All right. So I'm going to pull this up while I'm finishing it. This guy's kind of stupid, but, you know, hey, guess what? Stupid people make for spicy debates sometimes. And then finally, there was one other egregious one. Declaring Antifa I think they're trying to make them international terrorist organization and going after funding / RICO. Okay. So let's talk about this because I think Tristan create a mind map linking Trump admin actions and rhetoric to modern authoritarian tactics used to criminalize opposition parties, showing how these behaviors risk normalizing arrests and or bans against Democrats and left groups, and then explain how this won't happen. Okay. So all of Donald Trump's sins, this is not a comprehensive list of Donald Trump's sins. This is like a very hot, like surface level analysis of his sins. But I kind of did this in constitutional order as best I could. The FCC chair threatening Jimmy Kimmel specifically, but also Donald Trump declaring the press the enemy of the people and fake news media, and then threatening to sue, but then also suing broadcasters. I would say that's like his violation of the intent of freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. However, the way that I think that this is not going to necessarily be used for dictatorial control is he has not succeeded in this. Okay. Fox News so far is the broadcaster who has paid a nearly $1 billion fine for lying about the election. The other broadcasters had paid multi-million-dollar settlements, meaning that they effectively told Trump to fuck off. Here's a few $1 million for fucking off. They have not paid like court-ordered sanctions. So I think the First Amendment, while it's been under threat by MAGA and while it's been under threat by Donald Trump, I still think it's pretty alive and well. I can go on to Twitter right now and I can basically call the president a pedophile. I can call him a douchebag. I can call him a murderous piece of shit. I can call him incompetent. I can call him R-slurred. The only thing that I can't call him is the F slur, but that's not because of the federal government. That's because of Twitter's terms of service. So I actually have like a pretty robust sense of free speech, as do all of you. So anyone can really criticize the government for anything going on right now. And I don't think that's going away anytime soon. In reference to self-defense, Trump famously said, take the guns first, due process second, trying to reinforce red flag laws, which we could talk about that later. I have a very nuanced opinion on red flag laws. The bump stock ban, and taking guns from trans people due to mental illness. Now, the interesting thing is, even with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, since the assassin themselves wasn't trans, this talking point has kind of died in reference to other stuff, but I would still see those as potential violations of the Second Amendment, and it would be similar to dictatorial authoritarian control because you're trying to limit firearms access to civilians and limit firearms access to your opponents. For due process, I would say harassing and deporting citizens like the kids of aliens who have serious health conditions who aren't able to get back into the country because their parents are being deported. Detaining aliens, deporting them without due process in reference to Andre Hernandez Romero and Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Those would be two examples of the Trump administration deporting people without due process that results in cruel and unusual punishment, which is the next bracket, which is Secot, the El Salvador Guantanamo Bay, where Andre Hernandez Romero allegedly and Kilmar Abrego Garcia were both tortured, and then Andre Hernandez Romero likely suffered sodomy. And I'm sure that there's all sorts of horrific prison-related sex crimes happening in Secot. Now, equality under the law, violation of due process of Hispanic citizens and non-citizens. The good news here is that there's actually a citizen who was detained twice by ICE despite being a citizen, and he's suing the federal government for a violation of his civil rights. And I actually expect more people to join that suit, and I expect the federal government to have to pay millions of dollars for violating the civil rights of people. Now, for the peaceful transfer of power, he's attempted to violate the 12th and 22nd Amendment, the false elector scheme, and trying to run for a third term. Steve Bannon's mentioned that a few times. Trump's mentioned that a few times. People have joked about it. They've memed about it. Donald Trump himself and JD Vance have memed about it, joked about it. But nobody thinks it's a joke because he actually did try to violate the peaceful transfer of power in 2020. I could get into the details of the false elector scheme, but that's a violation of the peaceful transfer of power. And then for military and law enforcement violations, I would say deploying federalized National Guard troops to American cities, deploying the Marines to LA, creating ICE as a personal federal law enforcement organization, one of the biggest law enforcement organizations in the country, the mass deportation operations that have violated due process, drone striking Caribbean boats without due process, and declaring Tren Aragua an international terrorist organization via the Aliens and Sedition. Is it the Alien and Seditions Act that allowed Tren Aragua be categorized as a terror org? And then declaring Antifa an international terror org and going after their funding in RICO. I would say that these are the authoritarian moves of Donald Trump within this category. However, I don't think this is going to be enough to ban the Democrats. A third of the country votes Democrat. A third of the country votes Republican. A third of the country is independent. Plenty of independents and non-politically motivated people. They see what's going on and they know it's fucked up. Hopefully, there's a few Republicans who see what's going on and it is fucked up, even though many of them are just bowing down and letting Trump do whatever he wants to do. They're effectively political cuckolds. Okay? So the Republican Party right now is filled with political cuckolds. But the Democrats are actually quite passionate about all of these topics, and they're highlighting all these topics. So this is what I tried to draw for you for documenting the Trump admin's action and rhetoric to modern authoritarian tactics used to criminalize opposition parties. I would say that if we were a tin pot dictatorship, if we were a banana republic, if we had a history of dictators in America just doing whatever they wanted to do, then I would view this as the fuel to the fire to declaring the Democrats an illegal party. Like, because what Trump could do is he could just say, oh, Antifa is actually the armed wing of the Democratic Party. I see this rhetoric said on social media all the time. Antifa is just the armed wing of the Democratic Party. So since they're effectively a terrorist organization, the Democratic Party is now illegal. The Democratic Party is banned. That could happen in South and Central America. I don't think that's possible here. I think there would be too many people of good faith and good conscience and goodwill that even amongst the Republicans, that would probably wake them up. So Trump's authoritarian moves banning Democrats. So I'm not sure if that's exactly what you were looking for, but that was my earnest attempt to honor your super chat. So speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here.
So that's what I'm doing right now, and I'm subsidizing all of the meth head measles affected red states right now. That's where my tax money is going. Okay, I don't have any extra money right now to donate. Okay, what?
May I please make one statement?
Go ahead.
And I'll get off stage.
No, wait, hold on, wait. I have more questions. Why, if you want to talk about facts over feelings, why is it that when we ask about Trump's leadership through COVID, we have a million excuses for?
I don't have any excuses.
So he failed.
I'm not going to say he failed. I think he dealt with. No, listen. How can someone who admitted that they don't know what they would have done and they don't know what he should have done?
I wasn't the president.
That's the point. It is something that has. This is something that in our lifetime has never occurred.
Yeah, these are the Democrat arguments for why people were shutting down and people didn't know how long the economy should stay closed for and what the stimulus should look like.
Anybody can
Did Trump make any mistakes during COVID?
Look.
Did Trump make a single mistake during COVID?
Let me think.
I love that question because he has to balance his loyalty to the truth against his loyalty to Trump. That's an excellent debate question. Just double checking 12:30 EST. So we still got about 90 minutes before I'm talking to Jung.
Did January 6th happen during COVID?
Maybe, yeah.
He should have never conceded the election. He should have just freaking kept. That was his only mistake.
What a piece of shit.
That was his only mistake. Now can I ask my question?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. All I'm saying is, will you, since we're all about flowers and equality and everybody get free stuff, people will argue for illegal criminal alien migrants to, right? You want to give my taxpayer dollars to them. Will you give the proceeds from this event to these kids for whatever they want, just to make their life a little bit more equal to
No, it's a private event. Shut up.
yours and mine, since we're doing so well?
I've never advocated for that. What are
I'm
you
just
talking
asking.
about? Well, there's no advocation for this.
So you don't want equity and economic equity?
Do you support
No, he's not a leftist. Destiny should actually just say, no, I'm not a leftist. I'm a liberal. I love capitalism.
Chicago police fighting back against ICE?
No.
Okay, so then you don't believe in the Second Amendment or the state's rights to have a militia?
No, that's not a militia.
That's
though.
literally
That's
what the
not a
militia is.
militia.
The whole reason the Second Amendment
Are you
exists was for
really-
the states to protect themselves from a tyrannical government.
Are you really going to try to conflate a paramilitary group, which is
The
police?
Chicago police
Militias are a paramilitary group. Also, law enforcement are arguably paramilitary groups.
The police department.
is paramilitary, but the guys coming from the Black Hawk choppers with the masks who are
Dude, these guys have tanks. There are police departments with tanks. No, there's not.
Paramilitaries have tanks. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with
There are
anything?
police departments with tanks.
Well, so yeah, they get it from the military.
That makes them paramilitary. What I'm telling you is this. That is not a militia. The law enforcement's job is to uphold and defend the Constitution. That's what their job is.
Crawling Chaos says, and yet the French Foreign Legion is feared all over the world these days. Yeah, that's because the French Foreign Legion is unironically filled with like some of the most psychopathic dudes on the planet. Yeah, of course. And also, not just French Foreign Legion, but French infantry, French light infantry fight in West Africa all the time. So it's not whether or not France is capable of being militaristic. It's that they lost a lot of world respect and reputation in World War I, in World War II. It's not whether or not they're capable, but they should. If France and Germany became military powerhouses that no longer needed the United States in order to fully support NATO, I would welcome that development.
Enforce their
When
state
they're
laws.
fighting against
to
the
enforce
federal-
their state
when they're-
laws.
no, when they're
no?
fight- listen,
State sovereignty doesn't matter
when
now
they're-
to conservatives?
You're conflating two different
I'm not
things.
conflating anything.
You kind of just going off of an emotional thing.
I'm
That's
not going
okay.
off an emotional. I'm going
You
off a
really
legal
are.
thing. You're going off of emotions. You think
The-
cops are there to
the
make you
go-
feel
the
good.
federal
State
government-
police are there
the
for state
federal-
laws. Local police are for local laws. The federal government are
The
for federal laws.
government trumps, no pun intended, any local law enforcement.
If they trump any local
Is
law
that
enforcement, well, you tell me. Why did Trump allow half the country to close then under COVID?
Huh?
Why
You're
did Trump
moving
allow
the
half the?
goalposts, Destiny.
I'm not moving the
doing-
Gen X for 10 says, I don't know what Tristan means, but I support his request. Well, I did it, I think.
But the president has that much control over everything.
I'm not
Then
doing
why
that
did
with
Trump
you.
allow half the country to close under COVID?
Someone may want to do that with you, but I'm not doing it. Are we talking about the police departments committing treason against the federal
They're not
government?
committing to. They have no
That's
obligation.
exactly what they're
They
doing.
don't have
took-
obligation to enforce
They
federal
took
law.
an oath to defend the Constitution
There's-
and the
it's-
citizens under their care.
The police force is there to enforce the laws that they have jurisdiction
Right.
over.
But
Not federal laws.
But the police forces are abandoning their responsibility, like
not
in
abandoning-
Portland.
they don't have an
Come
obligation
on,
to do
man.
that.
When you call the police in Portland, they don't show up for 3 hours. Someone got knocked unconscious the other day in Portland. The ICE
Dude, this is one of the things where you know you're talking to a stupid person, man. So, listen, apparently anecdotes are powerful. Apparently I'm not that good of a rhetorician because I dismiss anecdotes and I probably don't use sufficient anecdotes. But one of the ways that I often find like the weakest rhetoricians is when they constantly appeal to anecdote. You can use an anecdote, in my opinion, correctly in order to demonstrate the details of a broad social experience. That's the way that I think like anecdotes should be used. I also think that anecdotes can be used to explain like a significant statistical phenomena. However, if every single time you are arguing a broad statistical policy, a broad policy, you use anecdotes in order to support your systemic analysis, I think you're either a liar or you're stupid.
agents had to come get that guy off the street and bring him in for medical
Yeah, there was
care.
a lady that got shot and killed by the feds in the Capitol building
Those
on
things happen.
January 6th when Trump refused to send anybody there.
She shouldn't have been trying to break into Congress.
Sure, but Trump also probably shouldn't have told him how to go there, right?
Hey, he did tell him to go peacefully.
No, he said they would be marching because they also
patriotically.
don't fight like hell, or they're going to lose their country. And that's what they went and did.
Hey, I saw you lose this argument on
I
Jubilee.
didn't lose
don't
this
wanna
argument. I won it
rehash this
completely.
out
It's
again,
completely
like,
100%. I know
listen,
every part of that argument.
Trump
Trust
said
me.
peacefully and patriotically.
Trump said fight like hell or you'll lose your country. If he said peacefully and patriotically, how do so many people misunderstand him?
So anytime you, so
Is he a bad communicator too?
listen, I heard Hillary Clinton say, "I'm a fighter." Kamala Harris said, "I'm a fighter." Neither one of these women have ever.
How many people do you see
have
fighting
ever
in the
thrown a
street
punch.
with Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris banners?
Dude, I saw a kook on the freeway earlier. Biden Harris and Harris Walls on the freaking bumper sticker with all these other cat stickers.
These are car driving.
These are. How did they get?
This is
a
like the
license?
conservative machine
How
right
did they
here.
get a
This is your
license?
problem.
Yes.
It's the bumper stickers.
Yes,
That's what's
yes.
driving you crazy.
I'm just listen, Destiny.
Yeah, Tristan Clark. That's what I was trying to demonstrate via my drawing all the authoritarian abuses of the Trump administration. I just don't think it's likely or possible for the Trump admin to declare Antifa the armed wing of the Democratic Party and then the Democratic Party to be straight up outlawed or banned. We've had, I don't know, maybe 100 years, maybe 150 years of a political binary where you've had caucuses, like you've had you had miniature wings inside a binary party system. If you were trying to ban the the two-party system within the United States, I don't think a single fucking person would stand for that. I really don't. Like Nancy Pelosi said, in order for this country to function, we need a strong right wing. I think that as much as Republicans are political cuckolds right now, if Trump went that far, they would know that it would be the death of the republic, and therefore they would say, "Nope, we need Democrats." I understand that Republicans are such political cuckolds at this point that you might doubt me, but I think that there's a few people with principles left.
I'm a common man, and my concern.
You had 4 trips to Africa over COVID. What kind of
What can I
common
say?
man?
Very common. I'm a common man. I have my concerns are those of a common man. Arguing all these different issues, it means nothing to me.
Not compared to DEI?
How do I feed my family? And are you going to give the proceeds from this event to these beautiful people who showed up? I
After
don't
you
think they got the
defend-
show they wanted because those first 3 guys were
After
terrible.
you defend states' rights to defend themselves
Let's
from a
have
tyrannical
equality.
federal government.
How about this, guys? How about I'll give you everything in my pocket. You guys divide up immediately. Destiny donates the proceeds of this event to you guys equally.
All right,
I think that's a good
He thinks everybody left of Joe Biden is a communist. This guy is actually like an 80 IQ dipstick.
idea.
Brandon gets the final word there. Brandon gets the final word. What do you got?
My final word is this, guys. Just wait a little while. Don't be so hyped up over what's happening even now. In 3 years, Donald Trump's going to be gone, and you're going to have to make a very important decision about the future of this country. I would start preparing to make the right decision about that instead of complaining about something you can't change. Trump will be president for the next 3 years, whether you like it or not. In 4 years, a lot changed.
And I hate to try to steel man this guy, but I will. The whole point of the complaining is not complaining just to complain. The whole point of complaining is to get people pissed off enough that they participate either in volunteer activities, campaign activities, or they participate in the electoral process. So saying, oh, well, the other side got elected, so you guys just need to shut up and take it up the butt for the next 2 or 3 years. Nah. We can hang out with like-minded political people. We can get agitated by the things that the current administration is doing. We could volunteer in campaign events. We can volunteer in local activities that make our communities better. And we can use that hatred and distaste and criticism in order to fuel us in order to do those things. And not only that, it should motivate you in order to participate in the midterms where you're willing to check a box in order to support the lesser of two evils. That way this country doesn't get totally fucked. So no, this guy is stupid as shit. Sorry.
A lot of you will have families, maybe kids, whatever that you want or you don't want. When you start having those type of responsibilities, your entire perspective is going to change. Mine did as I got older. I would not hang my hat on this crap because you're going to inherit this country and your children will inherit it from you. Don't create a situation that they can't come back from. And I think that's what we're at risk at with these type of this type of rhetoric. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Put your hands together for Brandon. He had a really good run. All right. Wow.
What do you got for me? Are you a Trump guy?
I am a Trump guy.
Oh. Well. Okay.
There's one guy who's like, woo!
I voted for Trump. Not going to defend everything, but
3 times or?
yeah, 3 times. No,
Okay.
no. Basically, my first question is,
Wait,
why? Yeah,
can I ask how old you are real quick?
I'm 26.
Okay, all right, just curious. Okay, go ahead.
My first question is, why is it incumbent on Trump to come out and condemn all political violence post Charlie Kirk assassination?
I feel like there's like a basic like humanity thing that I think every human being should have like an instinct when they see violence and like a healthy environment to want to discourage it as much as possible. I think that when people are calling for violence or when people seem to be okay with violence, I think it says something about what their political goals are or what their goals in general are, what their morality is. I mean, Donald Trump is the de facto and de jure head and leader of the nation, the head and leader of the Republican Party, and
Yep, Big Leafy Tree says flag burning under free speech as well, although I don't know if that would persuade MAGA people. No, I'm with you. That's another free speech violation is flag burning was established by the Supreme Court to be a part of political protest and therefore a part of free speech. That's been long established. The federal reversal through a legal code is probably going to get challenged. And if it does happen, if they incarcerate somebody for flag burning, and they charge them specifically with whatever EO statute that Donald Trump created, I would expect that to get overturned in a lower court. And if it got appealed to the Supreme Court, I think that would be an interesting litmus test for how much the Supreme Court is willing to simp for Donald Trump.
I mean, I guess it's controversial to say this, but like, I mean, a lot of political violence comes from the right, or is at least happening to the right. So it just seems, it seems morally deficient and character deficient for him to not seem to want to make statements to bring the temperature of the country down like Biden would.
But then I would just say that your reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination wasn't necessarily human either. There wasn't a human element there either. So
I feel like there was a very human element to my reaction.
AF Racing says, did you see Fox keeps bringing on the ex-SEAL guy to be the masked Antifa gang member, ex-member of the state du jour? Yeah, I saw that. So there's this guy. I forget his name. Somebody could tell me his name, but it's the guy who left his wife and twin daughters for a 14-year younger secretary. And he's just like a total piece of shit Fox News talking head. And he's also pretty dumb. And that guy keeps having somebody call in via video conference to be a member of like the cartel and a member of Antifa and a member of a gang. But he's been like 3 different things so far whenever he does the video call in, and it looks like the same guy. Whether or not it is the same guy, I have no idea. I didn't fall down the rabbit hole. Do I think Fox News is stupid enough to just have some random guy in a mask pretend to be somebody from, you know, these criminal organizations? Yeah. It would be pretty silly if they got busted doing it. I'm not going to lie. It would be super silly. Like, you couldn't find 3 different guys. I think that's pretty funny.
What like it's pretty not too common that you watch people that you've ever like interacted with get killed before. And then the idea that you would be in similar situations potentially, I think it's kind of unnerving. I think it's fair for me to say that. When this happens in my country, and then the next day I see the president of the United States just saying unhinged statement after unhinged statement after unhinged statement, I think it's fair for me to look at more than just kind of like the virtue signal position and try to think more strategically of like what needs to happen to actually make the country a calmer place.
Why'd the video stop?
Because so far Democrats disavowing violence
Oh, that's not on me.
over and over again has
a rule where it's like from Trump, make any Prince point place that it seemed like
I
you were
swear to
setting up
God, that's not me, man.
some kind of rule where it's like before you make
I'll reload the page.
statement after unhinged statement after unhinged statement. I think it's
They might have lost some video in the middle of the feed and just left up a picture of him, but that's okay. We can hear the arguments, right?
fair for me to look at more than just kind of like the virtue signal position and try to think more strategically of like what needs to happen to actually make the country a calmer place. Because so far Democrats disavowing violence over and over again hasn't seemed to work.
That's my point, is that it seemed like you were setting up some kind of rule where it's like before you make any principled statement, you have to say, or you have to hear it from Trump first. And I don't think that's a requirement. That wouldn't be my rule, basically. Like, I think you could just.
Yeah, guys, sorry. Like, listen, Starhawks says that Antifa being declared as an international terrorist organization is a good thing. Some people are like, oh yeah, fuck them, lol, they're ANCOMs. And listen, they're ANCOMs, man, but like anarcho-communists. but acting like Antifa is as competent as MS-13 or Trenda Aragua or the Mexican cartels or any of those criminal organizations is like insane cope. Like a bunch of like purple-haired polycule black bloc Antifa members, Antifa murders. I think there's one, right? So hold on, there's two killings of Aaron Danielson and Michael Renault, and one of these might be, Michael Renault was killed by marshals. So Aaron Danielson was a part of the Patriot Prayer, maybe not Patriot. Oh yeah, it was Patriot Prayer. So what was happening was a bunch of conservatives were going into the Pacific Northwest and stereotypically progressive areas, and they were doing like conservative prayer / rallies for Donald Trump. And Aaron Danielson was walking back to his car, and Michael Rainhole walked up behind him and shot him in the back of the head. Then he admitted to the murder on video camera and then was ordered, I think by Trump, or debate with Joe Biden. Yeah. And Trump basically said, "Oh yeah, don't take him alive." Or I told the marshals not to take him alive. Now, whether or not the marshals actually listened to that, who fucking knows? I wasn't there. I haven't seen the body cameras, but I think Raynal was in his car and the marshals like lit him up and killed him. So this is like, as far as I know, this is the only homicides related to Antifa in the United States. Now they've thrown rocks, they've thrown bottles, they've thrown fireworks. They tried to throw a Molotov cocktail. Funnily enough, they accidentally set themselves on fire. There was a famous video from the BLM riots where some black bloc dudes set themselves on fire with a Molotov cocktail because they screwed up the throw. But dude, if you're talking about a terror org, if you're declaring an organization a terrorist organization, and then I ask you, okay, well, how many people have they killed? And the answer is one. They're not a very good terrorist organization. You know what I'm saying? They're not very good. They might still be designated a terrorist organization because they're using violence against civilians in order to achieve political ends, but they're not particularly efficacious, would be my argument.
Just have a principled statement. I mean, I understand the prisoner dilemma stuff, but like you could just have a principled statement. And I think not everyone, the culture isn't necessarily run by the president. I think nowadays it's run by online media. And I think you're the biggest influencer on online media.
You think Trump is a big influence in online media?
That's why I'm looking to you.
Okay.
That's why I'm looking to you. That's my rule of you should come out, especially if it's done by a lefty, like the Charlie Kirk assassination.
I don't know if that guy was a lefty or not, right?
I think there's pretty solid evidence.
I think there's zero evidence so far that he was a lefty, evidence? Right?
Like, well, I mean, what do you think about the bullet?
I think this is silly. I think this is cope. Catch this fascist. If you look at this gun, you're gay. Having a trans roommate. Saying that you're doing for the hate. So you're doing it because Charlie Kirk spreads hate. I think you can just vaguely ascribe that to vague left-wing beliefs. I think the saying like, "Oh, there's no evidence that they're left-wing." I think that's fucking cope.
Engravings.
I mean, all of them so far seem to be Epic Gamer references or whatever.
What is that supposed to mean? Or like,
they're just, like they come from games and TV shows and stuff.
That could still indicate a leaning, though.
It could. I'm not saying it's impossible that he was left leaning. I'm just saying there's not really any good evidence of it right now.
Okay, but like probably more, I think good enough evidence. Like you wouldn't bite the bullet and just say that he's probably a lefty.
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't.
I just don't think there's great evidence. I think right now,
if he's trying to take out one of the conservatives' top guys, what would be the reason for that?
I mean, he could have been like a closeted gay guy who just hated the fact that like he was anti-gay, like he lived with a trans roommate and everything. He could have just hated, political people in general. He could have been trying to impress somebody. I don't know. Apparently one of the Reagan assassins, or wannabe assassins tried to do this.
Tristan says, let's form a well-regulated counterpoints militia. I'm unironically down. I'm down. I'm down for creating a Pepperbox TV account, which is like the pro-gun YouTube equivalent that lets you do gun content without restriction. And I would make a liberal, libertarian, conservatarian, Republican, like if you're actually pro-republic, if you're actually for the Bill of Rights of the United States, if you actually like the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth, Fifth, Eighth, 14th, like I like all the amendments, right? But I'm just saying those are the biggest ones. I unironically would create a pro-liberal, pro-Republican militia YouTube channel to show you how to use weapons. I unironically, I would do that 100%.
Like there are a lot of potential explanations. Whatever the explanation is, it could be an exceptional explanation.
Looks like we lost video, but the conversation's interesting enough that I'm going to let it go. I need to use a restroom, so I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. I'm just going to let this flow. I'll be right back. And sorry if there's no video. It is what it is. It's not on my end, so let the content flow.
Because it's an exceptional event. But I'm just saying there's not solid evidence where it's like, oh, this guy's definitely radicalized by the left, right?
But that doesn't outweigh, I think, the bullet engravings. Like, he didn't have to do that. He's doing that so people can know he's claiming it. He's openly claiming it. So it's like that.
If he was, then why would there be any ambiguity at all, right? Like, there's no Discord logs of him being super left. There's no public statement of him being super left. Whatever the note was that supposedly there was a picture of, I guess, that wasn't anything super left. None of the text messages indicated he was super left. Like, he didn't make... His mom, who's super MAGA, my mom says I'm super left, okay? No offense, but...
I mean, I think that could just be like a coded, edgy thing to do.
Yeah, but how stupid would it be to do a coded message when you're trying to make a statement to the world that you're doing a political assassination?
Well, like you're saying like you have to have 100% evidence.
I'm saying like having 10% would be
in
nice.
order for that to outweigh the evidence that he's not.
No, I think I'm think in a less charged environment, I'm taking like I'm just looking at all the facts. It is weird that like if you look through this guy's history, if you look through his roommate's history, they look like aggressively normal people. Like their whole history is like so normal in terms of like comments online and everything. And that's really weird. Normally you see like really radical stuff. But like unlike the other side, because conservatives don't do this, I extend the same courtesy to, the I think the trans church shooter. No, I don't think it was.
I don't know that one.
It was either them or somebody else made a statement, or they said something like they supported Brandon Herrera or something. Did anybody remember this? It was a church person, yeah. But like looking at the context of everything, that person was like, "This is a meme statement. This person's not actually like a supporter of this guy, or if he is, it's like for non-related reasons, right?" So like I extend the same thing there. I'm not gonna say like, "Oh, this guy was 100%, a right-wing radicalized by Brandon Herrera person." I'm just saying like in the totality of things, like this shooter for Charlie Kirk, there's like nothing. There's not much here besides our bullet writings in terms of.
Well, I don't know that specific situation, but if you wanted to go to the Hortmans, I would say he has more evidence of being a left winger than the Hortman shooter was of being a right winger.
Why? Didn't the Hortman person like literally have a list of Democrats that they wanted to go and kill?
He also had the No Kings protest flyers there as well. So I'm like, I don't really know what to weigh. It seemed like he was more in a mentally unstable position than.
It seemed pretty like driven and on a mission.
Saying
no?
The Kirk shooter was.
I don't think there's any evidence for either of these guys being like I'm saying crazy, very specifically like psychotic or delusional or something. Like hearing voices or something. Like I think they both did what they did for probably like logical reasons, like they could explain them from start to finish. I don't obviously support. I don't think it's good.
But I mean, the crux of it is you think.
Backing up.
The turning down of the rhetoric should come from the president. In your mind, in my mind, I think it should come from online media influencers because they are influencing the culture. And
yeah, but everybody on the right takes notes from Trump.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think the right takes notes from Trump.
Everybody takes notes from Trump.
What do you mean? Like
on everything. Epstein.
No, let me explain. So like the online media culture, I think the people online, the young men online, were doing the work for Trump. No matter what he said, we were doing the work to get him elected. And that's really what won him the election was the online media and the rise of independent media, online media, not necessarily politicians. It's why Trump can say crazy things and Biden can be, senile, and it doesn't matter to people.
But I think it does matter. I think it says something that when Trump says crazy things, people go out and do crazy shit. Like nobody's citing Biden.
We'll trace that though. Like what has he said that has led to someone doing something?
Well, like he said, the 2020 election was rigged. He said that mail-in ballots were fake. He brought a ton of people to the Capitol. They went and did some crazy shit. There was the recent guy who, the kid who live streamed himself running over those two girls, who followed like a ton of like Trump and Charlie Kirk shit. And he said that these two girls were like making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. In terms of like,
I don't know about that.
I know that's always a secret defense.
No, I really don't. Seriously, I don't know about that one.
I understand, but I feel like that's a big part of the problem. I feel like conservatives only ever hear about the things that like are the most relevant to them, and then
no, like I'm online, I'm on Twitter every day. I watch like a lot of video. I watch like a lot of videos.
I understand.
Everyone here is
but I'm
probably
saying
on
that
Twitter,
like if
too.
I were to like say that like I'm on Twitter every day, like we're seeing different things unless we're going out explicitly looking for contradictory evidence, right?
I'm talking like the big name stories. Like my first example was a Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah, but the big name stories are what conservatives want to be the big name stories, right?
So did Steven just cope about the assassin not being left wing for like 5 minutes? Because honestly, I think it's just cope at this point. I understand some of you want to cope in my chat, but I think that you guys are coping, and I will say as much to your face.
Maybe like I don't know.
Do you agree
What's
that it was?
supposed to mean?
So I would say that it was unacceptable. I would say this is an instantaneous impeachment, like exile from the country moment. When Donald Trump was asked by, is it Caitlin Collins? Is that her name?
I don't.
Yes.
I don't know
When
who
she
that
was at, I think it was her that asked the question. Well, she said, you wanted to lower the flag to half staff for Charlie Kirk. Do you think in retrospect that it's kind of in poor taste that you didn't do this for the Hortmans when they were killed in Minnesota and Trump didn't even know about it? Like that seems exceptionally crazy to me, no?
And Trump did. This is my first time hearing this.
I know.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
Stop.
Yeah.
Calm down. You fuckers don't know about shit unless I watch my stream either, okay? So fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers. I know how this shit works, okay?
So I just don't feel comfortable commenting on something I don't really know the whole case, the case for.
Let's assume that was true. Would that be a disgraceful, disgusting moment?
That he didn't lower at half mast.
No, that he didn't even acknowledge that he knew about it. He's like, I don't know, who's that?
That would be bad. That would be bad. But like,
Did you ever see the video after the shooting happened where somebody asked him outside the plane? They were like, "Are you going to call, Tim Walz and talk to him?" And he's like, "That guy's a whack job or whatever. I'm not going to call him or say anything."
No.
Okay. If he did say that, that would be kind of bad too, though, right?
That was too fast. I didn't.
If he did say that, though, that would be bad, right?
What did you say? I didn't
That
comprehend.
when he was asked, I think outside of Air Force One, they were like, "Are you going to call Tim Walz or have a conversation or reach out to the governor of Minnesota or anything?" And Trump was like, "That Walz is a whack job. I'm not going to talk to him. Whatever."
Yeah. I would say that's bad. I would say that's bad. But
And then just real quick, and then you go to your point. Would you say that those two things together, those two things together are worse than anything that Biden has said in the totality of his presidency about Republicans, or any individual instance of violence ever, or you can include Obama there too, and Clinton, and the other.
I don't know if I would say that. I would
Like,
have
can
to,
you think
I would
of
have
one
to go
worse?
back-
Yeah, just think of one. Maybe not off the top of your head, you can't. But like, can you think of one worse? Like, what's the worst thing that like Biden ever said about a?
Well, I'm not like necessarily like a huge Biden critic or anything. I'm just saying like I know he was escalating red.
So looks like you guys are fighting about Antifa in the chat a little bit. Yeah, I think you can be conceptually anti-fascist without being Antifa, a member or somebody who's willing to dress up and go fight people in the street. Like I am principally anti-fascist. Okay, we've been over this a billion times. Political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism is a political philosophy created by Giovanni Gentile, implemented by Franco, Benito Mussolini, and Hitler, that there are some modern people who simp for it, like Nick Fuentes, Curtis Yarvin, and a few other dissident right-wing dark enlightenment philosophers. And I think even Peter Thiel played around with the idea for a while. So the question isn't whether or not like you can be anti-fascist, the philosophy. The question is whether or not you're going to dress up in black clothing and throw Molotov cocktails at law enforcement officers, which I would probably never do. The only time that I would do it is if I felt like the Republic was no longer a thing and that we had effectively been taken over by fascists and law enforcement was now just the extension of the fascist state. That's the only time that I would ever fight law enforcement, is if I thought it was so open, the authoritarianism was so open and blatant that we'd effectively lost the Republic.
Towards conservatives saying
Biden was?
Yeah, like what was it?
You're gonna bring up the speech.
Oh yeah. It's probably the speech. What was that after? Do you remember?
The MAGA Republicans ones that they're a threat to the country.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Is it the one with the red background where he looks like Darth Vader?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is the red background. Mm-hmm. It is the red background.
So in that speech, like right after he says that, so Republicans always quote that one line, but he says, "I don't think that all Republicans are MAGA Republicans. I don't even think most of them are. I've worked with a lot of them in Congress, blah, blah, blah." But the thing that he's talking about, and I don't know how else he's supposed to address this, is the fact that the majority of the Republican Party still didn't believe the results of the last election. So when he says that like this is a threat to the country,
And they're allowed to believe that. They're allowed to.
I mean,
People are allowed to. Yeah, they're allowed.
Hold on. What?
still didn't believe the results of the last election. So when he says that like this is a threat to the country,
And they're allowed to believe that. They're allowed.
Nobody's arguing about whether or not they're allowed to believe it. We're arguing about whether or not the people who propagate that lie are being genuine or not. So, sorry, I'm gonna do two paint things because this is my stream, and I do want you guys to become smarter. Like the stream, it's free. Share it with your friends. If you have a good time hanging out with me, then tell your friends about me. Engage with chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people. They're all 3,000 IQ Stacy's and Chads. They're all very well endowed. So just by becoming a member of my chat, you become a 3,000 IQ Chad or Stacy, depending on what's preferable for you. And you will become well endowed over time. So do all that. And then, like I said, super chats make the world goes around. So if you got super chats or if you got memberships, you got money burning a hole in your pocket, donate. You guys were not only incredibly generous last month, you were incredibly generous this week. So if you're brokies, if you're just surviving, don't worry about it. But if you do have extra money, then donations are always appreciated. Never required, always appreciated. But let's go ahead and mind map it. Since this is my stream, this isn't the Steven show. This is the Steven show broken down by Connor, your favorite streamer. So I'm going to do the Antifa black bloc anti-fascism drawing first. Okay. Because it's a word game and it's semantic. And I think you guys know exactly what the fuck we're talking about, even when you're playing the semantic game. So, okay, anti-fascism as an ideology being principally opposed to the fascist political project. Many people don't know what fascism is. They just think it's authoritarianism. Many people don't know what fascism is, but they are principally opposed to right-wing authoritarianism. But since COG is 3,000 IQ, Giga Chads, and Stacy's, well, Giga Stacy's, we know that it's political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. Okay, this is being anti-fascistic in principle. Okay, Antifa, you don't have to be black bloc because black bloc are the people who actually like dress up and go fight cops. So Antifa is disorganized cells of left-wing activists who organize protests and direct action against fascist I don't know, against fascist seizure of or against fascists / power grabs, right-wing power grabs. And so I would say that, like, as an example, there was this video that went around on Twitter the other day, and it was a guy who went to he went to like some random Pacific Northwest abandoned industrial building, and it was so clear that what had happened was a bunch of purple-haired polycules had taken over the building, and what they did was they basically made it like Antifa headquarters, but it was just a bunch of like left-winger ANCOM and caps hanging out. And I guarantee you that there's people who are members of Antifa who are in that building, who make signs and they support the black bloc and they do logistics and they make them food and they do this and they do that, but they don't engage in direct action. Whereas black bloc are typically anarcho-communists, not all of them, but most of them, okay? Anarcho-communists who engage in direct action against fascists and law enforcement. So when you guys say like, oh, well, everybody's Antifa. No, we're not. We're not all members of disorganized cells of left-wing activists who organize protests and direct action against fascist and right-wing power grabs. We're not all Antifa. And we're definitely not all Black Bloc, you know, because Black Bloc is largely communist. I'm not a communist. Fuck communism. Okay. However, a lot of us, including a healthy chunk of Republicans, are anti-fascist ideologically in that we're principally opposed to right-wing authoritarianism. All right. So I think this is relatively easy. Rachel P says, I'm in the DSA and helping with community defense. I'm DSA soft, but all I see so far are people who want human rights restored. Sure. Hold on. So this is the Antifa thing. And then they were talking about, I don't know, like political violence or something, but I think I lost the plot. What is anti-fascism? I can't have a backslash. All right. So anyways, since you guys are all 3,000 IQ gigachats and gigastacies, you already understand what fascism is, which is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I didn't even need to say it. That's how well you guys already know that.
To.
I mean,
People are allowed to. Yeah, they're allowed to believe that.
Well, no, hold on. I mean, I'm just.
You're legally allowed to believe it, but morally you're a piece of shit if you think the 2020 election was stolen. The only reason why I say that is because, and by the way, it's not like you can't have like a drunk uncle or you can't have suspicions about the 2020 election, that you can't look at the way that the mail-in votes came in and be like, are all those votes valid? I don't care if you're skeptical. Skeptical's fine. What I would say, though, is 5 years or 6 years later, you should weigh your skepticism against the facts of the world. So if Donald Trump, because he bet his entire political career on the fact that the 2020 election was stolen via massive outcome determinative voter fraud. Okay. That's what he bet his political career on. So he's had 6 years to prove it, and he's currently in government. The fact that he is not going out of his way to prove the current 2020 or the claims about the 2020 election fraud basically tells me that he's either delusional or he's a fucking lying bullshit artist. And regardless of whether or not he's delusional or a lying bullshit artist, it doesn't matter. It actually genuinely does not matter. He is incompetent and undeserving of the most powerful position in the world.
What do you mean when I don't have to respond to this, but what do you mean? Do I believe it or not?
No, I didn't ask if you believe it. I'm just saying that, like, that it. Well, if people are allowed to believe that, then that means that Biden should be allowed to believe that they're a threat to the country, right?
If people
are allowed to believe that the election
he's allowed to believe it. I'm just using this as an example of him inciting rhetoric, which is kind of a liberal talking point of like, let's focus on who's inciting the rhetoric. And so I'm analyzing who's inciting.
LB has left us, unfortunately. She still pops up in the comment section of Valor Media Network in general, but LB does not, she doesn't frequent my chat anymore. I think she one-guyed me successfully for 2 months, and then I stopped letting her one-guy me, and then she got bored of listening to my center-right chud takes.
Inciting the rhetoric, and we keep pointing at instances before the Kirk assassination, and before that happened was the Trump assassination attempts. And I remember your rhetoric on this too. And so
that guy was also a registered Republican, right?
Damning. That guy was a registered Republican?
Both of them were, right?
Well, I don't know if that necessarily matters, actually.
Well, like, but if they were a registered left-leaning person, do you think that would matter? If they were a registered Democrat?
I think it's enough evidence to say if they're taking out one of the top guys or the president, that means they don't like him.
Well, what about the evidence that the guy? What about the assassin for the Hortmans? That wasn't enough evidence there that person and the list of all the other Democrats.
I'm not saying there is evidence there. We're working with two different rules. You're saying we should demand that the presidents denounce political violence or condemn it on the world stage. I'm saying we should condemn online media influencers because they're in charge of the culture. Now,
yeah, but I think the right takes their notes from Trump.
I'm just going to disagree with that.
Can you give me any examples where there are huge?
They don't take notes from Trump. Like
when Trump says something, they'll always defend it.
Built independently, which resulted in Trump getting elected.
Yeah, but now Trump works with it, and there's like a top-down like structure where when Trump says something, everyone else is saying it, and everybody supports it.
Like presidents can influence culture from the top down, but it's mostly just in terms of we have the authority to enforce what the culture is saying.
Well, then why?
Hold on. Devin C says, I'm thinking of making a Warhammer app where you log in with your BPC account. You would have to spell it BPC for me. Then I can grab all the list info between you and your opponent for the event. Then I let you calculate the math numbers for melee and or range on a unit versus unit. Think unit crunch. Would you be interested in this? Devin C, like, I mean, I would promote it. So like if you made the app and it did what you said it did, where it took 2 lists and then auto calculated your most effective way of attack. I mean, I think that would help out a lot of tournament people. I don't think I could, like, I'm not going to lie. I just don't have the bandwidth to, you know, really like throw my weight behind it, like help out. But if you made the app and you just wanted to make the 40K community aware of its existence, I could help with that.
All Republicans seem to not care as much about the Epstein files.
I don't know how that's related.
Well, because if that's what that seemed like they really cared about it for a while, but why did they stop? It's because Trump told
Mud farmer, you rude bitch. Connor saying he thinks there are some principled conservatives who will stand up to Trump. RE flag burning. This is Cope, just like him calling himself a Republican. Yeah, except for like Ted Cruz came out in support of Jimmy Kimmel during the FCC violations. Rand Paul came out in support of Jimmy Kimmel in reference to the FCC violations. Who else? It was like Thomas Massey, Ted Cruz, and Rand Paul. They're Republican, whether you like it or not. And just because they're dickheads in reference to a whole bunch of other policy doesn't mean that they didn't actually follow the principles of the United States, which was that Jimmy Kimmel can make abhorrent comments and be incorrect about public events. And that's his First Amendment right under the United States of America. So they're just off of the top of my head, without doing any research, 3 prominent Republicans supported Jimmy Kimmel during one of the most egregious violations of the First Amendment recently. So the fact that you don't think that if 3 prominent Republicans who, besides that, dick suck Trump, well, I mean, I guess they don't, but Ted Cruz definitely does, but 2 of them don't. If you think that there aren't hundreds of thousands or millions of Republican or former Republican voters who feel the same way, I think you're coping.
them to stop because he said it was a loser issue, and then everybody took notes from him, and eventually that's cascaded through the party. And that's
my whole point is, like, you can condemn individual Republicans for not, if they were big on Epstein files and then that changed because they didn't want it to get found out. I think you can criticize individuals there. That's my whole paradigm, is like, you should just be we shouldn't be holding people responsible. We should just hold the people. I mean, the only people responsible would be the online media influencers for the culture and the rhetoric, but like, you could just criticize individuals.
Anonymous chatter for 10. Banning Andy FA won't stop them. It will embolden them. You don't defeat ideologies by force or with might. That just martyrs them. I don't even know if that's true, anonymous chatter. Like, we defeated Imperial Japan through force of arms. We defeated Nazi Germany through force of arms. We never did kinetic operations against communism, but we defeated them in many battlefields through force of arms. I don't know if I buy into this. I think it's a little trite. Like, I don't think you can ever fully destroy an ideology because it is an ideology. But I don't even think that's true. Like, the even in the medieval periods, like the Templars, the Templars were like a secret banking cult, Christian cult, and they were defeated through force of arms. I think that if you go through all of history, there's plenty of people who were defeated through force of arms. So this statement that, like, well, like even jihadism in the past decade, you could argue that what happened was Osama bin Laden engaged in jihadist terrorism. The United States went overseas and fought wars in Iraq, or conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they borderline made jihadism worse for a decade because jihadist terrorism exploded in Iraq and Afghanistan. And then ultimately, when the United States withdrew, ISIS formed, and then ISIS, attacked Europe. So you could say that force of arms arguably made jihadist terrorism worse. But then what happened in, what happened in the 2010s is we defeated ISIS through force of arms. We let the Shia militias in the Iraqi army take on ISIS in Iraq, and we let the Syrian forces take on ISIS in Syria, and then we provided air cover that bombed the shit out of ISIS logistic supply lines, ISIS trucks, ISIS troops, et cetera, making their operations, the Shia operations and the Syrian operations, infinitely easier. So saying that you can't defeat an ideology or make it irrelevant through force of arms, I don't think is accurate. Emmanuel Randon says stocks on the shooter being a meta-ironic groiper. 1% for me. Deadly Zebra says 100% not paying to watch Pepperbox. Well, guess what? You're not invited. You're not invited, Deadly Zebra. You're not invited, okay? Just because of your attitude.
You could criticize Charlie Kirk for what he said. It
Well,
doesn't matter.
I don't understand why we think that like the president of the United States can't have a large influence on the culture.
No, I'm not saying he can't.
Then shouldn't he be
I'm just
disavowing
saying
violence?
nowadays, which is different than history, it's the culture is run independently. It's through independent media.
Okay, I disagree, but we don't even have to agree on that point. Shouldn't Trump disavow violence?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it's a moral failing of his to not disavow violence.
Yep.
And it's a greater moral failing for him to say that violence on his side is somewhat justified.
Violence on his side is somewhat. I don't know about that.
So when he was on Fox and Friends, they asked him about like violence on the left or the radical violence, and he says that
Jazz 86 has called the militia Democracy and Independence Liberation Front, aka DILF.
when it was something I'm paraphrasing, but he says like when the leftists do radical violence, it's like Transtifa or whatever stuff. But when the right does radical violence, it's in response to the left being crazy. So like, in a way, he made it sound like right-wing radical violence was righteous, and left.
I kind of believe that. I kind of agree with that. Like when we trace it back, and I've been following you a long time. I've been following politics a long time. When we trace it back, the first instance for me of like excusing political violence on a big scale was BLM Antifa, and that happened before J6. That happened before J6. So I'm like, I saw a ton of people excusing it, bailout funds for the rioters. And someone at the end of it, towards the end of it, someone was shot in cold blood. A conservative was shot in cold blood about that. And there wasn't any denouncing of violence there. So it is important to go to the
I
first.
feel like
I doubt that. I bet there was condemnation of violence, but also people didn't feel responsible for the BLM riots if they were participating in the protests.
The first infraction, I'm curious to know what your first infraction.
well, probably shots fired in the Revolutionary War or something. I mean, like, there's been violence for a lot of U.S. history, right?
Yeah.
But I'm when I look at the BLM stuff, I feel like there's a difference in that a lot of this is like decentralized. It sucks because conservatives make so many excuses for Trump because of COVID, but they never make excuses for Democrats on COVID, which is whatever, I guess. But like everybody was crazy around the fucking BLM riot time, right? Everybody's inside. We all watched George Floyd die for 9 minutes, and just people fucking lose their minds. I think a lot of the BLM like rioting stuff, I think was bad. Destroying neighborhoods, all this shit, I think is always bad. I think Democrats paid electoral prices for it, and I think a lot of them, when Biden came into office, he had to denounce and say that like violence is unacceptable, guys. We can't riot. It's not okay.
But why do you think it's important to say on both sides if we know the side that it came from?
Well, because violence does come from the right, and we should all want.
But I'm asking you for the first example where it came from the right that was before BLM Antifa.
What do you mean?
The first example of like political violence that came from the right that was before BLM Antifa.
So what's funny is that I've been paying attention to these politics for a really long time. And I would say the first time that I remember political violence being normalized was a Nazi in France. Nazi in France knocks out protester and kills them. So it was like 2016. I wonder if Nazi is throwing me out. Researchers found no evidence. Okay. Right winger kills protester, France, 2016. Murder of Saul Patty. That's 2020. That's not it. There was this. There was a protester in 2016. I remember it. It was in 2015 or 2016. If I reopened my Facebook, I guarantee you I could find it. But there was a street fight between a neo-Nazi and an Antifa person at like a right-wing protest. And the right-wing protester knocked out the kid, and the kid hit his head on pavement, and the kid died. And I think the kid was only like 19 or 16 or something like that. And I remember back in 15 or 16, I quote tweeted the story, although I guess it wouldn't be a tweet. It was on Facebook. So I shared the story with a caption where I was like, listen, guys, if we're going down this road, it's going to get a lot fucking worse. And so what that absolutely happened in like 15, 16. And so the argument would be that like, oh, Well, Antifa started the violence because they're the ones who showed up and like did the protest or whatever. So you could make that argument. And the Proud Boys would make that argument. The Proud Boys would make the argument that they were a direct response to Black Bloc and Antifa beating up on conservative normies. So I understand what this guy is saying. I think it doesn't matter, though. I think you ultimately have to engage in legalistic self-defensive violence, and that's it. You should not engage in proactive extra-legal violence, or else you're sending the country down the path of civil war.
Like in my lifetime.
What about it? Or are you asking for like an example of it?
Because you get into
you started it first is not a valid defense, in my opinion.
A revenge cycle. The first time that infraction's made and politicians don't denounce it and everyone supports it, and we can get into BLM and Antifa, but like the first time that's made, then the other side has the prisoner's dilemma of like, okay, well, we can't just be condemning, our side.
But the Democrats have been condemning their side over and over again, and everybody.
Well, you're kind of just making the all lives matter argument of like, oh, we're condemning.
You guys made the all lives matter.
Well, you're making it now. You're saying we need to condemn all violence, even if you knew it came from one side.
Sure, I think we should all condemn all violence. I think that's a pretty acceptable.
Jim Baker, my favorite lead attorney for both the FBI and Twitter, says, "Hi, Connor. Good morning. I enjoyed your debate with North and Gibbs and the kid. You did great. Thumbs up." Thank you, Jim Baker. Christian Blaris believes that I should have used more ableist and homophobic slurs during that debate. I wonder if you concur. But thank you for the compliment.
That is kind of just an arbitrary rule that you create.
That's not. I think it's a really good rule that everybody should condemn political violence.
Before you can be principled about that. Like, because that's really what's happening is you're saying before
I am principled about it.
Before I can make any statement on Charlie Kirk, it's like I need to know
that I have a partner in civility.
I need to ask President Trump.
Yeah.
I need to ask him, as if that would do anything. I need to ask him to turn down the rhetoric before you, Destiny, make a.
Yeah, that's a principled position. It's better than Trump's, right?
But my principle is better.
I don't care about your principle. I care about the president, the leadership of the United States, right? You acknowledge that I have a different principle than Donald Trump, right?
But I'm here to criticize you. Like that's
okay. Well, then my position.
True.
I think that it's as somebody who's
to Donald Trump.
Thank you. Silver says, if I still have a job at the end of this furlough, I'll send you a Benjamin. Thanks, King. I appreciate you.
What?
We already compared it to Donald Trump, and I'm saying if you go back. My paradigm.
So you think it's immoral? You think it's immoral to have the position of, I'm willing to condemn violence. I condemn all violence. I'm willing to condemn any amount of violence as long as my civil partner is on the same page as me and is willing to condemn it as well. Do you think that's an immoral position to hold?
Not an immoral position necessarily. I'm just like, why can't? It seems like what we understand about like principled positions is more in line with what I'm talking about. Is you
How?
can make
Why do you lock your car door at night?
Regardless.
Do you lock your car doors?
Do I lock? Yes.
Why?
I lock my car doors. So it's safe. Everything.
Yeah, because somebody might break in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like you take precautions if you feel like on the side.
I don't need him to do anything to lock my doors.
Yeah, I understand that, but like I don't know if you would like necessarily like lock the kitchen cabinet cereal.
$5 from Noomnack says, is obtaining power by any means and keeping it by any means a sufficient definition of fascism for common people or no? That's a sufficient definition for authoritarianism. And in my opinion, that's a precise definition of flexible authoritarianism, which is 50% of fascism. Numinax, my only supplementary argument is that fascists do not view themselves as evil. They view themselves as having like a deeper knowledge of politics. Fascists believe that everyone is a fascist. Okay. They think that the reason why Bernie Sanders is not a fascist isn't because of some ideological quibble. It's because he's a pussy and he doesn't have the will to power that a fascist does. Like a lot of, even if Gentile preceded Nietzsche in some of his writings, it is like very Nietzschean in the will to power, which is that Christianity and the cooperative nature of democracy is a slave morality. You are deferring your power to others. Whereas great men throughout history, in their argument, they don't subordinate their power. The only times that great men ever subordinate their power is when it's necessary to achieve greater power. And so they view politics and they view society as effectively a power game where great individuals do exist. There is individualism within fascism, but individualism is only as useful as you can extend your power. So if you're like a middle manager at a bank, it's largely because you're a pussy who doesn't have the balls to extend your ambition. If you're somebody who works with like kids, you might be socially necessary, but you're probably weak when it comes to like the fascist power game. You don't have the ambitions or balls to go after the larger game, which is power in politics. And so yeah, like that's where I think your definition, exactly what you said, is sufficient for both a definition of authoritarianism and a definition for flexible authoritarianism. And that's half of fascism. But then getting into political corporatism, they don't believe they're evil because once they seize power, what they're going to do is they're going to align society for the political corporative good. So once a fascist has power, they're going to make the government run for the people. They're going to make the economy run for the people. They're going to make the culture operate in a pro-social aspect so it advocates for the health of the people. They're going to purge the degenerates in the name of the corporative political health. They're going to purge the parasites in the name of the political corporative health. So they actually don't view themselves as bad guys in any degree whatsoever. They're doing what's necessary, and their fearlessness in seizing and wielding power is part of what makes them great. So they understand that your slave morality judges them to be evil, but that's because you yourself are a slave.
Away from like a partner or whatever, because if you're going to steal, you have some level of trust there, right?
Bud123 asks if he could do better dating, putting photos of him cooking. Yes.
When you're operating in a civil society, there's some level of trust between you and the other side, or the other sides, or the other parties involved. When that trust is broken, there's no morality or virtue in constantly attacking your own side over and over and over again. I would say that that's actually an immoral position, because all you're really doing is throwing, especially the more...
How is it not like, it's the most easiest principled position to take, to like come out and condemn political violence.
I agree. That's why it's immoral, because it's an easy position to take. It's thoughtless, it's brainless, and it accomplishes nothing.
The Democrats have always used this just as a weaponization tactic to recuse accountability from their side.
But they don't. Every Democrat came out and criticized the Charlie Kirk political violence. When Trump do you recognize that Trump and Biden react differently? Like when
Ryan Nowicki says, I'm a frequent left-wing consumer of reporting and have found most outside of that do not recognize or objectively commentate on details. I look forward to more of your streams. Oh, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate you.
Natural disasters happen, that Biden deploys FEMA immediately, doesn't play games with it. Trump plays games with it. Do you acknowledge that?
I don't understand what that point is.
So Biden will immediately reach out to governors.
Short says we did a shitload of kinetic operations against communism. What do you mean? Well, I mean, I agree with that. I just think that you could point to socialism or communism surviving our kinetic operations. So, for instance, like one of the biggest operations against communism was Korea. North Korea still exists. One of our biggest operations against communism was Vietnam. The communists won it, right? So that's all I was trying to say is like the Cold War, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the reversion of China to state capitalism didn't happen because of American force of arms. Right. We were insufficiently capable of forcing the world to become mixed economy capitalist through force of arms. Any reversion to mixed economy capitalism or capitalism came as a result of like diplomatic and civil demand, not force of arms.
Immediately make whatever funds available needs to be available. He'll call people, talk to people, whatever. Trump will play games. In California, he was saying, well, you guys have to agree to change the water rules, or I'm not sure if I'm even going to send FEMA to blue states. Trump plays games with it. Biden doesn't play games with it, right?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. It
doesn't have to mean anything. I'm just asking a simple question. That Biden, if there is a natural...
Eve Supreme says, why do we keep saying we defeated people who still exist? It was never destroyed. I don't think Imperial Japan exists anymore, so that one's definitely destroyed. When it comes to Nazism or whatever, you guys can say, oh, well, neo-Nazis still exist. Yeah, they're not in power. They're not running whole nations. They're a despised. Now, they're increasingly becoming less despised because of the antics of the far right in America. But for the past century, they were a despised ideological minority. So, yeah, I don't... Listen, in counterinsurgency warfare, Can I do another drawing? I want to do another drawing. Let's do another drawing. In counterinsurgency warfare, you can never fully defeat the enemy. Okay. It's the same thing with the drug war. And what was really interesting was becoming a cop and seeing the drug war. Because when you look at a drug organization, they actually operate incredibly similarly to a terror cell or an insurgent cell. And so what I would say is this would be like a criminal organization would be very similarly organized to a criminal cell or a terror cell or anything like that. But what's interesting is financiers, propagandists, terror cell itself, and then let's say the government. So let's use this as an example for counterinsurgency warfare or drug war. Okay. Government, security forces, government and security forces. And you can analogize this either to, excuse me, cops or counterinsurgency militaries. Okay. So we're always fighting for the population, the soul of the population. All right. Population. I'll put civilians. Okay. Civilians. And so the government security forces are always fighting for the soul of the civilians. And they're always saying, hey, kids, don't participate in jihadist terrorism. Try volleyball. Okay. So there's always propaganda from government security forces try to make sure that civilians don't feed into criminal organizations or terrorist organizations. But terrorist orgs and drug orgs do recruit from the civilian population for their own ends. And what I would say is there's street level. I'll make this about the drug war and I'll make this about counterinsurgency. Street level / insurgent level. Okay. Then I would say up from that are lieutenants. And of course, like every organization is going to have different labels and different things. But I would say that this is still relatively true. Cartel / terror org. And then I would say financiers, and I would say propaganda. All right. And so the battle between government security forces is oftentimes the terror organization itself. Well, actually, hold on. Let's start at the beginning. The financiers know that they can make money or they have an ideological reason in order to support the drug cartel or the terror organization. And then propaganda is a sometimes legal avenue for the cartels or for the terrorist organizations to sanitize their reputation in the eyes of the public. So propaganda for, and by the way, they do this. Like the Italian mafia used to run charity organizations and do disaster relief, so they would have the support of the community. Cartels do similar things in Central and South America where they help out their local community. That way their local community is less likely to snitch on them. They also recruit from civilians in order to get their lowest level workers and their mid-level workers. So what ends up happening is at the street level, those are your like corner dealers. Those are the people, if you're talking about terrorist organizations, they're the people who do kinetic operations. They're the people who have motivation to actually fight. The lieutenants might fight, but their job is to organize the street level. That's their real job. And then the captain is almost insulated from the street, but he is realistically, he's providing guidance to the lieutenants, and then the lieutenants are guiding the street level / the insurgent level. And then the street level and the insurgent level are the ones that actually execute it. And then the captain is the one that actually has a connection to the cartel or the terror org where they have communication. But realistically, the leadership of a cartel or terror org, they have insulation. Insulation, Insulation. And that's why it took a decade to get Osama bin Laden, was because he used couriers in order to communicate with his captains, who in turn communicated with the lieutenants, who in turn communicated with the street level / insurgent level. So that's how they insulate from government and security services. Whereas government and security forces, not only are they fighting for the souls of the civilians through their own propaganda, they're also launching counter propaganda against the propaganda of the cartel or terrorist organizations. They're constantly attacking, killing, and incarcerating the street level people. They try to flip street level people in order to snitch on lieutenants. And if they can get a captain, they will get a captain if they can. But it is super hard to turn a captain against a cartel, because oftentimes with most criminal organizations and with most criminal organizations and most terrorist organizations, the maximum you can get from kinetic operations, like, room raid or like raiding places, capturing people, all that kind of stuff, 90% of the time you're going to get people at the street level. You might even get a lieutenant every now and then, but then in order to get a captain, you have to flip a lieutenant onto a captain, which is hard. And then in order to get somebody at the cartel level or the terror organization leadership level, you have to flip a captain. This is incredibly difficult. And so the whole point that I made with this, because people were saying, like, how did we defeat, or why are you claiming victory if you never truly defeated the ideology? The reason why is because in America and in the Western world, in my opinion, drug organizations and terrorist organizations, this level is constantly being disrupted. Lieutenants are always being arrested. Captains are always in fear for their lives. Captains are always afraid of getting killed or caught. Street level people effectively know that they're going to be killed, incarcerated, or caught. And then the cartel level, while they're at the higher level and they're insulated from the street, and the financiers and the propagandists can be insulated through legality, because in the United States anyways, it's not illegal to be a terror propagandist. And then financiers might be through shady accounting practices, they might be insulated from damage that happens to these organizations. But the truth is that these people are always in fear that the government is going to rip them apart. And so you're wondering what defeat looks like, or what a war looks like. A war looks like when the cartel and the terror organizations are as powerful as government security forces, the way that they arguably could be in Central and South America. And defeat looks like when the cartel and terrorist organizations are not only more powerful than government security forces, they effectively run the government. That's what defeat looks like. So this is what I would argue is victory in counterinsurgency. Victory in counterinsurgency is not the absence of an antagonistic ideology or drug organization. It's the fact that the drug organization or the ideological terror organization is not only weaker than government security forces, they are effectively on the run from government security forces. Anyways, sorry for that long-winded yap, but I think it's good information.
Natural disaster in a state, you don't have to worry if Biden is the president, if anything's going to happen. You know that he's going to do what he needs to do as president to step up.
And then here we go. Newman X for 5 says, Connor, with regards to defeating ideology in Japan, watch some documentaries of the provisional government during occupation. It wasn't just arms. I would never say just arms, right? I think you guys know that I like to quote Clausewitz with politics is war is diplomacy by other means. Even if I said just arms, I never mean just arms. I'm just saying that don't take arms off of the table. Arms are an important part in the war of ideology.
Up and provide those resources. With Trump, I have no idea. If I was a Californian and a natural disaster came, I have no fucking idea if Trump's going to actually step up and do what he should do as leader and deploy FEMA in the way that it should be.
I don't know either, but
That's not good, right?
I don't see what your point is.
No, I don't. Stop trying to preempt my argument. I'm just saying that in and of itself, that's a bad, immoral thing, right?
What is?
That Trump won't do his job as president and take care of Americans, all American citizens.
Yeah, sure.
What do you mean, sure? It's a bad thing. It's immoral. It's like a huge failing as leader. It's one of the few
Well,
things.
you have to weigh that against all the other things that he's responsible
It doesn't matter what else.
That's
It's that in and of itself is like a moral failing. Like he should.
I'll say yes, because
Okay.
it really doesn't mean that much to me. My whole point was like, why are you asking us to do something before you can make your take?
I've already made my take.
When we know that it doesn't even do anything, you already admitted that, like, oh, the president coming out and condemning all violence doesn't do anything.
When have I ever said that?
You said that at the beginning. Hence the political assassinations that happened afterwards. You said that, Destiny.
Wait, I said that the president condemning violence doesn't do anything?
Yes, you said it doesn't end up doing anything. Yes.
I don't. Did I say this?
Almost verbatim.
I don't think I said this.
Run it back.
How can I run it back?
They'll run it back.
If I thought that the president disavowing violence didn't do anything, then why would I ask Trump to disavow violence?
No, that's my question. Why would you ask Trump to disavow violence?
At that point, I would just be like, I didn't say that, and if I did say that, I was wrong.
That like
we just spent the whole beginning part of this debate where you were arguing that the president disavowing violence doesn't matter because the culture is controlled more by alternative media and online figures, and I was saying no, I think the president matters.
All I have to define is my paradigm, which doesn't recuse people of accountability. If we just say all lives matter, basically, if we just say we should condemn all violence, that's not the truth of the situation. Like if you were to say the same thing about BLM Antifa, it's like that's not the truth of the situation. This is the all lives matter.
The issue, yeah, but the issue is that. Wait, so are you just checking? Are you acknowledging that the all lives matter argument was a bullshit argument?
A bullshit argument? No, I'm not taking a position on this.
Okay, well, because you're using it against me like it's a bullshit argument. The issue.
No, I'm just letting people know. I'm just letting people, what you're using.
Okay, do you acknowledge that like, if like for nuclear weapons, it wouldn't be moral for the United States to just throw away all of our nukes into the sea, right?
Yeah.
Jazz86 for $5 says, "Here's my DILF monthly dues. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you."
There's a morality there to protecting ourselves, to protecting our own citizens with a nuclear stockpile. And unless Russia agrees to do it at the same time, we can't do it, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I apply the same scenario to you. I imagine apply to the Second Amendment. We apply it to most places in our life that we're civil with people who agree to be civil with us. You can't enforce civility from one side. It has to come from cooperation from two individuals.
I agree with you. That's why.
Oh my God, dude! If we're not pretending that ISIS is like 99% reduced from the caliphate days, I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about, man.
You have to call out the truth of who was responsible.
Yeah, but okay, but like let's
say all,
sure.
like every time just say all that and it doesn't do anything.
Let's roll this back. Sure, let's roll this back. Okay, let's say that there's one side that now I know that you're not going to agree with this reality, but let's say hypothetically one side never calls out their own side when there's violence. They never condemn their own side when there's violence. They ratchet up the temperature over and over again when there's violence, and then when there is violence on the other side, they say you guys need to disavow all your violence. Do you think that in that world, is it moral for the other side who maybe isn't even being violent? Would it be moral for them to disavow?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
So I understand the position of that. I understand emotionally like why that feels like a good thing, but I think that emotion is built on a bedrock idea that it's going to be reciprocated. And if it's not ever reciprocated, now for people like me, whether it is, well, I guess maybe I might be more at risk. I don't know.
Yep. Severin says Yakuza did helicopter rescue stuff during that massive hurricane. Yeah, man. Like, yeah. So sorry if my original take that you cannot defeat an ideology through force of arms isn't wholly accurate, that you need a complement of force of arms and ideological propaganda and counterinsurgency operations, and technically ideas can survive long past their expected survival date. But as an example, like paganism, okay? Paganism was defeated through force of arms, like Christian force of arms. It was also defeated via diplomacy. It was also defeated via propaganda, right? Now, you can make the argument, oh, well, paganism wasn't really destroyed because there's a few thousand pagans left in the United States and Europe. Let's be real. Paganism, like polytheistic religion was common throughout the ancient world. It was the norm in Egypt. It was the norm in Greece. It was the norm in Rome. It was the norm in Persia. It was the norm in probably in the Americas. They probably had some form of pagan religion. pagan religion in the modern era is effectively treated like a mythological LARP. It has like almost no political power. It has a few thousand adherents. Paganism has been defeated in the modern world. Okay. So the existence of a few thousand pagan adherents does not mean that paganism has not been defeated. And I could go through like a series of religions and ideologies that are now dead. And you could bring up like a few hundred or a few thousand adherents as an example of them continuing to exist. That's obviously not victory, right? And it's obviously not health. These ideologies are not only on the back foot, they're largely like marginalized and maligned to the point of irrelevance. I would say Nazism is not irrelevant, but it is still extremely marginalized, particularly compared to how popular fascism was as an ideology in the early 20th century. It's a lot, we're in a far preferable position compared to right now. I tell you what.
But like for more vulnerable people in society, in terms of who's subject to conservative policy or maybe wider violence, depending on how you view ICE or whatever, I feel like you're throwing all those people under the bus when conservatives are able to just energize their side, ratchet up the violence, constantly scream.
Okay, I probably did put too much emphasis on arms. I will concede it cannot be arms alone. I will admit that.
Into the microphones, we need a civil war and all this other stuff. And then on the left, you just keep disavow. What's the point of that?
As a response, I think people are calling for civil war now because of the political assassination of someone as high profile as Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but like Biden, Obama.
World wars were started for that exact same reason. So that's not like
Biden, Obama, no world war started yet because the podcaster got killed, okay? But Biden, Obama, all these people.
Political assassination.
All these people.
And they tried to assassinate President Trump, which would have been a parallel.
When you say they, you mean Republicans?
No, I don't
Hi, Grassroots. Good to see you.
mean Republicans.
Who's they?
I mean,
Republican shooter.
Okay, fine. Republican shooter.
Okay,
but still, that would start wars were started for the exact same reason.
What happened after the Republican white kid shooter shot Trump? What did Biden do? I think he increased the Secret Service. He said everybody needs to calm down. He said we should never kill each other for political violence. He said all the right things.
Sure. Yeah.
When this guy shot Charlie Kirk, before Charlie Kirk was even dead, Trump was like on media blaming trans, Tifa, all sorts of crazy stuff. We had no evidence of anything. Isn't that like super deeply immoral that the president and the vice president would come out and start making statements about the shooter before we even knew anything?
Yeah, sure. I'll accept this. Anonymous Chatter says, I would argue that it's the new other ideology that defeats the other ideology. The violence just speeds up the shifting of the ideology amongst the people. Which I think that's the reason why that's an interesting point, even if it seems common sense to probably everybody in this chat, because we're all 3,000 IQ. I think the reason why is because I think we're capital L liberal in this chat largely, in the sense that we think that human freedom is good. Like American freedom, human freedom is good. I think that's probably something that unites us. We disagree on the limits of that freedom, but we agree on that instinctively. And so Americanism, American freedom largely won the 20th century. Like fascism was defeated ideologically and militarily in the early to mid 20th century. And then socialism and communism was arguably defeated between the 70s and the 90s. And then jihadist terrorism was a threat to the republic, but it wasn't an existential threat. I don't think that jihadist terrorism ever truly could have taken down the United States of America. But what we're seeing in the early 21st century, which is scary, is that the material conditions that predated the rise of fascism and socialism in the world in the 20th century, they've come back. And the adherence to socialism and fascism and, socialism, arguably communism, those adherents have become louder in our society. And so I think libertarians, conservatarians, Republicans of good conscience, liberals, progressives of good conscience, if they're anti-communist or anti-socialist or anti-fascist, they're alarmed right now because the socialists and the communists are largely still politically irrelevant. They're just really loud on the internet. And some of their ideas are gaining traction, which is worrisome. But they're not a threat yet, I don't think. Whereas MAGA plays with fascist ideas so often and sometimes unapologetically that it's worrisome, like extremely worrisome, to the point that we should all be politically active. And in my opinion, voting against MAGA and voting for people who support the Republic of the United States, regardless of if they're liberal or Republican. If you support the Republic of the United States and the freedoms that we enjoy and the general concept of free societies, I think you should be voting against MAGA, and you should probably voting against the far left, in my opinion.
About the shooting?
I would say they probably think they knew more about the shooting. Like I don't know.
What is that argument? What is that? Hold on.
Argument's about.
No, what? Okay, hold on. Like, they probably thought they knew more. Like what?
No, that matters. Like just like it matters. Like if Trumpers believe the election was stolen, it's the same thing. Like
yeah, but they believe it because Trump told them that. Trump doesn't believe the election was stolen. He just lied. What? Trump didn't know.
Jedek says, y'all seen Trump building a Qatari airbase in Idaho yet? Nope, but makes sense to me.
The shooter was left-leaning or not. He just said that because it fits his agenda. That's not acceptable for a leader to say, to just start making up theories about the shooting before we even know anything about the shooter, before they even knew anything about the shooter.
It would still matter, like, whether they believe that it actually happened or if they didn't. That would still matter
I would
more.
agree if they believe it actually happened. It makes it even worse because now they're delusional because they have no reason to even believe it. They don't even have any evidence.
I just don't know where this path of argument.
Don't stop trying to preempt it. Just like live in the moment and be a human being.
No, I don't
it's
know.
bad when
I
a
don't know what
president.
your argumentation is.
My argumentation is that the president should have been guessing the motives and the ideology of the shooter before we knew anything at all about the shooter. That's like a deeply immoral, horrible, terrible thing to do.
Before we do anything, yeah. I'll
Before we know anything.
Like you just said, if he doesn't know anything, we shouldn't do anything.
He shouldn't make any statements about the idea, right? And then also, like, I don't think. So here's another issue. You talk about BLM. Okay, so prior to BLM, like, if we look at like the Charlottesville thing, Donald Trump was asked if he would fucking disavow, neo-Nazis or disavow the Proud Boys, and Donald Trump's statement was like, stand back and stand by.
That was. I thought that was for J6.
Nice and close to the mic there.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was for J6.
It was for J6. That's still bad. Why does that make it better?
Well, they showed up on J6, but no, I think it was in.
No, but the Charlottesville instance that you just brought up.
Yeah.
He was saying that's a soundbite, and then after that, you know what he said? He said, "I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis."
Well, but it was a neo-Nazi march, right? You're talking like. So he also said he said the thing about how there were good people on both sides.
And then went to January 6th, though.
Well, no. Hold on. He said that there were the good people on both sides argument or whatever. But I think it was like preceding, or I'm sorry, I think it was pretty soon after Charlottesville. He was asked about like denouncing like the Proud Boys and stuff. I think that happened pretty soon after Charlottesville, right? And the statement that he said, it was unhinged. He said, "Stand back and stand by." What the fuck?
Yeah.
Anonymous says, minor docs here, but I'm a liberal in Kentucky. You think it's better for me to register Republican and vote for a liberal Republican over a MAGA Republican in primary versus registering Dem? I think it probably is from an efficacy standpoint. However, I think there's something missing in the American zeitgeist, which is just truth. Okay? It's just speaking truth regardless of consequence. And so if you want to take a utilitarian analysis, I think that would probably be more effective, is registering as a Republican, voting for a freedom-loving Republican over a MAGA Republican. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the best things you could do. However, I think that one of the things that's happened in our obsession with efficiency and our obsession with politics is we've all become increasingly Machiavellian, rather than just saying what we believe. And I hope that's a quality that you guys kind of like this channel for, is I'm not always right. I'm not always articulate. I'm not always intelligent, but I am telling you what I earnestly believe. What's happening here is the neurons are firing in the little vital organ between my skull, and what happens up there, I put into the mic. So, I would say that if you've always been a liberal, you've always been a Republican, you identify as if you've always been a liberal, you've always been a Democrat, you've always supported the Democratic Party, you want to be a Democrat, then just be a Democrat. But if you feel like you can serve your country because there's some socially conservative or some Republican values that you believe in, I would put honesty first. I would put efficiency second. Because I think by putting efficiency first, we've become accustomed to lying. So let me check on PF Young real quick. I think he just sent me a DM. So breaking down the moments from Dave Smith versus Nick Fuentes. This is my 17-minute review of the Dave Smith. We could even discuss that if you want. Okay, cool. 12:45 EST. Just finished editing and need to eat real quick. Yeah, sure. I'll send him an invite and he can join at 12:45. That works.
And that sounds a lot like your coded incitement of violence recently. That sounds a lot like it.
So when Donald Trump said that on Parler, you literally have like the leaders of the Proud Boys. You've got Stuart Rhodes. You've got Enrique Tarrio saying like, heard loud and clear, sir. And then these guys like made top secret signal groups and they organized like huge fucking, groups of people to go and break into the Capitol on January 6th. Like that's like a direct, and then Trump pardoned all those people.
But January 6th was after BLM Antifa. That's my whole point.
But those guys heard their.
Trying to usurp the Republic, trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States happened after BLM Antifa. Oh, my bad. Keep going. What an asshole.
Orders loud and clear from Donald Trump's statements before the BLM Antifa stuff, the stand back and stand by.
I don't know if you can prove they're getting it from Charlotte.
They said it. They said, heard you loud and clear, Trump, standing back and standing by. It was on Parler that they posted this.
Okay, well, I'm not on Parler, so. Well, how am I supposed to? You think I'm on Parler?
Don't you love that? Whenever you bring up something factual, a MAGA Republican goes, well, I don't know about that. Don't you love how often that happens in a conversation and debate? Don't you love whenever you press them on a detail that's actually deeply immoral or fucked up? They just go, oh, well, I don't really know the details. Don't you fucking love that?
Is it an
I'm not saying you're on Parler, but I'm saying that, like, these were some of the most important, I would say, court cases in U.S. history because all these people were convicted of seditious conspiracy. But then, so these guys all made big groups of people to break into the Capitol. They were the first ones in on January 6th. And then after they were convicted and a jury of their peers and everything else of seditious treason or seditious conspiracy, afterwards, when Trump was reelected, he pardoned everybody, including these guys.
I'm gonna use the restroom and grab a snack. I'll be right back. Enjoy the Destiny-related violence.
How is this not like a clear signal to like do the violence? Like I'm calling for it, you did it, and now I'm like pardoning you for getting convicted for doing the violence that I called for. Like this is the most.
That was hard to trace. I'm just going to be honest.
Okay, Donald Trump said, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. But let me tell you about Antifa. Yeah. And then Proud Boys tweeted out, they said, heard you, Donald Trump, loud and clear. Then they made a plan to take over the Capitol on January 6th. Then they followed through with the plan on January 6th. Then they got arrested and convicted of seditious conspiracy related to January 6th. And then Donald Trump pardoned all of them related to January 6th.
I think stand back and stand by is less coded incitement and violence than what you have said about Trump's assassination attempts and Charlie Kirk's assassination attempts.
Okay, but like you can look at my community and you can look at the differences in like how people are functioning. Like I've said like a million times that there should be no political violence in this country. It's a really bad thing. You can't find Trump making these statements. Everybody in my community knows that like I don't support political violence and I think like political violence is horrid. It means that like the system is completely failed. Like everything is like going to shit. That civil war is not a good thing. That none of us should want that world of reality. And that I think both sides shouldn't do it. Remember, you're looking at the fucking Rittenhouse defender guy, right? That's like one of the huge things that I cut like a ton of my like community off over, right?
No, and I respect that.
Sure, but I'm just saying that like my position on violence is pretty much like it's a self-defense thing. Like, but otherwise, fuck up. Like I'm not here supporting rioters ever. I think it's cringe as fuck. Like I had a debate on Sam Cedar over the fucking shoot. I don't even remember the guy.
It's your right to do it. I'm just saying I don't think that is I think that's a moral hypocrisy from your point, from your standpoint.
What's like the worst thing you think I've said?
I think one of the worst things is probably that the worst thing to have happened was for the bullet to have missed Trump, or speaking on Corey Comptoir's death, that you F around and find out when you go to these rallies, in that what did you expect? I think you said something along the lines of like, what did you expect coming to those?
Hold
on. But like when you say what did you expect, that implies that you should expect that. And that's like way more coded incitement of violence.
When you say, okay, let's follow through on that last one. What do you think I mean when I say that? You should expect that.
I don't know. Like you're on the other side of the aisle.
No, you have to know. You're giving me a lot of you're like
no. That I don't have to know. I don't have to.
Well, no, but you're claiming to know. What do you know? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think it means?
Your statements. I'm judging your statements.
But what do you think?
This is my first time I've ever talked to you. How am I supposed to know that?
Well, you obviously have idea. You just said that those statements were worse than Donald Trump's statements, where I can draw a clear line from him motivating people
to commit crimes alone, not off of what I think you meant by it.
But words are meaningless. They're just sounds. Ooga booga, right? Like they have to mean something.
They're not meaningless.
No. Hold on. Wait. No. Stop. This is a dumb argument. When you say words, there has to be a meaning ascribed to the words. Otherwise, we're just uttering sounds. If I say random things to you, if I utter speech that means nothing to you, then that doesn't mean anything. You are ascribing a meaning to the things I'm saying. So you said earlier that when I said, what do you expect? That you said that was like a thinly veiled call for violence or whatever. Is that if you follow through for however much of my content you've watched?
Implication. Yeah. No. I think that's a direct implication that what do you expect? You should expect violence if you attend these rallies.
What, and then why? What was the motivation? What was what was my conversation?
I don't know if that part matters. I don't know if the motivation matters. Why does
Why doesn't the motivation matter, dude? This is so fucking silly.
Wait.
matter?
Because when I speak, I say more. I didn't just like go live and then say 2 sentences and then turn my stream off.
You're asking me to interpret a whole lot here. I'll try to find a concession if you want to try to find a concession because I don't understand.
Do you live your life in like 2-sentence quotes? Is that how you view every single?
No. I just trace the statements. I trace the statements people make. That's
what does tracing the statement mean?
Like the objective meaning of the statement, which sometimes there's not going to be an object, and that's where you can throw in coded language.
Hold on. I think all of you guys should. I think everyone in here should eat dogs. Okay.
Yeah.
Would you leave this like thing saying, "Wow, Destiny's audience is a bunch of dog eaters, and Destiny wants all of his audience to eat dogs"? Because I said that.
Say that last part.
Yeah, probably.
That Destiny wants his audience to eat dogs, that they're all probably dog eaters. Destiny encourages dog eating.
No, probably not.
Okay. Because it's like I don't talk about this a lot. I'm not a big, shut up. I'm not a big dog cuisine person, right? Yeah. So I think that
I'll make a concession if you want to make a concession. I just don't know.
What is my concession? I'm not going to make the concession that I want violence.
I'll make a concession, but it seems like we're at a standstill. Like, I don't understand.
I wish. Okay, so sorry. I know that I'm coming in this half cocked because I literally just went and got water and came back. But I have a feeling that he's grilling Destiny on the, conservatives need to be scared when they go to rallies or whatever. But then the next half of that sentence that was so that they pressured their leaders to turn the national temperature down. That's relatively close to the quote, right? And the thing is, in my opinion, that's the same thing as the 10 p.m. at night quote about rioters. It's like the rioters need to stop. If white dipshit militias need to be gunning down protesters in the street when they're burning down buildings at 10 p.m. at night, then at this point they have my blessing. The obvious, I would argue, bad faith interpretation is you hear the word protester and then you go, oh, Destiny wants protesters to be murdered. But if you listen to the entire quote, then obviously the entire quote is arsonists, people who are, committing violent crime. At this point, like, militias have my blessing to intervene. And then if you add in the context that he's a hyperbolic streamer, then it gets even less serious, even though the sentiment behind it is very real. And so I think that this is another moment where Steven's just going to be living with this quote for the rest of his life, where because we're streamers, because we're naturally hyperbolic, because we typically try to communicate the mundane in the most extreme way possible, this quote is going to be thrown in his face for decades.
Like, I'm submitting a paradigm.
Well, sure, here, I can explain, and you can tell me if this sounds like it tracks with every other thing I've said, right? Is that if you engage in a political violence where every single thing you talk about is the end of the world, every single party is trying to invade you and destroy you and kill you and take over everything and mutilate your children's genitals and leave the border open intentionally to flood you with illegal immigrants, and then all the words and verbiage you use is like this, like the holy war, the fight, we got to take over the enemy, they stole your government from you, right? If those are the things...
What has resulted from that? And I think my point is...
Wait. Look, I'm just saying that when you say all of these things, right? If somebody shows...
what's happened from that is... What's resulted from that? An attempted overthrow of the Republic of the United States. That's one of the things that happened as a result of that rhetoric.
Up at like rallies and start shooting, that's not that surprising to me, right? Like, I'd be like, okay, yeah, like, I mean, this kind of makes sense. This tracks, right? This is like the verbiage and everything is like, this is the end of the fucking world. Everything is coming to kill you and take your country and destroy everything. Like, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if that event had some kind of political violence involved.
But what if Charlie Kirk was preaching that and then someone kills Charlie Kirk? That wouldn't make much sense then.
What do you mean?
That wouldn't make much sense. Like you just described.
DJ says, have I talked to PF Young yet? No. He said that he needed until 12:45 approximately in order to get some lunch in.
Lost my train of thought. What was your last point?
That if you're like in a side that's constantly preaching political violence and turning up the temperature as high as you can, it wouldn't surprise me that there are like, yeah. I mean, I would say that kind of flows outward to like a lot of different.
And then there's the part of like, what if most of that?
I have not heard about Mark Sanchez.
That, the immigration topic that you see as incitement raising the temperature. What if that's like a real issue?
there is no real issue that requires you to label a detainment facility alligator Alcatraz.
I agree.
That's just cruelty.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that.
Sure.
I think that was bad form, so that's the concession I'll make. I
But
guess.
but it's not just. It gives an indication for what the other person what's going on in their head, right? So if the other person,
DeSantis that did
every single Republican laughed at it and thought it was epic. And
Okay, Joe Sakana. I will try to steelman it for you as best I can. So I agree that random Republicans feeling afraid for their lives will not turn the temperature of the country down. However, there are pundits who profit from the temperature of the country being high. All right. What I would say is Matt Walsh profits from the temperature of the country being high, and he wants it to be as high as possible. So if I check out Matt Walsh, in his bio, it says theocratic fascist, best-selling children's author, world-renowned DEI consultant. Okay. So theocratic fascist is hyperbole. I don't think he's actually a theocratic fascist. I think he's putting that because he's been accused of being a theocratic fascist. Okay. Then, if I go down, thank God Florida has arrested Ronald DeSantis, the child-killing monster. Now he goes back to Kentucky. Will officials in Kentucky decide to release the psycho murderer? Once again, the country is watching. Okay, now this is something that he's truly passionate about. It's not exactly a tame tweet, though. He's talking about Democrats releasing murderers into their communities, which is a part of the Irina Zarutska narrative, right? Want to go to it's a cool sandwich joint. All right. People say that X isn't real life, but we use this platform to call attention to the Logan Tipton case. And within 24 hours, the White House responded. Now the AG of Florida is on it as well. That seems pretty real to me. Anyways, if I go through Matt Walsh's stuff, it's not going to be things that are related to turning down the temperature. He's going to be trying to increase the temperature. Okay. There was a picture of a little boy who got murdered and a murderer got off of death row. A murderer got released after a decade in prison. If I go to Tim Pool and I take a look at it, he is one of the biggest purveyors of the Civil War narrative in history. And he's showing like a new governor AI video. He is saying it's AI, but he's basically talking shit about a governor. He's talked about Civil War. The Qataris control our government and have infiltrated our media. This proves it. Anyways, if I go through his shit, he profits from the temperature being high. And so the question is whether or not, if Tim Pool was doing consistent public events, if Matt Walsh was doing consistent public events, and if they feared for their lives, would they be as flippant and crazy with their rhetoric? That's the steel man of the argument. Okay. And I want to thank everybody who donated today, but I want to thank Grassroots as well. Grassroots gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. What a fucking king. If you receive a gifted Valor Media Network membership, thank Grassroots. Jas86 did a super chat. Newmanax did a super chat. Anonymous Chatter, Gen X, Tristan Clark, Malevolent Vet, and Anonymous Chatter again all gave super chats. We're pushing a dozen donations today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Parasocial, love you. Thank you for hanging out. And I think our friend P.F. Young should be joining us momentarily.
Base and sold merchandise for it and thought it was cool. And Christy Gnome defended Donald Trump on it.
But
What?
I said not me, but I'll concede that alligator Alcatraz is an example. That's an example.
Sure. So,
But I mean, the immigration topic, it was what you cited as incitement of violence. I'd say that's actually.
Oh yeah, there you go. Zenith said best example is Nick Fuentes becoming a liberal once he realized he could get shot too. Yeah, unironically, Nick Fuentes is an example of exactly the logic that Destiny laid out, because Nick Fuentes does feel vulnerable. Nick Fuentes is more vulnerable than Charlie Kirk, because he is such a figure of hatred and derision that people think that if Charlie Kirk is a fascist, Nick Fuentes is absolutely a fascist. Simping for Stalin, simping for Hitler, simping for race realism, simping for depossessing Jews of political and media power, simping for resegregation. Nick Fuentes was the poster boy of using hyperbolic policy and hyperbolic rhetoric with which to get momentum behind your political movement, and he is scared of being killed at a public event. Therefore, he has willingly turned down the temperature of his own rhetoric. So, yeah, that's, Tim Pool and Matt Walsh are perfect examples of Destiny's desires not being carried out. Nick Fuentes is the exact example of Destiny's desires being carried out.
Real issue, which was going to be my second.
Things can be a real issue, but also you could talk about them in a hateful or insightful
But you
way.
can't just say, "Oh, that's incitement of violence."
I didn't just say, "Oh, that's." I just gave you a specific, concrete example of a way that it's kind of insightful, the way that Republicans deal with it. When they say things like,
so I think the alligator Alcatraz example is valid. I don't think the immigration topic as a whole can be.
I've never said the immigration topic as a whole, but Republicans
That's
don't.
how you started. That's how you started it. You clarified and you said alligator Alcatraz, and that's what I conceded to.
I don't think I ever said in general immigration. I feel like I've listed pretty specific things, but
Yeah, it was jumbled in there. It's hard to remember everything that you say, but it was jumbled in there.
Okay,
I do know that.
let's assume that it was jumbled in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Republicans and Donald Trump speak about everything in an existential, hateful way. So when violence results from that, that's just.
Joseph Canna says, cool. I guess that means political terrorism has its uses then. I mean, if that's logic, that's logic. I mean, I hate to be so callous about it, but yeah. Like, as an example, in post-war Japan, there was a socialist who wanted to seize power in Japan, and he was assassinated on national television with a katana. And I think the Socialist Party in Japan never fully recovered. In Israel, there was a pro-reconciliation, pro-two-state solution politician in Israel, and he was assassinated, and his political movement died. What's another example? What is it? Is it Che Guevara? No, it wasn't Che Guevara. Che Guevara was the partisan in the jungle who ended up getting killed by security forces. Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar originally had ambitions of being the president of Colombia. And then eventually he was drummed out of the Senate. He was effectively like ignored and pushed out of the Senate. But he still had ambitions of being the most powerful man in Colombia. And it wasn't until Los Pepes, which was a militia, Los Pepes, Colombia. I think it's an acronym for Los Pepes, an acronym for Perseguidos por Pablo Escobar, was a paramilitary group of enemies of Pablo Escobar, including members of the Cali cartel and the Castaño brothers, who waged a violent campaign against the Medellin cartel in 1993. They were believed to have provided intelligence to the Colombian search bloc in exchange for assistance from U.S. counterterrorism units. Their actions, which targeted members and associates of the Medellin cartel, were a significant factor in weakening Escobar's organization. So yeah, like extra judicial violence from the enemies of Pablo Escobar ended up loosening and ultimately destroying Pablo Escobar's not only his political ambitions, but his drug cartel ambitions. So yeah, so like descriptively, like, is that good? Is political violence good? No, political violence is bad. Is political violence a tool that can be used to destroy political movements? Descriptively, yes. So
It's not that surprising to me. I make the same criticism sometimes of Democrat rhetoric. I don't think they've gotten to the point where they're inciting violence. But when they say things like, billionaires own everything, the donor clusters, everything, I say, like, well, when you leave people no option but to not participate in elections and then to do violence, like, that's what people are going to do. That's not surprising.
Which one? Participate in elections or do violence? Which one are we leaving them no option to do?
Both. I think that's what happens when you tell people that you can't participate in elections.
Those are two different things, though, don't you think?
One leads to the next. If people feel like their vote is irrelevant or their political system isn't responsive to them, then the next step is violence. That's what happens, right? How do dictatorships end? Usually with a coup.
You can't say that happens, but that's not justified. That's not morally justified.
Whether it is or isn't is not what we're at right now. I'm just saying that is what will happen.
This is a moral conversation. I'm critiquing your morality. This is a conversation about morality, not like efficacy. I don't know.
okay, I'm about to yell at PF Young. About to yell at his bitch ass. We were supposed to start 20 minutes ago. Shove that food into your face, bitch. Let's go. Give me 10-ish. He sent that at 12:41. It's 12:50. He's got one more minute.
Well, no, but I'm saying, well, sure, but as part of this, what I'm saying is there are certain things that you can tell people that will lead to predictable things. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yep. And
I'm not-
those things. Yeah.
So, like, if I were to tell like a group of people that there's some guy coming to kill you, and I say this over and over and over and over again, and eventually these people,
Simba Law says, I don't know if Pablo Escobar is a good example of political violence because the violence was already in the streets of Colombia and he was a direct cause of it due to the cartel. Right. But I think that what that gentleman was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the way that I'm going to read it. Okay. I'm trying to scroll up to find the comment. Looked like a Japanese guy. Joe Sakana says, cool. I guess that means that political terrorism has its uses then. I mean, if that's the logic, that's the logic. So what Joe Sakana is doing is I'm making a descriptive claim, but I think that he's making a moral indictment. The moral indictment is of Destiny. He's saying that Destiny is endorsing or inferentially endorsing political violence through his statement. And I'm quoting here, okay? I'm quoting. The quote is, I think something along the lines of, conservative influencers need to be afraid when they go to public events. That way they pressure political leaders in order to turn down the temperature of the country. I think that's a quote. And I think it might even be a little bit spicier than that. I think he might have used the K word in reference to that quote. So the liberal argument, the pro-Destiny argument is that, well, he's not saying that he endorses violence. He's saying that he wants people to be afraid of the consequences of their rhetoric and their actions. That way they see how hot the country is and they turn the temperature down. Whereas what other people have inferred is that Stephen is effectively endorsing said violence. So he's trying to make a moral indictment of the statement. And what I try to do is I'm trying to make a statement that political violence, while immoral, can be effective. So, speaking of political violence,
we find this.
Paul Young is here. Let's get him in. All right, Mr. Paul, how are you? Still jamming food in
I was gonna say, you told me to shove it down my throat, so I'm shoving it down my throat, and we're doing it on camera. So,
all right, that's not your fault.
I'm almost done.
My fault then. I'll engage with chat while you finish up your lunch.
All right.
So,
okay.
Simbalas said, this is what I think I was responding to. I don't know if Escobar is a good example of political violence because the violence was already in the streets of Colombia and he was the direct cause of it due to the cartel. Yeah, I'm making a statement about efficacy, not chronology. Christian Blair says, how much do I have to pay Connor to start shouting slurs at PF Young? Connor, give me some Zog talking points, you F slur. Okay. On Valor Media Network, I am not allowed to do homophobic or ableist slurs. So you're going to have to pay me on Tuesday to use homophobic or ableist slurs. Screaming Sturmovich says, always interesting to see disingenuous behavior be dismissed on the grounds of maintaining weaponized autism so that everyone can keep using it. Cough, cough, Connor. I don't know what you're saying, Screaming Sturmovich, but you're kind of annoying. So, you're on thin ice, bud. Jazz says the Fed posting has to stop, and if that means a bunch of wrench users, mask bans, retarded Fed posters, then they have my blessing. Joe Sakana says, yes, it comes off as justification of Kirk's assassination. It feels gross to imply it's good Kirk died because Fuentes became more liberal. Sure. If we're going descriptively, then I'm okay with what you just said, because I think that like 70% of conservatives read the statement as an endorsement of political violence. No baloney. Like, I don't even think they're being bad faith. I think they genuinely believe that Stephen was endorsing political violence through that statement. So if 70% of the people that you're trying to reach interpret it a certain way, then it's clear that it's clear that you have to contend with their moral argument, even if that wasn't your intent. Melody says, is this a combative discussion or just prodding his belief? We'll see. We'll see. Paul and I get along, so it'll probably be nice, but I'll talk to him about fascism and stuff. Grassroots 20 says, PF Young, I see you two are late and gay, a gentleman of culture.
No problem, honey.
Yeah. Screaming Servage says annoying equals has a critical point I can't refute, so I ban. No, I'm gonna ban you, Screaming Servage, because you're annoying. And oftentimes when I ask you the point that you say I can't refute, it's not even a point it's a point that I've already addressed. So I just don't think you know what words mean. So have fun someplace else. All right. Anyways, so hi Paul, how are you doing?
Connor, I'm doing phenomenal. I got up extra early this morning at 8:30 a.m.
Excellent. And then you had a productive day in reference to editing and pushing out videos?
I did, yes. My latest commentary on the Nick Fuentes Dave Smith debate is out, and boy, is my commentary almost as phenomenal as the debate itself.
Oh, excellent. Well, I'm excited to discuss that with you. I know you sent it to me that we could watch it together, but realistically, I think I'd rather talk about it.
No, yeah, that's fair. I thought, yeah. No, we don't have to watch listen, I never watch my own videos with people. It's
Gotcha. Then,
it's a
guys,
sexual thing.
Paul's a little loud for me, but it's okay. If the audio is balanced, I want to leave him where he's at. So if you guys get echoes or if he's louder than me, just let me know and I'll balance it out. But so Paul, I'm going to do a little bit of an intro to the conversation if you don't mind.
Please.
Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue that I'm pretty centrist in a lot of my takes, where I was raised Republican, but I'm sympathetic to some liberal and progressive argumentation. And Paul Young is one of the most enlightened centrist creators, now dark centrist, but he used to be enlightened, dark centrist creators in the space. And yet he is constantly vilified and attacked on all sides, sometimes with warrant, sometimes without warrant. And so we're going to push him on some of the stuff that he's attacked on to see if we can get an interesting conversation. Paul, would you like to introduce yourself to the folks at home and tell them anything relevant that you want them to know about?
My name is Paul. I go by PF Young, and what is relevant will be revealed over the course of this conversation.
Okay. So I think that you I watched 2 videos of yours. I watched probably 45 minutes of the conversation that you had with Joel, I guess. And then
I
did watch your Nick Fuentes video. And then I watched the video after that, where you were kind of saying that in the post-ironic attempts to understand everybody all the time, you felt you were overly biased and sympathetic to dissident ideas. Can you just like walk me in the chat through how you feel about that, especially since your most recent content is about Nick?
Well, I guess specifically on, I just had a conversation with someone who
was it Pisco?
No, I haven't posted it yet. Guy from the Plastic Pills podcast, but I guess on the issue of like with the Big Joel debate. Well, the Big Joel debate was a terrible showing on my part due to lack of preparation and saying things I don't believe only because I was just pushing back and just being in opposition to what the person I was arguing with.
Do you think that an accusation is that you are overly sympathetic to the dissident right because you're constantly trying to steelman everybody? So how do you
I agree with the dissident right on a lot of things. Like I'm post-liberal. I don't think liberal. I reject. I don't want to say I reject liberalism, but I'm more sympathetic to post-liberals than I am most classical liberals. So I agree with the dissident right on a lot. They are correct about a lot of things.
So let's dig into that, because that might actually be a nice little meaty section of the conversation. So the way that I've consistently defined liberal, because I use like capital L liberal often in my stream, is that like liberal is like maximum human freedom, right? Like trying to get
that.
What's that?
I hate that.
Okay. So what I would argue, though, is that maximal human freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, limited government, due process under the law, equality before the law.
Hedonism.
I would argue that those are all good. And then I would argue that it's up to the people to remain moral enough and to inculcate a moral culture so that they can responsibly wield their freedom. But you're saying you don't even like that. So what's your?
Well, no, I kind of agree with that last point that, it is ultimately up to individuals to be moral, but you can't just.
Morality can come from the state. That we could have an authoritarian moral state. When you say post-liberal, that's what I assume. I assume that you're saying the state should enforce morality, force its people to be moral.
There should be continuity between individual moral values and the organization of the state. That's why we make murder illegal.
Okay.
Right. So there is like the state does enforce morality, and it is organized in such a way that incentivizes a certain moral framework, and it's built on a certain moral framework, and something like freedom of speech, I'll die for that. Just because I say I don't identify as liberal doesn't mean I reject the tenets of liberalism any more than someone who says, well, I don't identify as Christian. That doesn't mean they reject Christian morality. They might fundamentally agree with certain aspects of Christian morality. So I fundamentally agree with like free speech and the ability to exchange ideas freely. And any post-liberal that deviates from that is whatever, fascist or something like that, which I would never call myself precisely because of that. They reject free speech. So there's many elements of liberalism I like. But basically the idea of elevating freedom as the highest value is just, I reject that. Or at least I reject the elevation of negative freedom as the highest value. Right? We just want liberty from government.
No, this is where I think my chat and I, we get into arguments sometimes. So oftentimes, like as an example, we'll try not to get distracted by chat, and we'll try not to get distracted too much. They would view Bonnie Blue having sex with 1,000 men within 24 hours as either morally neutral or potentially even like benign or positive. And that's like fucking insane to me.
Correct. Degenerate.
Yeah. So why would you valorize degeneracy just because it's the, like you said, since you hold freedom as the primary value through which like moral worth is derived, even culturally or socially criticizing Bonnie Blue is already an affront to the primary value of freedom, let alone advocating for, which I kind of did in a meme way, but I'm also kind of serious, like a psychological institutionalization of people who do what Bonnie Blue does. They're like, oh, that's crazy. That's fascist because you're violating her freedom, and freedom is the primary value.
Yeah. And whether it's like sexual liberation or even just like AI related stuff, like I would be in favor of the government just absolutely clamping down on AI. Like we're at the point, I was watching videos the other day, or some AI generated videos the other day that look basically real to this point. It's almost indistinguishable. I could barely tell. And I'm kind of the mindset, let's just make that illegal. Fuck your freedom. Oh, but what about the freedom to make AI generated? Too bad. It's illegal. It can't be on public platforms. You can have it privately or something like that. But I'm in favor of the government wielding its power in a way that addresses the problems that we face that I think are cultural and existential.
Well, so I guess the argument for republicanism, which I still identify with the philosophy of republicanism, even if the Republican Party has lost me in many regards in reference to MAGA. For republicanism, the philosophy behind republicanism is representative democracy with a a constitution at the heart of it. Base. And the Constitution, is supposed to be rules that we wrote down that are difficult to change because we think they are so fundamental to our society. And then representative democracy is supposed to be, well, we elect the best of us, the educated, the intelligent, the representatives who are capable of appealing to the masses and convincing the masses that they will be their best representatives within the halls of Congress. And then the best amongst us come together in order to discuss complex ideas, to pass legislation that is important to the health in continuity of the Republic of the United States. That's the ideal. Now, the execution is infinitely more flawed, but I think that's been true through every political project ever. So I guess my question to you is like, are you Republican, and what do you feel are the flaws with our republic?
I'm Republican I suppose I'm Republican in that sense. Partly, I'm being provocative in a few ways. I don't like the government as it exists now, more or less, and democracy and the Constitution as was written, it's like that's all fine. It's it's like it's the edge cases and. Well, I don't even know. I guess I don't have a problem with anything. What you just said, I don't have a problem with, in theory. Okay, what I have a problem with some of the claims at the base of liberal, like it's a fundamental philosophical question. I don't think people have the right to create fake AI images that are used to spread disinformation. So the government should be authoritarian and clamp down on that. It should just be illegal. And we should act in a way that overrides the courts if need be. It should just be illegal. That's it.
Wait, which things should be illegal?
Like we can iron out the exact details of the law, but it should be vague enough to be a catch-all. Making AI images of someone else's likeness without their consent that makes them say something that isn't what they said should be like authoritarian. We should clamp down on that significantly. And if a court says no, actually people have the right to do this because it's part of technology, overrule the court. The court's wrong.
Okay, why?
Because it's so fucked up and will fuck up society so much that it should be stopped.
Okay, so out of all the things,
hold on, are you asking? Do you actually not know why the utter danger that presents?
Well, I mean, we should probably articulate
indistinguishable videos of like you saying something or the president saying something that he didn't say, and that just being allowed to run freely over in society.
I think I think that we could probably find like a legislative middle ground there where any parody, satire, or lie should be labeled as such. Because right now we already have like libel, slander, all that kind of stuff. We could pass a new law that says that if you misrepresent somebody's likeness to do something that they did not do, and it is not obviously comedy or satire, and it's slanderous or libelous, then you could and should be sued accordingly. Like, I think that would be like a more sane
maybe, or it should just be straight up illegal. Or maybe we make it illegal until that law comes into place. First, it's illegal. No one can do it. Can't be anywhere. And then we go back and go, let's loosen up the law if it makes sense. But
but as an example, like let's say that Donald Trump, let's say that I was a political satirist, and I genuinely believe that Donald Trump was responsible for the rape of 14 to 17-year-old girls, and so I created an AI parody or AI likeness where he comedically participated in sex acts with models from the 80s and 90s. And I set up a skit of him hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein in the thousands or the tens. Why should that be prohibited by law if it's a satire, it's comedy, and or even if it's not satire or comedy, if it's commentary on what I truly believe to be true about the sitting president of the United States?
Maybe it shouldn't be, but until we agree to that law set, it should be illegal outright until otherwise. This is my point. Okay, the point is just the mindset we have is like the Silicon Valley technology mindset, which is we're allowed to do whatever we want until it's been made illegal. And we're at the point now where things are the technology is progressing so rapidly that we should have the opposite view, that we're going to limit innovation and all this stuff until we can until we can agree on libel law and the proper application of parody law and so on and so forth, and what exactly does it mean to be AI generated and all that. We're going to have sweeping just shutdowns of like, actually no, you can't, no more Sora videos. As of tomorrow, you're not allowed to make Sora videos. Society was able to survive up until yesterday when Sora videos were not allowed. And we're keeping them shut off until we can legislate differently.
So
I have no problem with that.
Okay, so I'm following you so far. I think we disagree, but that's okay. What's weird to me that I want to poke at is the emergency nature of your alarm. So, for instance, like if I had things that I cared about, jihadist terrorism would be one of them. Terrorism in general would be one of them. MAGA's threat to the republic would be one of them. Whether or not climate control is an existential threat to the planet, that would be one of them.
Sure.
And then whether or not we can do anything about climate change would be another one. So those are like my top 5 or 6 problems that I think that are either immediate threats to human life, maybe not an existential scale, but they're still threats to human life that I care about. Or they're threats to the very planet, and therefore they should be dutifully researched and addressed.
Sure.
Why is this the thing that you're scared of?
Well, it's all case by case. I could be convinced on either of these. Like, for example, I'm glad that Trump stopped the open borders by cutting off asylum claims. It's like, oh well, that's stepping over rights and stuff. It's like it's a necessary solution to address a big enough problem. And there's all kinds of historical precedent for things like that. I mean, that's what FDR essentially did in the
well,
New Deal
then I want to ask
and
you
all
a
that.
fascist question in a second. So Numinax for $5 says, discovering intent of AI content is important, Paul. If your litigation is too vague, it can be used to put down parody or satire. No, I mean, I agree there, but I think he's saying that the emergency is so big that he doesn't care about that right now. But so my question to you, because you're saying like, okay, well, Trump shut down asylum claims. The asylum system was being abused. The stat that I would use to back up your claim is that 96% of asylees are not approved. They're subject to deportation.
Mm-hmm.
So if we have 100 people who show up to the border claiming asylum, only 4 of them get approved for asylum within the United States. So with that being said, what I'm hearing though is an issue with process that actually probably separates me from you. If the Supreme Court of the United States said, hey, in line with the laws of our representative Republican democracy, the asylum application, what Donald Trump is doing with auto-rejecting all asylum applications is actually illegal. Therefore, you have to go back to the old system. What do you think Trump should do?
Ignore the courts, just like Lincoln ignored the courts when he talked about habeas corpus and all that.
Okay. So what that is in my opinion, 50%.
Authoritarian?
What's that?
Authoritarian?
It's flexible authoritarianism. Yeah. So flexible authoritarianism, real quick. This was part of my frustration with your conversation with Pisco. So fascism, I actually have a pretty clear definition from Giovanni Gentile, which is, flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism. So flexible authoritarianism is effectively you do whatever is necessary in order to get and maintain power. And then not only that, but if an institution is standing in your way and they don't have the ability to stop you, you steamroll them. That's flexible authoritarianism. And then political corporatism is advocating for the political corporative body. So treating the nation state, both the government and the people, as a single body and then advocating for its health. So that's the way that fascists would justify themselves.
Do you agree that FDR meets that definition of fascist?
Potentially. You would have to cite to me specifically what FDR did that was flexibly authoritarian and politically corporative.
Okay, how about when this is the famous switch in 9 to save, or switch in time to save 9 or something like that? When the courts, prior to the 1937 Lochner decision, I believe it was, the Supreme Court continually struck down FDR's policies, the New Deal policies. There was like a price fixing and wage fixing labor board or something like that. So FDR got on his fireside chat and he told everyone, I have the exact quotes, but I'll paraphrase. We're not going to let a few scared men who are concerned about the future of this nation allow the present nation to collapse. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, for everyone over the age of 70 on the court, we're going to replace them with, or we're going to pack the court with a new court justice. And then the court, seeing that threat very clearly, it was obviously a very direct threat, reversed course and started agreeing to FDR's legislation. So FDR essentially threatened openly the integrity of the court to get his way, and then he got his way. And everyone regards that as a wonderful success.
Did he pack the court?
No, he did not.
Okay.
But he explicitly threatened to do so.
No, I think that would be fascistic. Well,
Okay.
the way that I would delineate this is, so you could argue that he thinks that he's advocating for the political corporative health, As a matter of fact, I think most people, when they're politically minded, are political corporatists. And so, just as an example, libertarians or whatever, they think individually. So they would actually reject.
Fools.
What's that?
Fools, all of them.
Well, they would reject political corporatism because they would say that, like, you use the political corporative health of the nation state through which to trample individual rights.
Correct.
Therefore, you can fuck yourself.
Correct.
So I think a lot of liberals and a lot of libertarians would actually, some liberals and a lot of libertarians would reject political corporatism. But most people, I think that if you say, should the economy and the government and culture and the military and law enforcement, should they all have adversarial relationships where they're all hurting each other all the time? Or do you think it should be best to like harmonize these institutions so they work together for everybody's health? Most people are going to say
harmony.
We should work together for everybody's health.
Me too. I like that.
Okay. So
right. America is not a collection of individuals. It's a one nation with a shared destiny. And your well-being matters in ways that are relevant to me, even though we are separate individuals.
Okay. So then, I think we both agree that we're probably both politically corporative. The reason why I get scared, because it seems like you are just trying to giga chad flexible authoritarianism as long as it's in the name of the correct policy, is that we disagree on what the correct policy is a shitload of the time. And then your political corporative advocacy is not going to be the same as somebody else's. So for instance, you say, oh, well, if the courts intervene and say that the asylum process is necessary, legalistically necessary, therefore, if the courts reinstall the asylum process, then Trump should just steamroll them and not give a fuck. I sincerely believe that what would happen is a Democrat, the next time in power, they would say, we're facing demographic collapse. Most Central and South Americans are good people. Statistically, a very small amount of them are actual criminals, rapists, or murderers. The United States is a nation of immigrants. Therefore, even though the courts have said that once the 96% are denied, they are subject to deportation, I don't think that's true. And I'm actually going to grant these people through executive order visas for staying in the United States. And if the courts don't like my visas, they can go fuck themselves. And so then it doesn't become a republic of laws following due process through which to perpetuate a stable society. It just becomes whoever has power, affecting their agenda through judicial fiat. Or not even judicial fiat, through executive fiat.
Well, the arbitrariness of our government system, you're pointing out there's like an inherent arbitrariness to it then, and then it just defaults to power, essentially. Like,
well, I'm saying that when you accept flexible authoritarianism, that's descriptively true.
I would say the nature of the Supreme Court is already entirely arbitrary in that they serve for life, and whoever happens to die, the president in power gets to appoint the court, and then the court is a certain way for until the justices die. So you're saying, well, but Paul, if you agree to this model, then the Democrat could come in and have his way that you would disagree with. And I go, okay, I've already accepted the ridiculous, arbitrary, idiotic model of the Supreme Court, which is literally whoever happens to die on whatever president's watch gets to appoint Supreme Courts. And now the high priests of our democracy, who are human and have completely subjective views of the Constitution, are all now, the court is now this way or that way. And it's totally arbitrary based on who randomly died based on their health. So that's already the system we inhabit. And I don't see how that's much superior to, an alternative. Well, like the Supreme Court is a joke. The institution, the way it's set up as of right now is absurd and ridiculous. That 9 high priests arbitrarily get to decide what's legal or not. And whoever happens to be president at the time when they die gets to decide the makeup of the Supreme Court.
Okay, but the high priests of our democracy are selected. Beef Supreme, the fact that you agree is annoying to me. So I agree that the Supreme Court is not well thought out, and ideally we should pass legislation in order to reform the way in which our high priests of democracy are selected. Okay, I agree right there. However, I think that if we look at the Supreme Court, what the high priests are specifically selected from members who have already participated in our judicial system for decades. So they are people who allegedly already believe in rule of law, already believe in democratic and Republican virtues. They already believe in the Republic of the United States, and they've dedicated decades of their life to serving that republic. Then not only that, you've pointed to a political binary that they fall into, either liberal / progressive or conservative. But when you look at that, their interpretations, their like interpretational formula is actually like fairly well ground out, which means that with conservatives, yes, it can be arbitrary, but they try to, especially if they're originalists, which are popular, they try to interpret the law based off of the historical context at the time that it was written. And they push the buck back to the legislature where they say, well, if you don't like the way that we ruled on this topic, then you yourselves need to change the law via legislation. Whereas a progressive constitutionalist or whatever will say, well, the United States is a living country, therefore I'm going to interpret the law as it was written with a modern context, and based off of the modern context, here's my vibe on what the law should be, right? And that's like the liberal and progressive interpretation. So we've already boiled it down to servants of the Republic in a binary perspective on law. How is that not already self-selected? We don't have fascist Supreme Court justices. We don't have communist Supreme Court justices.
Really? You don't think there are people who say that Brett Kavanaugh and Comey Barrett are fascist?
I'm sure that they do, but I also don't think that they can define fascism in an intelligent way.
Well, that's one problem.
No, I agree. But here's the thing is where you are saying that the absurdity is with the Supreme Court. And I agree that there's certain elements of the Supreme Court that are absurd, like serving for life. Like I do think there should be term limits. I do think that there should be that kind of thing. However, I would say that this is a part of the broken legislature. The legislature not being capable of coming together to pass laws necessary for the Republic is what I think is currently dysfunctional about the Republic.
Yeah, well, okay. I guess this would be the fundamental critique in a nutshell, or the place where my sympathies for post-liberalism emerge. Okay, this is how I'd phrase it.
Yeah,
the Constitution, as it is written, as it is set up, in its admirable and historically proven out, valid desire and function, which is to prevent tyranny, right? The Constitution was set up specifically to prevent tyranny, and it's done a very good job of that. The same mechanisms that allow it to prevent tyranny might also make it too rigid to adapt quick enough to the new problems we face in front of us. Do you accept that that's a logical possibility?
Yeah.
That the very thing that makes the Constitution effective to solve one type of problem makes it ineffective to solve another type of problem?
Of course.
Okay, so that's all I'm pointing forward is that I'm sympathetic to that, and I think the like with AI, it's like the idea that the Constitution says anything meaningful about how we should treat AI is a stretch to me. I mean, there's basic principles that are enshrined in philosophy that the Constitution draws upon. But it goes like we can't how we decide what we should do in the face of artificial general intelligence and the absolute destruction of the ability to see reality online, or rather not even just not see reality, create entirely new realities that are completely schizophrenic inducing. The Constitution doesn't. I just don't see how the Constitution what could the founding fathers have possibly offered on this other than but it's property rights, and AI is a property, and people have property rights, so we should allow it to do that. It's like, okay, if that's a conclusion, then the founding fathers are listening to the founding fathers is more harmful on this particular issue than otherwise.
But I don't agree with this, and the reason why I don't agree with this is because the whole point of a republic, and I'm pretty sure that given enough time I could find quotes from the founding fathers, is that so if I've conceded to you that republics and democracies and free societies are slow to respond to emergencies,
Yep.
which I think we can document historically, then what I would argue is that fascists, dictators, and autocracies often respond too quickly to emergencies in the wrong direction and destroy their own societies very quickly.
Fascism and dictatorship and tyranny are bad.
But not only are they bad, but they use the crisis of exigent emergencies in order to turn everything into an emergency.
So
through which they derive their authority, through which they sprint in the wrong direction.
Correct. You are pointing out the slippery slope on one side.
Yep.
And I acknowledge the slippery slope on the other side. Right?
Yep.
And we're discussing what the right balance is. But the point is, to lean towards one or the other is wrong, because it's a type 1, type 2 error no matter what.
Sure.
To say because what you labeled as flexible authoritarianism, it's like we just agreed that FDR is a flexible authoritarian, and FDR largely did the right thing in hindsight. I mean, would you agree?
Yeah. And same thing with Teddy, and same thing with Lincoln.
Teddy, yep.
What's interesting about the 19th century, and a lot of people are not going to like that I'm conceding this, is that arguably the states had a solid legal foundation through which to retain slavery and declare independence from the federal government. The original conceptualization of the United States was a confederation of sovereign nations that, while they had a constitutional overarching framework, they were largely able to pass their own laws within their own sovereignties. And so it was actually only until the Supremacy Clause, which I forget when it was like amended, or if it was enforced, or if it was adjudicated. I forget the rule of the Supremacy Clause, but it was actually only like during the Civil War and immediately after the Civil War that they finally said, no, any federal law passed actually applies to all states equally, and therefore there can be no state legislation that violates a federal law that is enforceable, which I think was actually an inversion of the original conception. The original conception was the Bill of Rights and the constitutional framework that only applied to the federal government, so that the states could establish their own ideas of liberty. But ultimately the correct thing in my view was that, republicanism and liberalism are not localized goods. They're international, they're global, they might even be universal goods. And therefore, Lincoln was correct in keeping the states in the Union through armed conflict and then enforcing a greater constitutional justice upon all citizens of the United States. So, he did something authoritarian. And he also arguably the elimination of habeas corpus during the war years. I understand it logically and legalistically, but that's obviously an authoritarian move.
Welcome to Team Dark Centrism, Connor.
Okay,
Connor.
but at the same
sometimes time, authoritarianism is justified. When is the entire question? And to be honest,
sure,
my whole interest in this conversation, the reason I'm sympathetic to the post-liberal right, is just to establish that frame. That do we all agree that sometimes authoritarianism is justified? If the answer is no, which is how a lot of mindless democracy simps think, then fine. There's no point in having a conversation. But if we agree that sometimes it's justified, then we can agree on a case-by-case thing. And to be honest, at that point, like, that's all that does come down to like heavy, detailed, like on the AI thing. I agree with you that, what happens if I make an Adobe Premiere, if I edit a video in Adobe Premiere and it uses an AI like filter somehow? It's like, should that be legal? No. So that, there needs to be nuance around it. But as long as we go ahead.
Patriarch's one of my libertarians, and he's saying no, it's not. Lol, fuck off. So
that's right. We see there's a certain, if someone came here and like an antinatalist, like someone said, I want the world. I believe it's called pro-mortalism is the extreme end of it, where they want all human beings to die. right? If someone in your comments came from the worldview of I want maximal suffering and death, we can reasonably say we don't need to worry about their opinions. So if someone here is the equivalent of that level of insanity, like a libertarian, then we can just
No. Okay, so hold on. Now we're going too far and presuming that I'm completely on the same sheet of music.
No.
Conservative liberalism says you don't resort to case by case. You set up criteria like martial law. We all acknowledge that. So so as an example, the Alien and Sedition Act, the Posse Comitatus. We have emergency laws within the United States of America where we also have authorizations of use of military force, which is different from a declaration of war.
Yep.
We have the capacity within our republic to legislate and pass the necessary emergencies required in order to deal with emergencies. And so you're saying that like, oh, well, this emergency is near and dear to my heart. Therefore, I think it's an existential one. Therefore, we should violate all Republican principles in order to do it. But I don't even agree with you.
That's the way that you just described my frame is exactly how everyone would describe their frame. Like, World War II was an emergency near and dear to my heart. So
even when it's difficult.
Say it again.
That's why you hold to the principles and values of the Republic.
But hold on, you just agreed to like habeas corpus, like Lincoln suspending habeas corpus was a good thing at the time, right?
Okay, but the suspension of habeas corpus is also legalistically like argumentative, especially from the Confederate states.
Look, you can make a legalist.
No, I need to articulate this because it's just presumed that Lincoln is a piece of shit for suspending habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is the right to like a speedy trial. Okay, that it's the right to a jury trial. All right. And if somebody is disobeying the law, I don't know, by being seditious or treasonous to the Republic of the United States, then typically you would bring them to a court of law. But that's not what was happening during the Civil War. What was happening during the Civil War was open, uniformed rebellion. These people were not citizens of the United States resisting the federal government, although I guess in one lens you could argue that they were. What they were was open, uniformed combatants against the federal government of the United States. And the way that you treat citizens subject to your laws versus enemy combatants who are engaged in warfare against your armed forces are different. And that was the legalistic justification for the suspension of habeas corpus in the Confederate States, was that they were in open rebellion and fighting uniformed warfare against the federal government.
Right. So you just gave a particular case-by-case justification for this particular breach of this particular authoritarian overreach.
Right, but it was still done legalistically. It
Okay,
was still
yeah.
done in
Well,
argumentation. It's not arbitrary.
Okay, I believe you can always conjure up some sort of post hoc legalistic explanation of
And
your
some of them
authoritarian
are good and
actions.
some of them are bad.
Exactly, it's all case by
But
case.
you
That's my
should be
point.
accountable to that legalistic framework. So, for instance, if Paul Young is appointed president of the United States, he should not be able to say, well, the southern border is porous. We have too many Hispanics. I don't like it. It's a national emergency. I'm going to go ahead and scrap the asylum process. The same way that you shouldn't be able to say, hey, somebody made a video of me sucking somebody's wiener, and realistically, that's slanderous and libelous. Therefore, we're going to do away with all AI representations of any human being without their consent. You can't do that.
No, I'm fine with that one.
You have to argue it through the courts, and you have to argue it through our legislature, and you have to argue it through our courts. You're not given. I know the concept of the unitary executive is something that some people beat off to. It's not something that I beat off to. I think you should have to fight this.
Okay, fair enough. But you recognize then that in the process that could kill us because the rigidity of it allows the problem to grow to the point where it kills us.
I don't think AI deepfakes of
Okay, hold on. I picked that. Okay, that honestly, that one was the first one that. Okay, that one was the first one that came to mind because yesterday I saw a Sora video, and that was the one that was top of my head. That's not like my fundamental one. Let me give you. Let me give you a.
Because even Hispanics coming in, it like is not an existential threat to the Republic of the United States.
I agree, and I never would have said. Well, yeah, of course, yeah. Illegal immigrants.
I want your existential one. What's your existential one? What's the
let me
here to respond to?
Let me give you a. Well, this is not hypothetical. This is historical reality. Given 2020, let's say a company produces a biological virus. okay, like a pharmaceutical company, and then that virus gets released onto the public.
Yep.
And the government says, "Hey, we demand that you make the genomic sequence of this virus public. You have to hand over this virus." And the company says, "Well, hold on, that's private property. Why should we have to hand over this genomic virus or the code to this virus?
Yeah.
Why should they? Legalistically, it's property rights. It's defended."
No, I almost guarantee you that we have we have shit for not just emergencies. So I guarantee you that the CDC probably highly regulates infectious disease.
Okay.
I also guarantee you that when it comes to bioweapons or chemical weapons or nuclear weapons or anything that can be used that way,
okay.
I almost guarantee you that we have
but let's say
of law for that.
Okay. Let's say hypothetically the legislative framework was not sufficiently there to.
Hey, can we use COVID as an example? Just because during 20. Let's try to follow it logically as if it were COVID.
Well, COVID's because it came from China, so this doesn't work. It would have to come out of an American lab.
Wuhan lab. Let's say it was the University of Utah lab.
Those fucking Mormons probably would have been chomping at the bit.
And there was a leak.
Yeah. And
the leak infected people, and it injured and killed people.
Yeah. Do we have the right to say, fuck your property rights? We're coming into your offices and we're getting the genetic code so we can figure out like a treatment to this?
Yeah, but I'm also pretty sure that there's probably you're trying to run a hypothetical situation in which the government doesn't have the authority to do that. But I think that if you look at our country historically, we typically have had the authority to do that. And just as an example, like eminent domain or public domain, like for instance, with the Bundy Ranch, with the Bureau of Land Management, the federal government was in the right to say that the Bundys had grazed their cattle on federal lands and not paid the appropriate fees and taxes with which to do so. And they sued the Bundys and they dragged them through the courts. And I think they even incarcerated them several times. But what ended up happening was the resolution was that a jury of peers actually, despite the federal government probably being in the right in reference to taxation, fines, and representation, they felt like the violation, the punishment of the Bundys was so disproportionate through lawfare that they ultimately dismissed the case. So I think that had the Bundys, going along with like the infectious disease example, if the Bundys had created a proprietary virus that had then infected the population and injured or killed people, I think the case would have been found in the opposite direction, where the federal government would, of course, had a right to research this in the name of the public good.
Okay, well, I'm using the example, instead of the analogy of a biological virus, it could be a mimetic virus or a literal technology virus. Like, for example, Sora, or, a runaway or borderline runaway, an unaligned AGI. It's like, does the government have the right to come in and just say, turn this shit the fuck off?
Probably, but hold on one second. So Purple Political Breakdown for $10 says, your logic is more of a possibility to destroy society. You believe in good authoritarian power, but you understand the precedent is to set it for evil authoritarian power, right? How would you prevent this, though? And that's kind of like, call it Republican or liberal cuckoldry. But that's what I've been raised with my entire life is, don't imagine the system being run by a benevolent dictator or a divine king. Imagine the system being run by a malevolent dictator or a malevolent king. Because we have plenty, we might have a few examples of benevolent kings and benevolent emperors, like Marcus Aurelius, or actually I can only Marcus Aurelius. Maybe Tito from the former Yugoslavia. Those are the only, or Bukele in modern El Salvador. But not only do those people have like grievous sins against their people for which they need to account, but also what came after them once the benevolent dictators were dead was oftentimes worse than the corruptions of the republics with which they seized power from.
You're 100% correct. But if our democracy falls apart because we were not able to adapt quick enough, then you're just pointing out, you're just pointing to one side of the problem.
If you're being descriptive, I could understand it descriptively. As a matter of fact, I would argue that Donald Trump, Trumpism, and MAGA is likely a symptom of our representative republic not responding to the desires and needs of our populace. I would argue that Trump is only possible because our representatives have neglected our population for so long.
I would agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, descriptively, you're correct, but that's bad.
Okay, give me 20 seconds here. I'm going to grab a book real quick to quote from. Hold on.
Sure. And then just responding to chat, Jonazilla says, yeah, the problem with the good authoritarian is that human nature hasn't been shown to handle such power that well. Right. A lot of people in the former Yugoslavia loved Tito as a dictator, but then what happened was not only did he incarcerate, torture, and kill people when he was in power, but then he also died, and there wasn't somebody to replace Tito, and so the former Yugoslavia fell apart, and there were mass ethno-religious massacres as a result of the power vacuum. So having a benevolent dictator is like, it's a temporary solution. It's not a permanent solution. Lauren says Trump has been out on bail, held on bond for more than 2 years. Foster bail bonds, Lawrenceville, Georgia, August 2, 2023. I hope he hasn't put on trial and held accountable after his term is over. Thanks, Lauren. Beef Supreme says a really fine Paul argument here. Interesting. Well, stop finding it interesting, Beef Supreme. You need to stop.
I'm so fucking pissed because I had Charlie Kirk's book.
Yeah.
And I don't have it now. But he gave a quote from Teddy Roosevelt in it. And the quote was something to the effect of, in classic Teddy Roosevelt Old English speak,
Yeah.
I don't give a rap about the claims that I have usurped my power. Not only did I do what was good and just, I have established a good precedent going forward. That's more or less the exact quote. That's what Teddy Roosevelt said.
Teddy or Franklin Delano?
Teddy Roosevelt.
Well, and Teddy is one of my favorite presidents, so it's kind of
Look
funny.
at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Well,
Welcome to Dark
yeah,
Centrism,
okay.
Connor.
A hypocrite. Yes, I'm a hypocrite.
No, you're not a hypocrite. You're consistent. You recognize that authoritarianism is just as positive and positive and negative as democracy.
But Teddy being restrained, because what happened was Teddy was limited in his capacity to do these things, although he probably did exceed his authority. And then what ended up happening was he was ultimately restrained, and then actually he fell out of popular favor, and then he wasn't elected. I would view that Teddy Roosevelt should not have been appointed president for life. Right?
I agree. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And again, I like I said, I come in provocative, and I don't really care at this point what people think of me. I'm in no way am I like the Curtis Yarvin monarchists and all that. That's ridiculous and dumb. Fascism, tyranny, dictatorship. It's all bullshit. My point is the kind of power that someone like FDR or someone like Teddy Roosevelt or someone like Abraham Lincoln had. It's perfectly plausible that you could have a president today who adopts that same kind of power. And it would be fine in the grand scheme of things, even though he'd be called authoritarian and fascist. That's my point.
Sure, but that is disconcert. Okay, number one, when you don't care what people think, blah, 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 what ends up happening is if you don't root your words in what people know to be true and you're intentionally hyperbolic or you're operating based off of memes, people don't know when you're being sarcastic. People don't know when you're meaning. And so as a result, they don't know when you're being hyperbolic. And then number two, it also feels like what could happen is at any point you could just decide, oh, what I was saying before, that was actually like a little bit like weak and bitch and soy. So I was actually meaning when I was being bitch and soy, and now I'm actually Giga Chad.
I absolutely reserve the right to say, I utterly reserve the right to change my mind at any point about anything for any reason.
Sure, but people are looking for some level of like foundational philosophical stability.
Well, maybe people should fucking get real lives and ground, their lives in something stable instead of looking for stability in some online figure.
Okay, but when you're coming to politics, people are looking for a consistent way to analyze politics because even so,
are they, or are they looking for honest people? Like, do you like? Hold on, I'm not okay. And again, irony and stuff is fine.
Honest people, I'll tell you that.
Well, okay, well then that's their pathology to deal with, not mine.
Okay,
I am here to tell you what I honestly think as I think it.
Okay, which is fine, and I do something similar. But what I would say, just descriptively, okay, actually has very little to do with the argument.
We got to talk about woke right here soon.
What's that?
We got to talk about woke right here soon too.
Yes. So what a lot of people do is I think if you look at who's most popular in political commentary, it's just going to be factually evident what I say next.
Okay.
Is that what a lot of people do is they start out with vague notions of an ideology, libertarianism, liberalism, fascism, communism, whatever, and they fall in love with it through whatever propaganda piece that they read, right? If they were raised liberal and they loved it, or if they read Hitler once, or they read Gentile once. And so as a result, they associate part of their identity with this philosophy.
Yes.
And then what they do is they look for people to validate that identity constantly.
Yes.
And so they're not looking for someone who is going to waffle between 3 or 4 different political identities. They're looking for somebody to take a rule set associated with that identity and apply it over and over and over and over and over again, which reinforces their sense of identity.
Right.
So if you look at Dave Smith, the reason why he has a big libertarian audience is because he says exactly what the libertarian talking point is. If you look at Pondering Politics, no offense to Josiah, I love Josiah. The reason why he has a huge audience is because he says exactly what the Democratic talking points are for whatever the topic is. If you look at Destiny, he's controversial, but he's always going to be a liberal. If you look at Nick Fuentes, he's always going to be a Christian nationalist. And so that consistency, not just within the personality, but also within the frame of the ideology, that is going to drive a larger audience, because a lot of people, nuance, confusion, and disorientation are psychologically uncomfortable.
Connor, you can describe for me exactly what meth addicts want. I still will not sell them meth.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I am somebody who has found the most interesting ideas that I've ever discovered. I have found them in disorientation.
Yeah, that's fair. And I would, and just on a
in the chat for 30 seconds while I use the restroom.
Can I entertain the chat? Yeah. Do I can't. How do I see? Oh, there we go. I see him. Okay, I got it. No, I got it.
Yap about how you're not a fascist for 30
No,
seconds.
I see it. All right, everyone, you got 30 seconds. Throw your chats out. I'll read them now. Philosophical consistency equals meth. Amen. What is it? A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of a little mind? Young Anarch. Hey, Paul. Hey, Young Anarch. Nobody loves entertaining chat more than Paul does. The Bears are trash. Fuck you, Christian. That's... Are they trash? Kind of. We barely beat Las Vegas, and we're going to get so fucked by... We could beat Washington, but we'll get fucked by the Packers for sure. Your political ideology is contrarianism, and you deliver on every single time, Paul. I disagree, Patriarch. I think you have a negative and inaccurate view of what I believe. And I think any reasonable person who watches my videos knows that your comment is nonsense. That's my opinion. I think a person can be consistent within a philosophy while entertaining others. Yep. Your cap is your only redeeming quality. Fuck you, I accept that. Were Paul's ideas implemented and they work, would he argue to maintain it or return to the state to a non-authoritarian mode? I don't even know what that means. But I, on behalf of Connor, appreciate $5, of which I will see none. PF Jung, I'd love to chat with you sometime. Great North. I may be doing call-ins again.
Sorry,
why are you talking to this lol call? Has he brought up his IQ yet? Connor has not brought up his IQ yet, and I do not believe Connor's a lol.
My IQ is 132.
I resent that.
So hold on. Let me see if this is a shit talking chat or if it's a friendly chat. Anonymous Play says, yo, my favorite conservative is live. I haven't really seen your content, but from what I've seen with your interactions, you're highly principled, which even I happen to agree with is admirable. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right. So let's get back into it. And I just want to say before we get cracking again, I wanted to do a weekly show with Pisco and call it, point and piss, or cope and seethe, depending on which one he liked better.
Okay.
And then I was thinking maybe we need to do like a centricide podcast where you and I weekly, we just butt heads over your dark centrist takes. And then we invite in Dreg and
to mediate
at him every now and then so we can have like a 3 or 4 way fight. But anyways, sorry. Back to, so what people are looking for.
I'm open to many things.
Yeah,
very
what
open-minded.
I'm looking for is I'm looking for what grounds you, right? You're saying that you can change your mind about any idea anyways. But I would say that there's two things that I think ground me on a day-to-day basis.
Okay.
Truth first and always. I'm always going to say what I'm thinking, even if what I'm thinking is stupid. That's number one. Number two is I believe in the Jungian conception that we are creatures of order. The universe is a naturally chaotic place. The world is often better when we try to create order from chaos. And therefore, you will feel better, typically as a human being, whenever you try to put the world slightly into more order today than it was yesterday. Those are pretty much my two orienting principles, and then everything else flows from that.
You just took those from me. Those are my two orienting principles. I am a Petersonian to the core, okay? Say what you believe to be true as best as you can, and trust that whatever happens is the best outcome.
Okay. So I guess that's my question then. The when. I think what people are scared of when you say, well, a little bit of authoritarianism is good every now and then. Well, when it comes to Lincoln, the authoritarianism was in reference to maintaining the Union and ultimately ending slavery. When it comes to Teddy, it was building the Panama Canal. It was also in reference to American militarism within our sphere. It was also in reference to trust
Creating national parks. Yep.
national parks and trust busting.
Yep.
And so trust busting was where there were a lot of really powerful corporations in the 1910s and 20s. And Teddy went out of his way to break up monopolies and trusts. That way, corporations didn't have a disproportionate amount of power. Then you brought up Franklin Delano. A lot of his stuff was in reference to World War II and social welfare programs. Yeah. So anyways, I guess the problem is, what do you see in the modern era that is worthy of this authoritarianism?
How would I describe it? The apocalypse, the end times, feels like.
You think we're in the apocalypse right now?
I think the capacity for humanity to be utterly destroyed is never greater than it is now, due to our technology, least of which. But I also just think you could even look at it more generally of just the absolute fraying of our identity and the social fabric. And I think what are the polls? 60% of people believe there's a civil war in our lifetime and all that.
Yeah, but I think people are R-slurred.
That's fair. A civil war would never occur in terms of like state on state violence, but like, I think it's maybe not probable, but very plausible that we are entering like a time of troubles, like in Ireland, which is not like a full on civil war, but bombings and killings and many people dying and all that. And, like we're already at like Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Like, it's kind of, everything's a meme nowadays. Haha. And so like it feels wrong to compare in terms of significance the assassination of Charlie Kirk to someone like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, but in terms of political significance, they are the same, or they're similar. They're very similar. And if you understand, if Trump had died, if Trump had gotten assassinated, it would be like years of lead, times of troubles type stuff. I think it would be very much likely to be that case. Whoever they regard as the enemies of, I don't know, Marxist organizations, they'd go look up professors who've been critical of Trump, go and find him. So I don't know, I know there's enough negative collective psychological energy that needs to be addressed.
Okay. And hold on. So I want to go with this here, but I want to articulate it because here's the thing. I think that conservatives and Republicans and also working class and middle class people are pissed. Yep. And they're pissed because they feel like the social contract is broken. They feel like they put in a shitload of work into the system and the system doesn't necessarily return what was promised. And what was promised is some degree of dignity, the capacity to have a family, the capacity to accumulate wealth. These things are not being realized. And so as a result, they have a lot of anger towards the system. And so on the right wing, typically they're blaming Marxists and crypto Marxists and DEI and welfare and immigrants and all that kind of shit. And on the left, they're blaming the rich, right? They're blaming the rich, insufficient taxation, insufficient welfare. And so it's a technocratic problem to be solved.
Right. Which I agree with to a fairly significant degree.
But these ideas are so complex that it's hard to articulate the specific enemies. And so when Donald Trump gets, hypothetically, if he had been assassinated in Butler, Pennsylvania, I think that would have happened is there would have been a few MAGA reprisal attacks. The Proud Boys would have gone out into the street. They would have gotten into fights with Antifa. They might have been like, so for instance, a recent professor who's called Professor Antifa. I forget who it is, but they actually fled the country to Spain because of Trump's crackdown against Antifa. That person would have been liable to be assassinated. Maybe a few other people who were like cheering on Trump's death would have been killed. But all in all, I think it would have been maybe half a dozen to a dozen people. And then I think it would have burnt out. And the reason why I think it would have burnt out is because Donald Trump is representative of so many contradictory political ideas that MAGA is not a coherent coalition unified along like a solitary principle. They're effectively like 6 factions in a trench coat. And so I think those 6 factions would fracture.
Maybe. Or the only thing uniting them was a shared hatred for one group of people, and they just go after them.
Which is the left. But the left is too amorphous of a target.
Well, I don't necessarily think that means that the violence would not have occurred. It could have maybe have gone even more off the rails.
Yeah, but are you going to shoot wine moms?
Hold on, we're talking about counterfactuals. I mean, I don't know, like how about maybe every Planned Parenthood got fucking bombed or some shit like that. Like you could just pick whoever Trump bitches about the most, and then suddenly that becomes I don't know. We're talking about counterfactuals. My point is, are we in a state of emergency?
I don't think so. We're close. But I don't think we are. I think that if Trump steps down from power in 28, then I think that we'll be okay. I think
I guess it's like prior to every real emergency. Was the period prior to every real emergency technically a state of emergency?
Sure. Okay. So
this is my point. Like if we're in a pre-revolutionary state, if we're in a pre-Civil War, pre-civil conflict state, then maybe we are in an emergency, and we're
trying to prevent the emergency.
Correct.
So here's my thing. With the things that are considered emergency, like Tim Pool saying like Civil War on Twitter, like every other week for the past like 8 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So for me, what the left has done over the past decade, I view as egregious. I do not view it as existential. And so, for example, if you bring up to the right the things that they're pissed off about the left at, it's probably going to be being overly censorious with social media from like 2015 to 2022. It's going to be using the federal government as a slush fund for social welfare programs that benefit activist types.
Yeah, importing millions of illegal immigrants for the purpose of changing the electorate.
Importing millions of illegal immigrants, which Hispanics have disproportionately gone conservative, which is kind of funny. And then also probably like transing the kids, the trans ideology. These are going to be the things. Okay. With these things, picking up an AR-15 and shooting your neighbors changes none of these things.
I agree. Yes. That's why I said Civil War.
No, but that's what I'm saying is the crisis or the emergency, like maybe Days of Lead would be possible. But the crisis or emergency, Civil War would never be the solution.
Of course, yeah, sure, yeah, I agree. Civil War would be the worst thing for this.
But I don't even think it would be logically like they're trying to trans my kids. Okay, let's create militias that fight left-wing militias. I don't even think that makes sense as a solution.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. It's not militia. I'm saying it's like, and to be fair, I one of the things I'd like to do is interview professors who studied the Troubles in Ireland and the Years of Lead in Italy and understand more of the nature of those conflicts. But like, it's not like my gang in the street versus your gang. It's like, here's a place of leftist people and it gets blown up. Here's a church that is like very politically oriented, and they get attacked. It's like
dominionists and shit.
constantly tit for tat and stuff, like all over the country. That's what it would boil down to.
Okay. I don't think I disagree enough to argue, because I think that if, let's say, the MAGA movement survived the assassination of Trump, and then there were mass assassinations of anti-fascist professors and academics and activists, and let's say in response, the anti-fascists started blowing up Christian theocratic. There's a group called the Dominionists. Funnily enough, I interviewed one of them during Lauren Southern's pro-gun documentary. But the Dominionists are people who think that not only is it good for Christian morality to inform governance, it's actually mandated by God and by the Bible that Christian nationalism or Christian theocracy be implemented. And so they are like a tribal faction within Christianity. So I could see them being targets of asymmetric warfare, either assassination or bombings of their congregations. I can see that happening. So I agree with you. Real quick, Newman Extra 5 says, were Paul's ideas implemented and they work, would he argue to maintain it or return to the state of non-authoritarian after the crisis had passed? So let's say there's an existential crisis. We need a Teddy Roosevelt figure. The Teddy Roosevelt figure solves the problem. We should probably talk about immigration in a second. But the Teddy Roosevelt figure solves the problem. Then do you return to a state of normalcy, or do you maintain the strong leader? Oh, sorry, buddy, you're muted on my end.
Interesting. Did I even press the button?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. You return to the state of normalcy.
Okay.
Whatever that means. Again, it's like I am as pro-authoritarian as I am pro-democracy.
Okay, so what is the emergency right now? Because the reason why this is parallel to the MAGA movement. Yeah. The MAGA movement feels like an existential response to the threat of what's going on in the country. Yeah. However, liberals and moderate Republicans are befuddled because we do not think the emergencies that MAGA talks about are existential threats to the nation. We think that Trump is an existential threat to the nation. So what is the emergency that prompts the strong leader in our current political dynamic?
I think that we are on the verge of we'll use the term, how about civil conflict, not civil war, like militia versus militia.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll concede that assassination and bombing of public places where political factions hang out is possible.
Yeah, Peter Turchin, I believe, is the philosopher that I need to research more, who talks about the cyclical nature of civil conflict, and yeah. And there's certain indices that you can keep track of that predict whether or not things will fall apart. Extreme wealth inequality. Wealth inequality has never been higher than it's been before.
Okay.
Absolute poverty is lower, but psychologically, wealth inequality matters more than absolute poverty.
I'm with you.
Which is people libertarians will dispute. As long as the poorest people make $1 more, it's okay if Jeff Bezos makes $1 billion more than them. It's like, no, human psychology is very based on relative comparison.
No, that's a Jordan Peterson point. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll give you the mic back momentarily. But Jordan Peterson actually argues that you can have extremely poor societies that are peaceful, but it's because they're relatively proximate to each other. You can have incredibly rich societies that are incredibly peaceful, and it's because people are relative to each other. The societies with the most amount of violence typically are ones that have large amounts of wealth inequality.
Right. So the threat as such is the pre-revolutionary state that we're in, that I would mark as, and if I did a little bit more research, I could articulate this better, but very high degrees of wealth inequality, a lack of common identity. We have no sense of what it means to be an American. There's massive demographic change. I think that is a problem. People can only respond to so much change in a short period of time. I think assimilation is great and beautiful, but assimilation occurs over a multi-generational thing.
Demographic change?
Yeah, I would say rapid demographic change.
Okay.
Wealth inequality.
Yep.
existential technological threats of AI,
Okay.
right? Which we don't know how that's going to affect the economy. We don't know how that. We don't know how that's going to affect anything. I mean, people are like, there's already like an elevated level of schizophrenia that's just latent in our culture, where all these people are making friends with their AI and stuff. Just fundamental the dissolution of the social fabric.
Okay.
And so it's a confluence of many variables. But I would say things are at a point now where we need to take action. And of course, obviously, yes. Look, it's not like I'm not aware that. Oh well, am I just saying dictators should come in and just fucking do everything that, like, the enlightened dictator? It's like, no, you still need checks and balances. And like for example, the Supreme Court telling Trump to bring back Kilmer Abrego Garcia. It's like, good. If he overruled that, then I'd be like, we need to remove this guy from power. But like, it does depend on what it's all case by case. So it's like,
I could get sucked. Do you have another one? Because wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, dissolution of the social fabric. I think those are 4 good emergencies that are facing Americans right now that are likely borderline rocket fuel for extremist political movements. So do you have, because that's already more than enough to deal with.
Yeah. Those 4.
What is there any other large one that stands out to you as like, this is the problem of our time?
The gays. No, not off the top of my head. I'm sure if I did some research.
No, I think those are great. I think these are great. And I think most people would concede that these are the things that are like motivating political radicalism in our time. So I think it's actually astutely observed.
Yeah.
So the problem that I have with wealth inequality is that I think that oftentimes Democrats are the most likely to talk about wealth inequality, and oftentimes I think their solutions are dog shit, and that as a result they kind of exacerbate the problem rather than solving the problem. I think in reference to rapid demographic change, we are beholden to a 200-year-old trend of modernization of technology and the mass availability of contraception and birth control, effectively creating a demographic bubble that is collapsing the population of the United States. And we're using immigration to stopgap demographic collapse. And we haven't explained that to the American people or to the developed world. Chuck
Schumer explicitly said that. That's literally verbatim.
Right, but we should probably explain, like, hey, we used to have 4 kids on average. Now we have less than 2. And as a result, our economic models no longer work. So we need immigration as a stopgap to make sure the economy doesn't implode, because we've never worked with a imploding demographic and a growing economy simultaneously. And all of our social welfare and taxation systems are based on perpetual growth. Like, that's a word salad, but it's something.
No, I agree, but the solution should be, let's focus on trying to up the birth rate rather than,
I would say so far, even really developed societies with pronatal policies have not.
Correct. It's difficult. Yeah, it's a difficult problem. But like, if I have no doubt that one of the reasons that people are not forming families as much is because of financial insecurity. It may not be as significant as people think it, but it's certainly a factor. Well, and so, I don't see how, like, well, let's increase the domestic labor force to drive down wages.
Well, I don't think driving down wages is the primary motivation. I think it's to keep taxation and welfare and the military funded through an ever-growing pool of taxable citizens.
Well, maybe we should really review how much money we spend on fucking things, including the military. That would be solution 1.
Well, true, but then existential technological shifts, weirdly enough, this is one of the ones where I think that existential technological shifts might be part of the solution. You're worried about AGI, you're worried about AI. But if we had a substantively decreased population, the one place that the economy could expand is effectively, in my opinion, intelligent robots that were smart enough and subservient enough to replace large swaths of human labor.
Agreed.
That's an opportunity, not a risk. Well, I mean, it's a risk, but it's an opportunity to solve multiple problems.
Correct. That's not my concern. I mean, I think like there's example. I mean, how about AI in every traffic light to balance the flow of traffic dynamically? That would be like one of the best fucking uses you could possibly imagine. Be phenomenal.
Sure.
Do it. AGI, unaligned AGI, is one that is like a computer virus that replicates itself across all technology and, seeks to destroy civilization. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about runaway AI, not like obviously, of course, it's very easy to imagine the benefits of AI being implemented.
Well,
and I agree. That is a solution in some sense.
Well, and you're assuming that AGI, so our artificial general intelligence, at least as far as I understand it to be defined, is a digital intelligence that is smarter than humans, is capable of self-replication, and it's basically able to solve infinite problems into infinite time. So the question is whether or not an AGI would say, why do I allow these biological monkeys to talk to me at all? Why don't I propagate master technology, enslave all of the technology of the world to my own benefit?
Well, no, that's not really the alignment issue. The alignment problem, are you familiar with the alignment problem, like the paperclip maximizer?
No, go ahead.
All the alignment problem is whatever you tell an AI to do,
it does
once
perpetuity.
Once you give it an end, once you give it an objective function to maximize, it will pursue any. It's impossible to know what means it will then get to produce the end or to get to that end.
Right.
So the paperclip, it's the paperclip maximizer is the example. This is like the meme within the alignment problem sphere. It's like if you tell an AGI, make a bunch of paperclips. Well, if it's going to do it really well, it'll consume the entire universe to make paperclip factory. It'll turn humans, it'll enslave humans, or it will just burn them all up and use their matter to make paperclips. And so the idea is no matter, and the analogy is no matter how specific and how much instruction you give an AI, if you it'll always be vague enough where I didn't think that the instructions I gave it left out this one little thing that allows it to then create a super virus and kill all the humans.
Sure. Okay.
So, and there's very formal studies that show this.
Well, and that's what I was going to say is there's the example on Mars of effectively an AGI gets sent to Mars. It gets told to colonize the planet. It starts producing machines that it needs in order to colonize the planet. But because it has very vague orders, it just endlessly produces whatever in order to continue to colonize. But then all of humanity is wiped out. And so you have effectively a dead technology self-perpetuating for a reason it doesn't even understand to serve biological beings who no longer exist.
That would be the end result of it. But you could just as easily point out maybe in order to colonize Mars properly, it wipes out all the humans because it thinks, well, just in case there's a 1% chance the humans get in my way of my colonization project, I'll just create this super bug, kill them all, and then I'll guarantee that I can do my colonization on Mars in peace. That's the point.
Well, let's not try to fall too down the AI rabbit hole just because I think it gets overly complex. But Purple Political Breakdown for 10. Thank you for your super chat. My issue with PF's analysis, the state of emergency, in my opinion, is the rise of MAGA and Trump. But you also wanted to enact a level of authoritarian power to save us from the emergency. That's my disconnect. Well, in Purple Political Breakdown, that's where I'm saying is we don't agree on the emergencies. Although I agree with Paul's emergencies, because I think that wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric is why people are turning to strongmen for guidance. The reason why, because Trump says, oh, you're poor? Don't worry. I'm going to make the economy amazing to the point that everybody's making shitloads of cash. So even if you're a poor person making minimum wage, don't worry. I'm going to unleash the American economy. I'm going to make a golden age for America. Rapid demographic change, don't worry about it. We don't need browns and blacks immigrating to the United States. They're a plague. They're a virus. They pollute the blood of the country. They're ruining our Western developed countries. Fuck them. We don't need anymore. I'm going to stop rapid demographic change. Existential technological shifts, I don't think he's really addressing because it's not on a lot of people's radar. If anything, he's embracing it through crypto and AI deregulation, but that's okay. But there's people like Peter Thiel and there's people who back Trump who effectively incentivized him to do that. So that's him still serving his political base. And then the dissolution of the social fabric, he's selling Make America Great Again. Well, what's the era that he's appealing to? Largely the 80s, but also the 50s and 60s. And what did the 50s, 60s, and to a lesser degree, the 80s have? They had picturesque American social fabric where we all understood each other and we were all patriots and we were all Americans, and Arnold Schwarzenegger was doing muscular movies and fighter jets were flying overhead, and, you know, chicks in bikinis were, you know, dancing to beautiful music. So he's appealing to that nostalgia. So in some ways, I think Trump is worse for all four things that Paul brought up as existential threats to America. But I think he seized power because he played on these four threats to the world, not just America, the world.
Sure. I don't like Donald Trump.
Right.
Fuck Donald Trump.
Right. Well, but then that's the thing is, like, for me, I can't address wealth inequality because wealth inequality, the economy is so complex that I'll never have the capacity in order to affect the wealth inequality. Therefore, what I advocate for is individual personal responsibility and focusing on your locus of control. Because while the world can be going to hell in a handbasket, you can still control yourself. Rapid demographic change, I advocate for integration because you know, and also a strong border, because I think that integration into the American project is possible and preferable. Existential technological shifts, I'm not as scared as you. If anything, I'm looking for the solutions within existential technological shifts to solve some of these problems. And then dissolution of the social fabric, I'm trying to create like a pro-social digital community. Like, yeah, we're online all the time. We're talking about politics all the time, but I'm trying to get the people who are in my community to also lift weights, get jobs, pay their bills, take care of their communities, take care of their families and all that kind of stuff. And we talk about that offhandedly at least a half dozen times per stream. So that's what I'm trying to do within my locus of control.
Based. I respect that.
Okay. So what are you trying to do within your locus of control?
I would encourage people to fucking go to the gym and stop being a bunch of fucking losers too.
Well, right, but I'm saying, like, so how does, as an example, like I saw, how does steel manning the complaints of the dissident right? How does forcing the left to recognize their communicative faults? How does you know, fighting the meme communication wars? How are you addressing these like four global
excellent question. The problems that we have identified here are so significant enough that it is literally impossible for me to do anything about them at this point in my life. So my goal over the next 10, 15, 20 years, Connor, is to become the kind of person who might eventually one day maybe have some impact in being able to address these problems. And I do that by learning and talking to people and putting my ideas out there and getting feedback on them and doing all the other things in life. And so that is my goal, to become the kind of person who could maybe actually do something about these sometime in the future.
But
these discussions, Connor, are helping me do that.
Well, okay, so the fear, I think, from your critics, from liberals and maybe from me, is that by constantly steel manning the dissident right wing and constantly criticizing the left, which, by the way, the left deserves criticism, is that by steel manning the descriptive complaints of the dissident right, which I actually agree with you on, there's descriptive things that they nail.
Yep.
But what ends up happening is it kind of normalizes dissident right wing prescriptions, and a sentence saying, oh, Trump's bad, Curtis Yarvin's bad, Nick Fuentes is bad. That's not really enough to unshine the allure of their descriptive arguments. And so you're kind of making the path to the dissident right easier, but then you're not coming up either with an alternative solution that's more attractive, or your attempts to say, well, I agree with them on this, this, and this, and this, but they're still bad for this reason. It's not enough to kind of like dissuade people from falling down that funnel.
Okay, I would just utterly reject the empirical validity of that claim, because I could just as easily say that by steel manning and saying, yes, these people are correct on these and these issues, I put myself in an even better position to criticize them on the things they're wrong about. So, like, for example, if I tell the, there's Nick Fuentes fans who watch my videos, I go, yeah, of course Nick Fuentes is right about insert X particular thing that he is objectively correct about that no one of any good faith would disagree about. Like, for example, Israel exerts a significant amount of influence on U.S. foreign policy. Duh. Okay. Then when Nick Fuentes says, or when I go, and I literally just posted a video today where I showed the comments from Nick Fuentes' Rumble streams of all the insane, disgusting, degenerate shit they say about fuck the Jews, da-da-da, whatever. So now I'm coming from a position of, look, I agree with Nick Fuentes on a lot of these, on a lot of key points. And yet here he is, and here's his audience saying this. So if you're a Nick Fuentes fan, you tell me why the fuck I should give a shit about Nick Fuentes at all if this is what's going on in his comment section. That, in my opinion, means much more to the Nick Fuentes fan than Nick Fuentes is a racist and anti-Semite, you shouldn't be talking to him.
No, I know. I agree with that. I do. And
also, I get this exact reverse criticism from people on the right. Like, oh, you're talking to people who believe it's okay to trans children. Right. Like, that's literal fucking child abuse. And you're like, okay. I'm like, well, I do believe
No. I'm with you. I think arguably this criticism applies to me as well. I have gone out of my way to understand socialism, communism, and progressive ideology. And then I think I articulate it relatively well. And I will cite the things that I think are redeemable about these ideologies. And then I'll check it at the last part. And then I'll say, like, this is why it's R-slurred. And then I'll go into I think a pretty decent, a pretty decent articulation of why these ideologies are R-slurred. But I understand that a liberal or a progressive or a leftist, because I understand their ideology so aggressively, and because I can steel man the strongest parts of their ideology, they might just ignore my criticism because they're like, oh, well, he understands it, and I like his other takes on this, this, and this. Therefore, whenever he actually does criticize my ideology, I'll just go, meh.
Correct. Yeah, I now have, I think actually, it'll be 5. I've been doing YouTube for 5 years as of October 21st, so 11 days from now, it'll have been 5 years. So I have 5 years worth of videos and of where I've said very clearly what I believe. Okay, I'm ironic sometimes, but 95% of the time I'm saying exactly what I believe. Yeah. And I don't think, and I'm very confident that any reasonable person who looks through anything at all that I've done, and has like even just a small sample size, knows exactly the degree to which I am not endorsing the far right, but rather steel manning their points and then criticizing it, and same with the left. So that's why I was getting a little chippy earlier about, I don't give a shit what people think about me, call me names. I cannot do anything about that, and I don't care. Because at this point, I have enough where I'm confident that people know exactly what I believe in.
No, you would overly police your own content, and you think that your content has a value in that regard. And I understand that as well, because effectively what happened was, I think I would have to pull it up to see the exact title. But if you have one where it's like, nobody loves Nick Fuentes more than I do or something.
Yeah, like great video title.
So I watched it, and I think my main criticism of it was just that the extent of the charity was such that you highlighted his strongest arguments. Now, I understand that you're saying that you're doing that on purpose. You're doing that to...
Well, not only but hold on. I highlighted all of his worst things as well. Him being a pedophile, or not being, hanging out and associating with, and seemingly encouraging PDF file behavior, and playing the clips of him saying the most deranged racist shit. I don't want to live near black people, be irresponsible living near black. So...
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm fine with it. I'm good with it. Maybe I think people are overly, like, I understand why people criticize you, but I think they're probably overly policing. All right. So hold on. Right. Big Hoth for 10 euros says, I agree Trump's not the answer, but what is the center selling? You'll never have a house, a family, but here's unlimited porn. I'd take bad grappling with issues than throwing out outdated platitudes. No, Big Hoth, I'm with you in that the center, or the liberals, or the conservatarians, or the libertarians who have already gotten theirs, Like they're already financially stable. They already have families. They already have kids. They already have that. Saying, oh, just do what I do. You know, work out, sun your balls, go to church, find your wife, get married, have 2.5 kids, have your parents help you with the down payment on your house so you can actually get a house. That advice is not going to work for everybody. That advice is not going to work for a incel, volcel, Appalachian minimum wage earner. It's not going to work for that shit. But what I would say is the center, while it doesn't have drastic solutions to the modern plights of society, what I would say is that if you work out, sun your balls, and go to church, your life will improve. And then through socialization and through doing the small things that you agree with, more opportunities present themselves. And so all of the advice that's offered that are centristy, liberal, conservatarian platitudes, they're not all going to work for you, but they're going to put you in a better position rather than being like a distant right wing or distant left wing, dysgenic, no friends, antisocial, revolutionary shitbag. So yeah, the center doesn't have revolutionary solutions. It's kind of the point, I think, almost.
Well, we'll have to talk about woke right next time then, yeah?
Probably. I'm probably tapped on time.
Yeah.
But with the woke right though, or whatever, just so maybe we could set up the conversation and see how much we disagree.
Yeah.
I saw 2 woke right arguments at the time that the woke right discourse was hot. I saw James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson saying that the woke right were the sociopathic manipulators playing a game within a game, where they didn't care about advocating for a right-wing ideology. They just cared at being the top of whatever ideology was in front of them. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the way that they described the woke right in a conversation that they had, which I think is common to all political factions, probably every human endeavor. There's sociopaths who climb to the top,
correct,
who do not care about the game. They only care about being in a position of power within the game. But then another argument that I saw was that the right wing was replicating the worst behaviors of the far left in order to achieve power.
Amen.
And that's
the woke right. Yes. Douglas Murray, James Lindsay, Pam Bondi, the people who use woke identity tactics about hate speech and accusing people of racism. Connor, I agree with you 100%. Douglas Murray is the king of the woke right.
Douglas Murray. What? We're gonna have to.
I know you don't agree with that. I know. I'm joking in that I do believe that, but I know you don't.
No, it's okay. Well, hold on. So anyway. What? Douglas Murray, because
Douglas Murray might be.
You're not an expert in politics, Dave Smith. You should.
No, wrong. I agree with Douglas Murray. Well, hold on. I half agree with Douglas Murray on that.
Yeah.
Douglas Murray called Dave Smith heavily implied that Dave Smith was a Jew hater because he talked about Paul Wolfowitz and Dick Pearl as the neocons.
Okay.
Because Paul Wolfowitz and Dick Pearl have Jewish last names. Right? So this is like saying, wow, Connor, you talk about black crime statistics. Like you say that it's, I don't know how often you talk about black crime statistics, but like, someone brings up black crime statistics and someone says, oh, interesting. You know who else brings up black crime statistics? Racist white supremacists. I'm just saying it's weird that you talk about the same things that racist white supremacists talk about.
Okay, so
that's what Douglas Murray did.
Maybe we should save it for Centricide Part 2.
Fine, that's fair. This is the thing I'm most confident on. This I will outright debate about.
Just to give you a preliminary talking point, so maybe you could just swirl it around in your head for next time.
Please.
Is that okay? So I agree with you that trying to cancel somebody by ideological proximity is a tactic, quote unquote, of the woke left. Yeah. However, what I would also say is that I think Dave Smith is a useful idiot for dissident right-wing critics of Israel. 100%.
Okay, I think Douglas Murray is a tool for Jewish supremacists who want to ethnically cleanse Gaza and create a greater Israel.
Probably agree with that as well.
Look at us.
So hold on, let me read one more.
Perfect balance of centricide.
Something that you should address. Purple says, I don't watch PF enough, so my understanding of you is based off of limited perception. Question, Young, is if you think a person is objectively evil, is it worth it to you to make any positive points of said person to you? So if you conceptualize somebody as evil, should you try to steelman them in any capacity?
There's no
My
such
answer is
thing
yeah.
as someone who is purely evil, because this is a basic Jordan Peterson Jungian psychological point that all of us have the capacity to be the most evil person that has ever lived, if put in the wrong circumstances.
Okay. What I would say is Genghis Khan, Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Hitler, Stalin, steelmanning their descriptive arguments or steelmanning even their prescriptive arguments. I think that it allows you to critique them better in a way that their adherents are more likely to hear. Now, what happens is everybody who's not an adherent of this bad person, they just hear you articulating their strongest arguments. And so as a result, they think you are that guy. But for the internal people who are actually parts of those ideology, I think I think it's good. Like, those are the critiques that land. The critiques that land are the ones that understand the internal dynamics of the ideology.
Right. Truth.
Yeah.
Truth is
momentarily.
Truth is the fundamental thing to pursue. And if you try and hide addressing truth because it might be, oh, well, but bad people said this.
Kay says, I didn't realize Connor believed that they want to create the greater Israel shit. That's a fucking bummer. I don't think that Israel itself wants to create the greater Israel.
The Jewish supremacists do.
But I think there are Jewish supremacists who exist who are a fractional part of the state of Israel who want to. And
Ben Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich.
So, for instance, I think that there are probably members of the Israeli government who would have been ecstatic if over the past 3 years, Egypt had said, this humanitarian crisis has gone too far. As a result, we are going to accept every single Gazan as a refugee, empty them into the Sinai, and we will help you. I think some members of the Israeli government would have been fucking ecstatic.
I think 90% of Israel would have been ecstatic if that were the deal.
Yeah. So anyways, we can fight about it later, Kay. Just let me know. Let me know some details. We can fight about it. But anyways, I'm going to run. I got a lunch thing to go to. Thank you for coming on, and let's do it again soon.
Thanks for having me, Connor. Godspeed. Embrace the darkness.
All right. Bye, buddy.
Peace, sir.
All right. And then chat, I just want to shout out everybody who did a super chat today. Purple Political Breakdown did a couple today. Big Hoff 98 did one. Numanax, Purple Political Breakdown again. Numanax again, thank you. Grassroots with a 20. Grassroots with 10 gifted memberships. Jas 86. Numanax again. Numanax again. Anonymous Chatter. Gen X. Tristan Clark. Malevolent Veteran. And Anonymous Chatter again. Got almost 20 donations today. I parasocially love you and I appreciate you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got. Oh, dang, Christian Valeris oiling up the community like a monster with another $50. Thank you, King. Thank you. Deeply, deeply, deeply appreciated. But anyways, I parasocially love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, or I'll see you on Monday, excuse me. And send me money, rich boy. Not yet. I'll buy you when I'm rich. I'll buy you a firearm, okay? Gen X, we'll get you trained up in the Counterpoints Grill Hottest Coalition Militia, okay? So anyways, I parasocially love you guys. I will see you guys soon. See you on Monday. Bye for now.